Chapter 151, Heading 2. A few days ago. Brother Ayanwa of Fallarbor Town's health clinic, one of the few town doctors responsible for residents' illnesses, were extremely busy. The sudden explosion had injured many workers who were developing MT chimney and constructing cable cars. The injured quickly filled up this usually quiet little health clinic. Rina and Mayu, the two little girls from the old greenhouse, were stopped outside the health clinic with tears in their eyes. They couldn't disturb the injured while their wounds were being treated. The other orphans from the old greenhouse stood there in a state of panic, their hearts filled with anxiety and prayers. Grandma Arlen's wrinkled face was twisted, her eyes barely open, hands clasped together, trembling slightly. Apart from them, other residents of Fallarbor Town, with various emotions, were also looking ahead with complex feelings. Besides Ian, there was more than one injured person from Fallarbor Town. For the usually calm Fallarbor Town, such sensational events hardly ever occurred. With too many wounded, the small health clinic in Fallarbor Town couldn't handle it all. Shortly after the accident, they had already requested assistance from a higher-level city. Not only the doctors but also the members of the construction team and the professionals who rushed to the scene conducted a thorough investigation of the location where the explosion occurred. In projects like this one, involving wilderness development, there were plenty of accompanying professionals. Most incidents and cases of accidents that occur were due to attacks from Pokémon in the wilderness. Although most Pokémon have gentle temperaments and only a few will attack humans actively, however, if their territory is encroached upon and there is not a significant disparity between the parties involved, they will definitely launch an attack to protect their territory. In such cases, which often occur during wilderness development, the pioneers have become smarter, developing a profession to negotiate with wild Pokémon. They strive for a win-win situation where they don't infringe on Pokémon's interests while carrying out their projects. In this regard, humans have been generous, and the Pokémon have received corresponding rewards and understanding. As a result, incidents of Pokémon attacks during wilderness development have greatly reduced. Being attacked by wild Pokémon was normal, and construction teams were prepared for it. However, this incident was far from simple. According to the evidence, no matter how you infer from any angle, this explosion was not caused by Pokémon. All the clues pointed to modern technology. If the accident had been caused by Pokémon, even if many people were injured, according to the contracts signed before the start of work, it wouldn't have been considered too severe an event. But if it was done by humans, this accident would attract widespread attention. Afterward, in just a few days, news of what happened here spread through various channels to multiple places, becoming known to many. Even newspapers began to report on the MT chimney disaster. At the same time, countless eyes began searching for the mastermind behind the scenes. The vast expanse of the Azure Sea, waves continuously surged, crashing against the rocks, emitting thunderous roars, splattering white foam. However, on this sea surface where water and sky merge in one color, a silhouette resembling several snow-white feathers dancing in the fierce sea wind, darted over the surface of the sea. Altaria, can you hold on? This shadow was clearly Terence and Altaria. Upon unexpectedly learning about the disaster at MT Chimney and the incident that left many Fallarbor Town residents seriously injured, Terence subconsciously thought of the people at the old greenhouse. Especially with rumors circulating that this disaster was man-made, and that the explosion was far from a one-time occurrence. In the aftermath, it triggered multiple mountain collapses. This event instantly jolted Terence's heart. This situation, it's as if a bunch of terrorists were wreaking havoc. This couldn't help but make Terence worried about everyone at the old greenhouse. Even if rescue teams were rushing to Fallarbor Town, he couldn't shake off his concern for the situation at the old greenhouse. Old greenhouse, with no means of self-defense, must be in a state of panic, being dragged into such a situation from their usual peaceful life. If these terrorists were to trigger further disasters near MT Chimney and Fallarbor Town, Terence couldn't imagine the aftermath. If Terence were to return, at least he could take care of everyone. Even if chaos were to break out, there would still be room for resistance. After all, Terence had become quite a skilled trainer by now. Moreover, it wasn't just Terence who was worried. His Altaria's mother, the ruler of MT Chimney, also lived atop MT Chimney. Upon learning of this incident, Altaria couldn't possibly remain calm. Stay calm. Impossible. Without seeing it with their own eyes, Terence and Altaria couldn't rest assured. Even though Terence was about to participate in the intermediate breeder exam, he chose to give up this opportunity and rush back to Fallarbor Town immediately. It was just a breeder examination, not a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Delaying it a bit wouldn't be regrettable. We're about to see land soon, keep going. Terence shivered from the sea breeze, but he ignored it. They made the bold decision to have Altaria fly them across the ocean directly. Traveling by ship would waste too much time. Several days had passed since the incident occurred, and who knew what had happened by now? There was no news to be found, no information online. Worried about the old greenhouse, the two of them resorted to the most ruthless method to get to Fallarbor Town. This approach was undoubtedly very dangerous. Encountering sudden situations like storms or Pokémon running out of stamina could be fatal. However, Terence was confident in Altaria's abilities. Crossing the ocean was something Altaria could handle. Especially in a region like Hone, where island chains form a mainland that can be seen every so often, Terence's confidence was even stronger. Time passed quickly. Passing by one island after another, sea towns, and cities, Terence and Altaria finally saw Slateport City. Slateport City, Fallarbor Town, both were located on the largest mainland in Hone. Reaching Slateport City meant they were not far from Fallarbor Town. In the vast ocean, where one could hardly see a single person, the harsh temperature difference made Terence and Altaria extremely uncomfortable, but they didn't hesitate even slightly at the moment. Their destination was right in front of them. With one final push, they could return to Fallarbor Town and empty Chimney to see what exactly had happened. That's... Just as they were about to descend in Slateport City, Terence was suddenly attracted to a sound coming from below. Chapter 152, Team Magma. It was a yacht speeding across the sea, leaving trails of white waves in its wake. Judging from its course, it seemed to align perfectly with Terence's route. Sitting on Altaria, Terence squinted, his brows slightly furrowing. There were 3 people on the yacht, led by a young man with a camera hanging around his neck. The other 2 were one male and one female. The male was a trainer in his early 20s, with trainer's special belt worn around his waist and 6 Pokeballs stuffed into it. The last one was a woman in black framed glasses, wearing revealing shorts and a t-shirt. Waves splashed onto her fair skin, but she paid no mind, still playing with the microphone in her hand. From their equipment, this team seemed to consist of a cameraman, a trainer, and a reporter. Makoto, you really think this incident is the work of Team Magma? The young trainer couldn't help but ask as they neared Slateport City. We rushed here in so much hurry. It wouldn't be worth it if we end up with nothing. Cut the nonsense, haven't we heard enough of these kinds of rumors? Even if there's a slight possibility, it's worth the trip. If it's true, it will be big news. The woman named Maki's eyes flickered with fervor, her short red hair swaying in the sea breeze, giving her a sharp demeanor. Wherever something happens, we, the Dream Come True Adventure Team, will be there, the young cameraman added. Oh, by the way, Ishii, I've always wondered, why did you give us such a childish name like Dream Come True Adventure Team? Trainer Arvind shook his head. Don't worry about these trivial things anyway, Team Magma is just a bunch of lunatics. We've come into contact with them before. No matter what, we must track them down and expose their plan. We gathered together to form a team, wasn't it to seek these thrilling adventures? Indeed. Maki nodded. But last time, that bike Courtney just played us around, so this time, Arvin, can you be more reliable? That was a mistake. Arvin's face flushed red. I've grown stronger. Last time in the desert, we even captured a powerful Flygon. This time, the strength of our team is outstanding. TCH Maki scoffed. I hope so. Ishii looked at the two of them, shaking his head in resignation. They were both the kind of trainers who loved adventure and excitement. Maki is the only heir of a large hospital, dreaming of becoming a reporter, while Arvin was a traditional trainer who had performed well in the Evergrande conference. These like-minded people naturally formed the adventure-focused Dream Come True Adventure Team after traveling together for a while, primarily adventuring in the Hone region. And recently, they unexpectedly stumbled upon 2 deeply hidden organizations. Through repeated investigations, they continued to pursue the tracks of these 2 organizations. All 3 of them aimed to, through their own efforts, expose the nefarious deeds and schemes of these 2 organizations. As the leader of the trio, Ishii had always pondered over the motives of the 2 peculiar organizations, Team Aqua and Team Magma. Although they had conveyed some information to the authorities, the lack of crucial details rendered their efforts inconclusive. The recent disaster at MT Chimney seemed too similar to Team Magma's modus operandi. As the old rivals of both Team Aqua and Team Magma, they couldn't resist getting involved. Confronting Team Aqua and Team Magma was their greatest pleasure. What's that? A shadow fell upon them amidst the fierce wind. Ishi suddenly looked up. Altaria? There is someone on it. Not just him, Maki and Arvin also raised their heads, gazing astonishedly at the sky as Altaria flew past above them, leaving them all momentarily stunned. A trainer crossing the sea with a flying-type Pokémon? It indeed is an Altaria, Ishi said. As active adventurers in Hone, how could they not recognize the value of Altaria? Altaria was as valuable as Flygon. In the entire Hone mainland, their numbers were scarce. Trainers who owned Altaria were either from a good family background or possessed certain talents, they weren't ordinary people. That Altaria seems even more powerful than the Flygon we captured, Maki remarked. Impossible. You know perfectly well how much effort we put into catching that Flygon, Arvin explained discontentedly. He always detested praising others at the expense of his own dignity. Wait a minute, don't you think this person's destination is also Slateport City? Ishi hesitated. And that Altaria, do you remember the formidable Altaria we encountered at the MT Chimney volcano crater during our exploration? What do you mean? Arvin was puzzled. I mean, judging by how much in a hurry he was, there's a strong possibility that their goal aligns with ours, to head to MT Chimney. This just got interesting then. The livelier the place, the more suitable it is for our operations, Maki smiled, watching Altaria fly overhead before casually increasing the yacht's horsepower. Seeing the group resembling a reporter team, Terence ignored them and commanded Altaria to continue flying towards Fallarbor Town. Meanwhile, in Verdant-Turf Town, within the massive mountain behind Rusturf Tunnel. Following a loud explosion, a deafening scream echoed as a massive explode collapsed. If Terence was here, he would undoubtedly recognize this explode as the same one from nearly 2 years ago, who was capable of influencing Master Victor's Pidgeot's flight with its sound alone, possibly rivaling the powerful Altaria reigning over MT Chimney. Terence's Altarius Annihilation secret technique might have been inspired by it to some extent, but even now, Terence wasn't confident of defeating this explode. However, this scene of explode powerlessly collapsing was truly terrifying. A powerful Pokémon like this, in the hands of any trainer, would be a formidable weapon, a trump card, in competition like the League Conference. Sorry, I just received a call, asking me to handle a troublesome matter. And since you were stubborn, I had no choice but to resort to force. We are just digging a few stones, no need to get so worked up, right? A young man with silver blue hair smiled wryly, scratching his head as he looked helplessly at Explode. Chapter 153, Stephen Stone. Fallarbor Town. Ian's entire body was wrapped in bandages, looking guilty as he glanced at everyone from the old greenhouse. I'm sorry for making you all worry. He had intended to use this project as a way to improve himself, but who knew something like this would happen? Fortunately, the rescue arrived promptly, or his injuries might have worsened. Brother Ian, don't worry, Rena said with a choked voice, a lot of police officers have already arrived outside. The ones who hurt you will surely be caught. Days after the MT Chimney's explosion, the police forces that arrived later had been unceasingly entering MT Chimney. However, by the time they arrived, a considerable amount of time had already passed. As long as the perpetrators weren't fools, they should have escaped early on. However, the situation didn't unfold as the police expected. Several explosions occurred at MT Chimney afterwards, and upon further investigation, it was discovered that these were pre-planted bombs. The event was labeled as a heinous bombing attack. Having understood the intention of the perpetrators, bomb disposal teams began to remove hidden bombs on MT Chimney to ensure the cable car project could continue. As for the escaped criminals, they were already registered as international fugitives. However, what shocked everyone was that the perpetrators didn't withdraw as expected. Instead, after some time, they reappeared at MT Chimney. According to police investigations, there were approximately 3 criminals on MT Chimney. To apprehend these 3 criminals, countless police officers ascended MT Chimney, conducting thorough searches, but to no avail. Even when they seemed close, it was as if the perpetrators were getting the information somehow and withdrawing rapidly. As a result, the police were constantly chasing the 3 people in circles on MT Chimney, making little progress. In this situation, Fallarbor Town below MT Chimney was designated a protected area. With the criminals still at large, the safety of ordinary residents had to be strictly ensured. The situation reached a stalemate. Unless the police increased their manpower again, it wouldn't be easy to arrest those 3 criminals at this rate. Moreover, if the criminals felt cornered, these mysterious forces with access to explosives from unknown sources could undoubtedly disrupt the peace of Hone. They must be thoroughly eliminated, they cannot allow other regions' league to laugh at them. This was the directive issued by the Hone League. The opponents were troublesome. Facing such intense police operations, their frequent escapes indicated it wasn't just a matter of individual capability, they were likely skilled trainer who adeptly utilized the power of Pokémon. Setting aside the decision to mobilize more police, the League's higher UPS decided to deploy elite forces to suppress them with absolute force. With such an incident, the Hone League's reputation had already been tarnished. The only solution was a more direct, more violent approach. The gym leaders were the first ones the Hone League considered, but there were only a few who were truly capable. One person alone might not be more efficient than the combined efforts of the police. Among the gym leaders, the one the League trusted more was Mr. Norman from Fallarbor City. However, despite his strength, his ace Pokémon, Slaking, wasn't suitable for such occasions. Too bulky and lacking in mobility, Slaking's terrifying destructive power would only create more chaos on MT Chimney. Apart from the gym leaders, the only top-tier trainers available were the Elite Four. Sydney, Phoebe, Glacia, Drakeal of them are top trainers who represent the honor of Hone. They are almost the symbols of the Hone League. Sending any one of them out would instill confidence in resolving this incident. However, what puzzled all the higher UPS was that the ultimate decision-maker gave this public appearance opportunity to a young man. What did you say? A trainer named Steven? What about the Elite Four? The gym leaders? A police officer exclaimed, saliva flying, bewildered upon receiving the news. What a joke! Just 3 people managed to outmaneuver dozens of us. Sending out just one trainer, how is that enough? Hey, newbie, haven't you heard of Steven? Another officer interjected. Who's that? Devon Corporation. You know about that, right? Devon Corporation. A heavyweight company in Hone, practically every Hone resident had heard of its name. It was the kind of large company that could shake the entire economic system of Hone with a stomp of its foot. Stephen Stone, the son of Devon Corporation's president, a rich young master who grew up with a golden spoon in his mouth since childhood. He's said to be an exceptionally talented trainer. Also, with such a privileged background, there's nothing he can't do. But the main point isn't that. I heard that during a collaboration between Devon Corporation and a large company in the Unova region, Stephen encountered one of their Elite Four members. And, Stephen even issued a challenge. Hehe, and guess what? That Elite Four underestimated him. Stephen effortlessly dealt with their first Pokémon, and even though the Elite Four member sent out their ace, they still lost to Stephen. One Pokémon defeated 2 Pokémon of an Elite Four, one of which was their ace. That battle utterly humiliated the Unova League. You see, Stephen isn't even our Hone's Elite Four or a gym leader, he's just a formerly unknown ordinary trainer. So powerful? Then why didn't he become famous earlier? The first officer asked in astonishment. I don't know, maybe it's related to his background? The other hesitated, but that one battle catapulted Stephen's reputation to the top. It is said that even that Unova's Elite Four had submitted their resignation application, and Unova is now preparing for a new Elite Four to take their place. Did you also hear about Indigo League's Champion Challenge? I think we should also introduce a representative young trainer here. The police officer suddenly thought of something and gulped. The air of Devon Corporation, coupled with the identity of an Elite Four member or even the Elite Four champion, his reputation would become terrifying. Boss, how is it? It was a woman wearing a red uniform, with a hint of purple hair peeking from under her cap. From her voice, she didn't seem too young, but her figure was enough to be called a girl. Courtney, are you sure the device you provided is working fine? It's been 3 days, and we still haven't detected the whereabouts of the red orb. Boss Maxie, I am completely devoted to you. Please trust the device I've created. If we really can't detect it, then there's only one possibility left, the red orb isn't even on MT Chimney. Chapter 154. Not on MT Chimney? There was silence from the other side. If the red orb wasn't on MT Chimney, then their efforts would have been in vain. Tabitha and Blaze are still holding on, but they're not having an easy time dealing with the encirclement of the police. Speaking of which, Brody is quite skilled. He managed to infiltrate the police force and provided us with a lot of information. Maxie, the boss of Team Magma, remained silent for a long time. Though most of Team Magma's members had been dispersed, in order to successfully obtain the red orb, he and the 3 highest-ranking members stayed behind. Along with a subordinate known for superb disguise skills, referred to as the Man of 1,000 Faces, Brody. Just 5 individuals, just 5, under pursuit by numerous police officers, had blasted through one possible hiding place after another for the red orb, but still couldn't find its exact location. "What do you think we should do, Courtney?" Maxie asked. "Let's change the world, Boss Maxie," came a sickly sweet laugh, and Maxie made a decision. "Contact Blaze, Tabitha, Brody. We're retreating." Somewhere on MT Chimney, a chubby figure, who was hiding, received the message and his expression changed. "Boss Maxie. Boss. Boss." Not just him, but the Team Magma members scattered elsewhere were also shocked. Cold sweat dripped down their faces. The mission failed? Failing to find the red orb meant this operation was a blow to the very purpose of Team Magma's existence. However, out of trust in their boss, they gritted their teeth and fought for a safe retreat. Ordering the retreat, Maxie was also deeply unwilling, but if they delayed, not only Brody's chances of exposure would increase, but if they were truly surrounded by the police, there was no way the few of them could successfully break through. Several hours later, at the peak of MT Chimney, a young man with short silver blue hair and eyes of the same color appeared with a metagross. His expression was calm, but his gaze was focused. He carefully scanned the surroundings and took out a walkie-talkie. "Just now, my metagross and I circled around MT Chimney. Aside from Pokémon life signs, we didn't find any humans." After saying this, Steven looked frustrated. Clearly, before his arrival, those criminals had been frequently appearing in the sight of the police. After he arrived, he immediately commanded Metagross to move through the air, using its brain that was comparable to a supercomputer to unleash its psychic power, examining every inch of MT Chimney. The conclusion was that there were no signs of human activity. Apart from the police force, there were no other suspicious individuals. It was a futile journey, Steven sighed. It seems he can't fulfill the task given to him by his grandfather. You scouted the entire MT Chimney. The liaison officer receiving Steven's message exclaimed in surprise. Even their police force's finest investigators, along with their Pokémon counterparts, whether flying, psychic or ghost type, could never completely scout the entirety of MT Chimney. This Steven, with just one metagross, managed to circle a few times and assert that there was no one. Is it reliable? A profound sense of doubt instantly filled the liaison officer's heart. It was too absurd. Such perfunctory support made Steven's words lose all credibility in his mind. Everyone has vanished. Did that mean they had been busy for nothing? The criminals who caused such a heinous incident have managed to escape. This was a slap in the face to the police force. How could they escape from such a tight encirclement? The liaison officer couldn't believe it. If an Elite Four member had said it, he might have believed it, but that youth he felt it necessary to report it to the higher UPS. Regarding the information Steven conveyed, the liaison officer adopted an ambiguous attitude, even though the other party has higher authority. Why is there no sound? Steven shook the communication device in his hand and tapped on it. Did it turn off? Steven felt puzzled. He always felt that this was an unpleasant trip. Allowing the criminals to escape has left him extremely annoyed. Just as Steven hesitated about whether to separate from the police and go after them, the metagross beneath him suddenly let out a loud roar. Metagross, Meteor Mash! The moment it roared, Steven instantly turned into a different person. His expression became more focused and calm, his gaze sharp as he swiftly looked above. The position where Steven was situated was already close to the highest point of MT Chimney. However, at an even higher altitude, a faint blue icy light carrying a massive chill descended. Chirp! Ice beam, Altaria! In the blink of an eye, the next second after Meteor Mash shattered Ice Beam, Steven was fully immersed in the battle. This is Altaria from the highest peak of MT Chimney, the most powerful Pokémon on MT Chimney that Steven and Metagross attracted with their unbridled scanning. Chirp! Altaria roared out angrily as Ice Beam was pierced by Meteor Mash. This human entered its territory. As the ruler of MT Chimney, Altaria usually stayed at the highest point and rarely ventured out. Most Pokémon on MT Chimney were aware that this is its territory. Furthermore, the number of Pokémon that can adapt to the living conditions here are very few. Therefore, MT Chimney is practically Altaria's forbidden land. Steven and Metagross' actions had directly angered it. Flying up was one thing, but using psychic powers without hesitation to scan through its habitat was nothing short of provocation for the proud Altaria. So, that ice beam was the greeting. Troublesome Stephen grumbled inwardly. He hadn't expected there to be Pokémon on MT Chimney capable of sensing Metagross psychic power. A miscalculation. However, Stephen wasn't worried in the slightest. He didn't fear battle, in other words, he didn't believe that Metagross would lose to this Altaria. Chirp. As a loud and resounding cry almost echoed throughout MT Chimney, many Pokémon and police officers raised their heads, looking towards the direction of the peak of MT Chimney, searching for the source of the cry. Even Stephen was stunned by the resounding cry of Altaria, amazed at its penetrating power. It seemed a fight was inevitable. Stephen scratched his head. Since it had come to this, he wouldn't back down. If it's a fight it wants, then fight it shall be. Metagross roared unwillingly. In an instant, intense sparks flew between Altaria and Metagross, igniting fighting spirit. The atmosphere grew tense. Bang! 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 Moves were exchanged one after another, although it seemed evenly matched, Altaria's mood was extremely serious. Although it was currently an even match, Altaria was clearly about to fall into disadvantage. What's more terrifying was that Stephen had been staying on Metagross the whole time, showing no signs of going down. This massive, four-legged tank-like Pokémon, with its red eyes and bared fangs, not only fought with Altaria but also had the presence of mind to protect the human. Boom! 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 Not long after, Altaria got careless for a moment and took the first blow, letting out a painful cry as it once again flapped its pristine white feathers. Danger! Metagross' move was exceptionally powerful, dealing significant damage to Altaria. This is just a misunderstanding, but I suppose explanations might not work. Stephen watched Altaria, teetering and refusing to yield as it took flight, and shook his head in resignation. Since it has come to this, I'll have to weaken you first. Metagross, pursue. While Altaria was recovering from the previous attack, he commanded to continue the suppression. Stephen's gaze was sharp, but in the next moment, he was instantly taken aback because it seemed he was being ambushed. This Altaria had reinforcement? Altaria, Dragon Pulse. Chapter 155, Ridiculous Ending. What? Almost in the blink of an eye, a blue-purple dragon-shaped shockwave swept between Metagross and Altaria, forcing them to retreat. Boom! The tremendous power of Dragon Pulse struck the mountain behind, instantly causing an explosion. The sudden attack caught not only Stephen off guard but even Altaria. Altaria? Stephen's eyes widened as he saw another Altaria appear in his line of sight. What's going on? Stephen muttered in surprise. Even the Altaria from MT Chimney stopped upon witnessing this scene, its gaze fixated on the newly appeared Altaria. Can you end the battle now? As a voice emanated from Altaria, Stephen, Metagross, and Altaria were immediately drawn to it. It was none other than Terence, who had arrived. Just as he had arrived here, he heard the cry of the Altaria and immediately rushed to provide support. Following that, what unfolded was this scene, Altaria being suppressed by Metagross, and Terence quickly ordering his Altaria to stop Metagross. From the looks of it, if the battle were to continue, the Altaria would surely be at a disadvantage. Nice to see you again, Terence smiled at Altaria. It had been nearly 2 years since they last met, and never did he expect to reunite in this manner. Who? Stephen, on Metagross, looked over in surprise. It was a young boy. Was it him who ordered them to stop the battle? Moreover, it seemed this young boy was acquainted with Altaria. Is there a misunderstanding? Meanwhile, Terence was also assessing the young man. Compared to the young man, it was his Pokémon Metagross that attracted Terence's attention even more. Ordinary Metagross were almost turquoise in color, but this particular Metagross was completely silver, exuding an air of nobility and elegance. From a breeder's perspective, this Metagross was bred to near perfection, with hardly any flaws to be found. A shiny Pokémon. Shiny Pokémon, especially species like Metagross, which are difficult to train, extremely rare and have slow growth, created this overwhelming pressure against Altaria. This scene of strength instantly made Terence regard the young man in a different light. Drawing from the knowledge he acquired from teacher Julian, it seemed this person had already abandoned the intention of fighting. If he were a villain targeting Altaria, he wouldn't simply remain passive at a time like this and refrain from taking the next step. My apologies, I'm Stephen. Are you familiar with this Altaria? If so, could you help me explain that this is all a misunderstanding? Stephen, seeing the newcomer easing the tension of the battle, took advantage of the situation and said. I apologize for still not introducing myself. I'm Terence, and this Altaria here is the mother of my Pokémon, Terence said, looking at Altaria and noticing its gentle gaze toward its offspring, feeling a wave of emotion. Terence, hey? Stephen pondered the name. Anyway, explanation isn't its main concern at the moment. Let's give them some time. Terence gazed at the two Altaria staring at each other, sighing inwardly. After nearly 2 years of separation, they must have missed each other as well. Terence descended, and under his gaze, the two Altaria slowly took flight. At such moments, words were no longer necessary. During this time of separation, Altaria, being a mother, held immense expectations for the growth of her offspring and every aspect of its development. The two Altaria rapidly soared high into the sky. Before long, a series of explosions echoed in the sky. Terence wore a strange look on his face. He didn't need to think deeply to know that these two had chosen the most primitive way to reunite. Battle. Experiencing and conveying their feelings through battle. After this battle, the two Altaria could increase their understanding of each other and get to know each other. For this mother and child pair, it was one of the few opportunities for them to communicate with each other freely and thoroughly. Terence took a deep breath. If that's the case, then let them be. At present. Mr. Stephen, may I ask why you are here? Terence turned around to see Stephen's smiling face and asked. This question should be mine, right? I'm here as a helper called by the police. Are you also? Stephen began, but paused. I don't think so, though. You suddenly entered empty chimney from the air, catching the attention of most of the officers. According to the information relayed by Metagross, officers are rushing over here. Without a reasonable explanation, you could be deemed an accomplice of terrorists. Stephen shook his head, although he didn't believe this young boy before him was a member of any terrorist group. Are there really terrorists? Terence was surprised. Who are they? Stephen looked slightly surprised at the young boy. It seemed that the other party had come prepared. Unfortunately, Stephen himself had received the mission on short notice, and didn't have as much knowledge about the situation around here as the police did. Mr. Stephen, Mr. Stephen. What's happening? Mr. Stephen, can you hear us? As the two conversed, a group of officers arrived, and seeing this, Stephen shrugged. After Metagross scouting, he was confident that the real terrorists had already fled. This incident might really come to a hasty end. When he thought of how he had to interrupt his own mining and rush here, only to end up with this result, it left Stephen with a sense of discomfort. The officers arrived. Terence, who had suddenly appeared, would certainly be restricted and have his identity checked. So, his trainer Pokédex, Junior Breeder ID, and Crown Academy student proof were all things to prove Terence's innocence. Furthermore, the identity of the criminals behind this incident had been more or less been affirmed by the officers. Team Magma. Like Team Aqua, they were a gang playing on the edge under the watchful eyes of the League. Though they have not revealed any illegal activities so far, due to their continuous growth in scale, they have been closely monitored. This incident would probably push Team Magma into the blacklist of the Home League, prompting a more aggressive approach to eliminate them and bring them to justice. After my investigation, I'm sure that the criminals have indeed escaped. If you're still not reassured, you can continue inspecting MT Chimney, Stephen reiterated his opinion. Shortly after, his words were proven right, as the police discovered clear traces of a traitor, and that the traitor had already fled. Chapter 156, Getting Interested. Letting Team Magma escape was undoubtedly a blow to the police force, but Team Magma was like rats in the dark. Without voluntarily exposing themselves, it was difficult for the police to pinpoint their whereabouts. The disturbance caused by this incident temporarily came to an end, leaving Terence uncertain of what to feel. He had inquired with the police and found out that from the old greenhouse, aside from Ian sustaining some injuries and needing some time to recuperate, there was no other injured. The construction team took care of the medical expenses, and Ian's injuries were not severe. With proper rest, he would soon recover. However, during this time, Ian couldn't engage in any work. Besides lying in bed to rest, he could hardly do anything strenuous. Terence hadn't met with everyone at the old greenhouse yet. With Ian injured and needing care, it was a burden for the current situation at the old greenhouse. Terence feared that once he met everyone, he wouldn't have the heart to leave. Even though he has missed the intermediate breeder test, there were more important things waiting for him to do. After completing this matter, he believed that the old greenhouse would finally have a stable foundation for development. So, Terence must devote himself wholeheartedly to it without any distractions. He was determined to obtain the title of top coordinator no matter what. Well, I should challenge the Pokémon contest in the Hone region. If I make it to the grand festival stage, they will see it then. Terence thought to himself. Although the Pokémon contest wasn't as grand as the Evergrande conference, the highest competition of the Pokémon contest, the grand festival, would also be broadcasted on television simultaneously. At that time, it will be our reunion, and I will fulfill what I promised back then. The final stage of the Pokémon contest was the dream of everyone at the old greenhouse, and Grandma Arlen's story. Terence believed that winning the title of top coordinator with Beautifully would be the best gift for everyone at the old greenhouse. Before the journey, when everyone at the old greenhouse entrusted Beautifully to Terence, he had already made up his mind to give them a unique surprise. It's time to go get Altaria. Mt. Chimney. Terence once again travelled to this place on foot, consciously or unconsciously searching for the figure of Seavipper. This Mt. Chimney's troublemaker had caused quite a bit of trouble during his training journey with Swablu. Now, if Terence encountered the troublemaker again, he would teach it a lesson. I have to climb up there. Looking toward the peak of Mt. Chimney from afar, Terence did some warm-up. For him now, climbing the mountain was a very easy task. Since undergoing some training with the international police, his physique has surpassed that of people of the same age, greatly enhancing his stamina. However, the thing that Terence was curious about was how it went with Altaria mother and child and what the outcome of their battle was. I also need to ask Altaria where it got this thing from. Terence took out the mysterious meteorite given by Altaria from his pocket, deeply puzzled. Just as Terence was about to see if the mysterious meteorite had gone through any new changes. Swish! Suddenly, a gust of wind swept over, and Terence keenly noticed that the Oddish and Sea Dot in the grass instantly panicked and ran in all directions. A powerful aura was rushing to this place. Mr. Stephen? Terence was slightly startled. From a distance, he recognized the visitor by the silver Metagross. This Metagross gave him a feeling not less than that of Cynthius Garcomp, and perhaps even stronger. Not only that, the noble silver color also gave an inexplicable shock. He looked very handsome. If in a Pokémon contest, just based on this, it would be enough to attract countless attention. I found you. Seeing Terence stopping ahead, Stephen smiled. After meeting Terence the first time, he felt that the name sounded familiar, and coupled with his age and status as a junior breeder, Stephen was somewhat interested. Finally, after some confirmation and asking his friend, Wallace, he finally remembered who he was. Terence was the young boy who passed the junior breeder exam at the age of 10, as Wallace had mentioned nearly 2 years ago. In these 2 years, Wallace had progressed further on the path of Pokémon contest. Not only did his strength not lag behind Stephen's, but it was also faintly approaching. Recalling Terence, Stephen suddenly became interested. After all, Wallace had praised Terence a lot back then. Oh? Mr. Stephen, is there something you need? A big question mark popped up in Terence's mind. When did he and Stephen have any connection? It's just a personal matter, Stephen smiled. This is my business card. I remembered you, I heard about you from my friend Wallace, Terence. If you don't mind, we can get to know each other again. Wallace? Terence was surprised. So, this Stephen was friends with Wallace, no wonder he was so strong. Two people who can become friends must mostly be on the same level. To be honest, when Terence first saw this silver Metagross, he was very afraid. Even with his breeder level, he could tell the strength of this Metagross, which even outclassed Altaria. For Terence, it was still a difficult opponent to defeat. Is that so? Terence snapped out of it and was about to reach for Stephen's business card. However, unnoticed by him, a gleam suddenly flashed in Stephen's eyes, looking at the mysterious meteorite in Terence's hand emitting a faint halo. This is... Stephen exclaimed in surprise. As a stone maniac, he had never seen such a stone before. An unknown stone, a stone never seen before, was a fatal attraction for Stephen. Stephen didn't expect that Terence would actually carry such a magical and precious unfamiliar stone with him. Could it be you're also a stone maniac? Stephen suddenly asked. Hey? Terence looked bewildered, not knowing what Stephen was talking about. At the same time, Stephen's interest in Terence grew. Originally, he just wanted to become friends with a youngster with potential, which was also his habit as the successor of the Devon Corporation. An excellent breeder was a rare talent for any Pokémon-related company. Becoming friends with them early on had no downsides. However, after discovering that Terence was carrying a magical stone with him, Terence suddenly began to shine in Stephen's eyes. Chapter 157, The Legend Behind the Meteorite. Then, what should have been a very ordinary conversation somehow steered towards the topic of stones during Terence's exchange with Stephen. Throughout the conversation, Terence was in a daze, not knowing what information was being imparted to him. However, he did pick up on one thing: Stephen seems to have a good grasp on the study of stones. "Mr. Stephen, could you please take a look at this stone for me?" As if anticipating Terence's question, Stephen gladly took the mysterious meteorite. Then he took out a magnifying glass-like object from somewhere and began to observe it with intense concentration. Seeing Stephen's fervent concentration, Terence even lightened his breathing considerably, afraid of disturbing him. As time passed, Stephen's brow furrowed into a line as he stared at the mysterious meteorite with a puzzled expression. "What's wrong?" Terence asked, surprised at Stephen's perplexed expression. "This stone should be a meteorite," Stephen said. Sure enough, it's a meteorite. Terence also thought so, but the faint halo around it distinguished the stone from ordinary meteorite. Moreover, this stone is not just a simple meteorite. What we see here is only its superficial appearance, Stephen said as he put down the magnifying glass. It is also different from an ordinary meteorite. Do you know, meteorites are also called falling stars. They are meteoroids or fragments of dust from beyond the planet that have deviated from their original orbit, and rapidly fall onto the surface of the Earth or other planets in the form of unburned rock, iron, or rock-iron mixtures. And meteorites are extraterrestrial in origin, and determining their authenticity requires instrumental analysis. The naked eye only has an auxiliary role. Although it closely resembles a meteorite, with a similarity level of nearly 99%, I still can't guarantee that it is one. However, I have seen something similar to this before. After Stephen finished speaking, he fell into deep thought. In his quest for precious stones, he had almost traversed every corner of Hone. Terence's stone resembled a meteorite, but with subtle differences. However, Stephen had seen a meteorite similar to Terence's stone somewhere. Where? Terence asked instinctively. In Wallace's hometown, the Sootopolis City Museum. I saw a specimen similar to this meteorite there. Now, it seems it might be a replica. Sootopolis City? Terence nodded, noting down the name. And also Stephen began to speak but struggled to organize his thoughts, because even he only had a scant knowledge and couldn't be certain. Could Terence's meteorite be that thing from legend? Is the ancient legend left behind in Sootopolis City actually true? Many doubts arose in Stephen's mind. 2,000 years ago, during the conflict between Hone's super-ancient Pokémon Kyogre and Groudon over natural energy, the Draconid people prayed to the rainbow-colored meteorite that created Sootopolis City, summoning Rayquaza once again. Rayquaza, after undergoing a special transformation, subdued Kyogre and Groudon. After that, the Draconid people erected the Sky Pillar to worship the rainbow-colored meteorite. Although Terence's meteorite wasn't rainbow-colored, it emitted a halo, making it very similar in some respects. But Stephen wasn't ready to make premature judgments. The key to unraveling the origin of Terence's meteorite likely lay within the Sky Pillar. However, only the Draconid people and those granted permission were qualified to enter the Sky Pillar. Due to this restriction, Stephen felt it necessary to visit Sootopolis City because this meteorite had deeply piqued his curiosity. After explaining this to Terence, Stephen and Terence exchanged contact information. Stephen departed hastily, leaving Terence looking puzzled. I forgot to tell Stephen that I'm going to inquire about the origin of this meteorite. Terence scratched his head, realizing he had forgotten the main purpose of his conversation with Stephen. Should I stay in touch at all times? This Mr. Stephen, his obsession with stones is truly terrifying. Oh well, I'll consider what to do next after I retrieve Altaria. While Terence continued walking towards the summit of Mt. Chimney, he pondered over the disparity between Altaria and its mother. In terms of real strength, Altaria was definitely not a match at the moment. However, in terms of potential, the 2-year-old Altaria still has a lot of room for improvement. Being the overlord of Mt. Chimney, Altaria's mother must have grown up through constant battles. In terms of battle experience and so on, little Altaria still lacked a certain wild nature. It has fought too little. Terence muttered to himself. Since expanding his team lineup with Mismagius and Growlithe, Terence's opportunities to battle with one of his Pokémon had decreased significantly. Moreover, most of his time was spent on the breeding of Pokémon. To be more specific, Terence's Pokémon were all strong, but they lacked sufficient combat experience to adapt and use their potential fully. Of course, this was a common problem among trainers and couldn't be considered a weakness. The comparison was made with Pokémon that constantly experience battles in the wild. However, Terence felt that if he wanted to reach the level of Cynthia and others, nothing could be overlooked. Halfway up the mountainside, before he reached the summit, a pleasant chirping sound could be heard from afar. "Hat, little guy is here to pick me up." Brushing off the dust from climbing, Terence waited for the arrival of his little companion. In the sky, a dot grew closer and closer, and then Alteria's azure body, with its fluffy wings fluttering like cotton, came into Terence's view. Initially, Terence was worried that the dust on him might dirty Altaria, but seeing Altaria looking just as dirty, he couldn't help but smile. It seems it got scolded pretty badly by its mother. Not using refresh move because it knows I'm all covered in dirt too, and it's more convenient to use it later? Terence laughed. Next, with Altaria carrying Terence up, things became much simpler. In no time, the two of them appeared at the very top. For some reason, even though Terence had just seen Altaria moments ago, perhaps because of the incident that happened at that time, he now inexplicably felt a bit awkward. Altaria, being its mother, must have known about its offspring's growth over the past 2 years through their battles. It's just unknown whether Altaria's growth would be enough to earn the others' approval. Terence himself was quite confident. He had been by Altaria's side throughout its growth and was very satisfied with its progress and efforts. But whether this achievement would be acknowledged by others was beyond Terence's control. Although a little nervous, Terence would not feel guilty. He had witnessed everything that happened to Altaria with his own eyes. Chapter 158, Meteor Falls. Actually, it was just Terence overthinking. After being separated from loved ones for 2 years and reuniting, no one is concerned about the other's achievements. Seeing the tiny Swablu from back then, now healthy and grown into Altaria, made Altaria, as a mother, very happy. Although she didn't show it outwardly, deep down she was delighted. With both Altaria and Terence together, the atmosphere was indescribably awkward. With no topics of conversation, Terence was at a loss for words for a while. All three of them stared at each other with eyes wide. Finally, Terence had a bright idea. He cleared his throat and slowly began to recount the journey of Swablu's evolution into Altaria, detailing their experiences of the events of the past 2 years. And then it was finished, and silence fell again. Terence couldn't engage in normal small talk with unfamiliar Pokémon. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he had no choice but to bring up the matter of the mysterious meteorite earlier on, or he'd suffocate in this heavy atmosphere. Terence got this mysterious meteorite from Altaria's nest. Terence guessed that Altaria must have found this meteorite not far from MT Chimney, or maybe even from inside MT Chimney itself. However, what concerned Terence was that when he obtained this meteorite, it was nothing but an ugly duckling lacking any distinctive features. It was even more pockmarked and unsightly than an ordinary meteorite. The meteorite changed and began emitting a faint halo, which was something that happened later, so the question is, how did such an unremarkable stone attract Altaria's attention at first, prompting it to pick it up and eventually give it to Terence as a parting gift? Upon seeing the mysterious meteorite, which had undergone significant changes, Altaria's eyes emitted an indescribable radiance, involuntarily emitting a high-pitched cry. Then, its cotton-like wings flapped slowly, lifting her into the air. She glanced at Terence and flew off in the distance. "Follow it." Terence also sat on Altaria, his heels close to the others. "It must be taking us to the place where the meteorite was found, right?" Terence was curious about the origin of this meteorite. "Is this direction towards Rustboro City?" As they flew, they followed the mountain range of MT Chimney and flew to the southwest. In just a few minutes, the Altaria in front of them stopped. The path here looked treacherous. It would probably take some effort to climb it manually. Without special training, it would be difficult to navigate through this place smoothly. From high above, Terence noticed the uniqueness of this place. Geographically, it looked like a big cave, with various intersecting mountain ranges, and several inconspicuous small cave entrances exposed, giving it an ancient and heavy feeling. "This crater," Terence murmured, remembering something. Shortly after he arrived in Fallarbor Town, He had heard about such a place, a special location on the edge of empty chimney. Rumor had it that one night, a huge fireball fell from the sky, which was actually a massive meteorite that crashed straight onto empty chimney from outer space. At that time, all the residents of Fallarbor Town and Rustboro City felt the terrifying commotion, which even caused small-scale tremors. So, for the relatively small and almost closed-off Fallarbor Town at that time, this incident remained a highly discussed issue. Various versions of legends became stories told by the older generation, passed down as one of the magical tales to entertain children. But as awareness increased, the place where the meteorite fell years ago was given a name: Meteor Crater. Then, as some Pokémon began to return here, using it as a habitat, especially the center where the meteorite fell. Due to its rich extraterrestrial energy, and also liked by some Pokémon, the environment here changed again, gradually evolving into a cave. What Terence doesn't know is that recently there have also been efforts to develop the meteor crater, but unfortunately, it's already home to a considerable population of Pokémon, including some strange psychic-type Pokémon, so the development has been temporarily halted. But as this place was classified as a developable area with high resource value, it was granted a new name by the League. Due to the distinctive environment it spawned, a waterfall, it was given a legally significant name: Meteor Falls. So, that meteorite was picked up by Altaria from this meteor crater. Terence was slightly surprised, then he instructed Altaria to land before observing the environment here. Terence wanted to see if he could pick up another similar meteorite, but he quickly gave up. Looking around, it was desolate, although there were rugged rocks everywhere, there were hardly any traces of meteorites in sight. And the ruggedness of the road wasn't just talk. The deeper he ventured into the cave, the dimmer the environment became, coupled with the uneven terrain, providing Terence with a more tangible experience. Coupled with the constant sound of flowing water in his ears, Terence immediately concluded that this was not a safe place. If he stayed here for a few days, he wouldn't even know how he'd die. So it's much clearer now. This meteorite fell together with the huge meteorite that fell back then, Terence muttered. However, the uniqueness of this meteorite is still a big problem. Just based on the information I know, I probably can't draw any conclusions. Terence glanced around and thought of Stephen. He seemed to also have an impression of this meteorite. His urgent departure was probably to investigate the truth about this meteorite. Stephen Stone, heir to the Devon Corporation. Terence had already learned about the other's identity. He has quite an astonishing background. Originally, Terence was suspicious of Stephen, but upon learning that the president of this company was also like him, and it was something well known, he felt it wasn't so exaggerated. Strange preferences. Another tall, rich, and handsome guy. No wonder he became friends with Wallace. And judging from the incident with Team Magma, he should be quite strong too as a trainer. After all, called in by the police as a trump card, Stephen's strength was beyond doubt. Yes, the Indigo League has Lance, the Home League has Stephen and Wallace, the Sinnoh League has Cynthia. This is really... Terence shook his head, feeling immense pressure. Although he didn't need to compare himself with people at that level, people always have a competitive heart. Having a competitive heart is what drives progress. Chapter 159, Verdanturf Town's Pokémon Contest. How did Altaria find this meteorite? Terence didn't obtain a definite answer. Vague intuition. These words left Terence baffled, offering no valuable hint to perform in-depth investigation. It's not like Altaria is a dragon who naturally likes shiny objects. Moreover, the meteorite didn't even emit light at first. But upon closer examination, Altaria did seem to be like a dragon in a sense. Though this dragon has a significant amount of padding, it still didn't change the fact that the meteorite didn't emit light initially. Terence reached out to Stephen, informing him of the meteorite's origins. Stephen, still on the road, became excited upon receiving the information about the meteorite. Afterward, Stephen told Terence to keep the meteorite safe as he would investigate the truth about it as soon as possible. Terence shrugged. In truth, he didn't care much about the meteorite's origins. It was just a gift from Altaria, its value wasn't that important. However, Stephen's gradually growing enthusiasm was hard for Terence to refuse. Additionally, Terence believed that through this matter, he could further strengthen his friendship with Stephen. From Terence's perspective, Stephen's apparent love for stones shouldn't be fake. If it were an act, then Stephen would truly be a master actor. Interpersonal relationships are very important, no matter where you are. Previously, because he was just starting out, he was obsessed with training Pokémon and neglected many relationships. But now, it's time to pick it up. Even though Terence preferred solitude, these things couldn't be overlooked. Empty Chimney, Terence stayed here for some time, firstly to let both Altaria spend more time together, secondly because he had missed the intermediate breeder exam, and there was still some time left until the nearest Pokémon contest. Thirdly, it was due to the recent events, the commotion caused by Team Magma at Empty Chimney. Fortunately, during Terence's stay at Empty Chimney, nothing unexpected happened. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel comfortable leaving directly. Team Magma was likely the villainous team of the Hoenn region. In Terence's mind, they held a similar position to Team Rocket. But Terence also understood that this wasn't anime. Large organizations that could still operate under the League's watchful eyes must have their own management system and comprehensive teams. This wasn't something he could handle alone. Dealing with the frontline members of these organizations was the League's responsibility. With the recent events at Empty Chimney, the League would surely reinforce security here to prevent them from returning. As long as the leader of Team Magma wasn't a fool, they wouldn't be unwise enough to come back here. The security forces in Fallarbor Town are too weak. Terence shook his head. Verdanturf Town. The Rusturf Tunnel project propelled this already renowned town in Hoenn into rapid development once again. Torchic, use Peck Attack. Torchiuk. Breloom Mach Punch. Breloom. With each command, the flying plates in the sky were instantly broken by various moves. Not only were there flying plates, but also bubbles, balloons, ribbons, and various other items, occupying the entire sky. This was the training ground outside the Pokémon Contest Hall in Verdanturf Town. At present, coordinators who were going to participate in the Pokémon Contest were undergoing competition training. Many coordinators arrived here a week or even half a month before the competition, honing their skills last time and intensifying their training to strive for a good performance. In a sense, challenging a Pokémon contest isn't necessarily easier than gyms, Terence remarked as he observed the coordinators undergoing last-minute special training. Just a glance around revealed dozens of coordinators on the training ground, a significant increase compared to the Pokémon contest he had participated in Sinnoh. Choosing one champion out of about 100 participants, and that champion needing the same 4 victories to qualify for the Grand Festival. But to put it another way, winning a champion title once isn't difficult either. Pokémon contests are held almost monthly. And the average level of the participants. With just a casual glance, Terence managed to gauge the strength of 90% of the contestants. If they couldn't even train their Pokémon well, then coming to the Pokémon contest was just a formality. He suspected that a trainer capable of collecting 8 badges and earning recognition from gym leaders would be stronger than most coordinators. Truly skilled coordinators are still too few compared to trainers, Terence sighed inwardly. In his childhood, being a coordinator was almost a dream profession for him, both sacred and glamorous. The performance process was always thrilling and surprising. However, upon entering the field himself, he realized it wasn't as glamorous as it seemed. Coordinators were still too weak compared to trainers. What Terence didn't know was that over half of the coordinators were individuals who, while on the traditional trainer path challenging gyms, became disheartened by setbacks and grew tired of battling, only to fortunately discover Pokémon contests, thus transitioning to this career. Though Pokémon contests also involved battles, the primary focus was on the concept of skill points. Compared to traditional battles, this style of combat was slower paced and more easily accepted. Hence, the level of most coordinators tended to lag behind that of trainers by a considerable margin. The number of individuals who truly loved and understood the coordinator profession, who were committed to it and worked hard for it, was actually quite small. Beautifully, use Silver Wind. Terence, who had just registered, was drawn by a voice. It must be said that Terence, registering on the last day, was quite a rare oddity. But wasting half a month on special training in a place like this, Terence didn't think it was worth it. Frisbee training, rock throwing training. Who came up with these? What attracted Terence was the command directed to Beautifully. If it weren't for Beautifully, he wouldn't have been drawn over. In this Verdanturf Town's Pokémon contest, Terence's Pokémon which will go on stage was still Beautifully. So, he subconsciously paid attention to the contestant who also had a Beautifully. Terence paused. It was a rookie. She was a young girl with a sweet and cute appearance, with long straight cream-colored hair, wearing a white dress. Hanging from her waist was a black rabbit plushie as an accessory, and she also had 2 black bows tied on her head. She was very young, and even if she wasn't a rookie trainer, judging by her demeanor, she probably hadn't been traveling for more than a year, she seemed too delicate. And this beautifully Terence furrowed his brows. Ah! Sure enough, with a cry of surprise, something unexpected occurred. Chapter 160, Rookie Sora. She originally wanted to command beautifully to control the frisbee in the air with silver wind. But, the proficiency of this beautifully silver wind was too tragic to watch. Those frisbees were directly blown away, hitting innocent Pokémon. Sorry, I'm so sorry, wah. Seeing this, the girl hurriedly bowed and started apologizing to the other coordinators and Pokémon, her young face turning bright red from fear. Terence shook his head disinterestedly, intending to turn and leave, but as he heard a crack sound, he froze in place. Under Terence's feet, an innocent frisbee had turned into fragments, lying pitifully on the ground. Terence! At this moment, Terence couldn't help but scream what the FCK. In his heart. A frisbee just happened to fly under his feet and just happened to be crushed by him. This. He raised his head in confusion and saw that the girl who was picking up other frisbees also noticed the accident here. Terence scratched his head in embarrassment and explained, I accidentally stepped on it. How about I buy you a new one? Ah, the girl exclaimed. It's okay, it doesn't matter, the girl said again. But I can't just leave it like this. Terence hurriedly said. It's fine, this frisbee was originally provided by the competition organizer for contestants to train with. Didn't you know? The girl raised her head, asking in confusion. I really didn't know. Terence felt embarrassed. Just now he called the other a rookie, but when it came to Pokémon contest matters, he knew even less than her. This frisbee, he really hadn't used it before because every time he signed up for the Pokémon contest, he only came on the last day, so nobody mentioned this to him. The next moment, Terence changed the topic, even though it seemed like nothing had happened, breaking the frisbee was still a bit awkward after all. I just saw your beautifully, you've raised it well, Terence changed the topic. Ah, really? The girl was visibly dumbfounded. Terence nodded. He wasn't intentionally praising the other just to change the topic. Judging by the growth of this beautifully, it indeed seemed more normal compared to the Pokémon of other coordinators. This beautifully bore traces of wildness, or you could say, naturalness. In other words, the girl hadn't had this beautifully for long. This beautifully began its survival journey alone in the wild from Wurmple, facing threats from natural enemies. Instead of relying on burning its life, it evolved through constant struggle to reach its final stage. It was similar for Caterpie, who also has to pass through natural selection. Although there were many Wurmplees, it also indicated the talent of this beautifully. Not nurtured under a trainer's care, for this beautifully, it was the highest recognition. Thank you very much, my name is Sora. The girl was delighted, it was the first time someone had praised her. Terence. Keep it up, let's meet again at the Pokémon contest. Terence said and then planned to leave this troublesome place. Please wait a moment. Sora quickly spoke up. Excuse me, can you teach me how to train Pokémon? You're a coordinator, right? Please. Sora gathered her courage and bowed to Terence, her attitude sincere and impeccable. Terence, who was about to turn and leave, immediately stopped. Such a troublesome situation. However, remembering the girl's identity, Terence eventually sighed, considering she was a coordinator. Senpai, is it not possible? Sora raised her head slightly, cautiously looking at Terence. Before traveling, Sora was full of confidence. Although she hadn't received the starter Pokémon from the league, with this beautifully by her side, she bravely embarked on her adventure. Because a long time ago, in order to protect a Wurmple being pecked by a Taillow, Sora had used her body to shield and help the Wurmple escape. The fleeing Wurmple hadn't forgotten Sora's kindness. After completing a series of evolutions, it returned to Sora's side in the form of beautifully, becoming her first Pokémon. From an outsider's perspective, Sora's actions seemed foolish. Taillow and Wurmple were natural enemies, part of the food chain, and there was no right or wrong, kindness or evil. But it was precisely this naive and pure act that earned Sora the gratitude of Wurmple. With beautifully, Sora began her trainer's journey, but she suffered a great failure at the first electric-type gym. And it happened twice in a row. For Sora, who embarked on her journey with full confidence, it was undoubtedly a huge blow. However, at her most unfortunate moment, she encountered the luckiest thing, discovering the Pokémon contest. Like most coordinators, Sora also suffered setbacks on the trainer's path and shifted her focus to trainers in the Pokémon Contests. After learning about the Pokémon Contests schedule, Sora, due to her previous experiences, instantly felt an affinity to them and felt that this was a competition specifically tailored for her. She wanted to shine in the Pokémon Contest, prove her worth, and also give an account to her family. But whether it was a trainer or a coordinator, Sora was a novice, making mistakes everywhere. So, upon seeing Terence, the first person to praise her, Sora felt as if she had found a savior. A little guidance from the coordinator senpai should allow her to make significant progress. And so, Sora eagerly watched Terence. In that case, pay attention. Terence took out Beautifully's Pokeball and released Beautifully. Beautifully seeing Beautifully, Sora was suddenly delighted. So senpai also had a Beautifully. Give me your frisbees, and let your Beautifully watch closely, Terence said. He roughly understood what the girl had just done, commanding Beautifully to manipulate the trajectory of the frisbees using Silver Wind, achieving smooth flight in the air. Controlling one frisbee would be relatively easy, but as the number of frisbees increased, the difficulty would also increase. If Sora hadn't undergone prior training, it would be strange not to fail using so many at once. Taking the 4 frisbees from Sora's hands, Terence and Beautifully exchanged a glance before tossing the frisbees into the air. Then, to Sora's surprise, an amazing scene unfolded. Terence's Beautifully began to flap its beautiful wings slowly, methodically fixing the frisbees in the air one by one. Point 1. Silver Wind is not meant to be used as a single powerful move, Terence explained. Then, under Beautifully's control, the frisbees in different positions began to move slowly within the same plane, with 4 discs occupying 4 corners. Point 2. When using a move to control the flight of the frisbees, it's most important to feel the changes in the surrounding airflow, ensuring that they don't interfere with each other to guarantee stable flight, Terence continued. Point 3. As Terence slowly explained, the next changes in the frisbees mesmerized Sora. Chapter 161, True Debut. How is this possible? Sora was in disbelief as she watched the trajectory of the frisbees. Not only her, but her Beautifully also gaped in astonishment at the 4 frisbees overlapping on top of each other. Then, the frisbees slowly pulled apart vertically, each separated by the length of a thumb, and under the control of Silver Wind, they began to rotate on their own. Silver Wind can reach this level? What puzzled Sora was that from bottom to top, the rotation radius of the 4 frisbees increased sequentially. Coupled with the effect of Silver Wind, the frisbees spun faster and faster, visually resembling a miniature silver storm. Point 3 to note is the powdery scales within Silver Wind. If you can't control the movement of the powdery scales in the wind properly, you will only be able to perform straightforward maneuvers. Reflecting on Terence's words, Sora had no idea that a move like Silver Wind had so much depth to it. The Silver Wind move incorporates powdery scales into the wind to attack opponents. Without the powdery scales, it's actually not much different from the move Gust. However, because powdery scales are added, it leads to a series of uncontrollable changes in wind speed, airflow, trajectory, and so on. Only by mastering these changes could one truly play with Silver Wind, otherwise, it would just be a superficial skill, and the powdery scales, meant to embellish the performance, would become a hindrance instead. I still have a long way to go. At this moment, Sora and her Beautifully watched in admiration as Terence and his Beautifully finished their performance, and couldn't help but applaud. Too amazing! Beautifully returned to Terence's shoulder, and Terence smiled. As long as you train it diligently, your Beautifully can certainly perform just as well. As a coordinator, it's essential to fully understand Pokémon's moves. This performance by Beautifully was like a simplified version of Golden Wind from a year ago. Now, using it has become even more easier and effortless, which indirectly reflects the solid foundation of Beautifully's basic skills. But how exactly do we train? Yet, the next moment, Sora still felt lost. Although Terence's explanation was simple, she didn't understand much of it. So, she had no idea how to proceed with the training. Contestants who have already signed up, please register the props you will need. Contestants who have already signed up, please register the props you will need. Just then, a broadcast echoed throughout the training ground, drawing the attention of everyone present. Props were used to assist in the primary judging. Things like the frisbees or blocks counted as props. Some coordinators used these props to accentuate the beauty or skill of Pokémon moves, which could enhance their performance. Now, on the last day of registration, it was time to confirm the props they will need. To prevent contestants from cheating, the competition organizer will prepare them uniformly. Oh, it's time to confirm the props. Sora spoke after hearing the broadcast. Hurry up! Terence urged. At this point, some contestants began to rush towards the venue to register their props. Sora nodded and quickly recalled beautifully before heading towards the venue. As for Terence, he hadn't trained with props before, so he shouldn't need them for the primary judging. And the primary judging is too easy for the current beautifully. Even just flying around in circles could earn a high score for showcasing excellent breeding skills. As for the moves, even without any fancy or technically challenging maneuvers, simply demonstrating high-level proficiency could garner high scores. Rumble. Beautifully looked at Terence with an odd expression, apparently hearing some strange sound. Haha, I'm hungry, said Terence. Having rushed to sign up on the last day, the journey was so hectic that Terence hadn't had a proper meal until now. Let's go back to the Pokémon Center first. We'll have the extra-large meal today. Early the next morning. Time passed quickly. After finishing his meal, Terence felt too lazy to move and just lay on the bed for the remaining time. Terence couldn't be blamed. After every high-altitude trip, he would feel uncomfortable for a while and needed a nap to recover. It was still early, but both the Pokémon Center and the entire Turf Town were bustling with activity. Pokémon Contest was starting today, and spectators and participants from nearby areas were all preparing to enter the venue. This was Terence's second time participating in a Pokémon Contest. He still had the Hearthome ribbon from the first time, but now it seemed to have little use. It could only serve as a keepsake. Unless he had plans to participate in the Sinnoh region's Grand Festival in the future, he couldn't use the Hearthome ribbon in the Hone region. Compared to the previous Pokémon Contest, this time could be considered Terence's true debut as a coordinator. Because this time, he planned to start from Turf Town and participate in consecutive Pokémon Contests, aiming directly for victory in the Grand Festival. Unlike the previous Pokémon Contest, during this period, Terence would encounter some real coordinators. Otherwise, if all he encountered on his journey to becoming a top coordinator were amateurs, it wouldn't be convincing. Let's go! Before setting off, he groomed Beautifully's appearance, and then also began heading towards the venue as a contestant. At this moment, inside the venue's corridors, different coordinators were in a different mood. Excitement, worry, nervousness. That person as Terence passed by a large screen, he saw Sora from before. She was looking at the large screen introducing the Pokémon Contest, her small hands clenched together, trembling slightly. This should be the pre-match anxiety that most rookies experience. Except for some confident trainers, for anyone facing their first battle or challenging a gym or participating in a Pokémon Contest, it wouldn't be normal not to feel nervous. I wonder if she listened to what I said yesterday. Terence muttered to himself. The main thing was Sora's Beautifully itself. Watching Beautifully's performance firsthand, how much did it comprehend? Pokémon sometimes have more intelligence than trainers. Like Altaria, during the few days Terence stayed on MT Chimney, it learned a new move from its mother. Ice Beam. It was also a move that Altaria on MT Chimney loves to use. However, for his own Altaria, although Ice Beam could increase tactical choices, considering its outstanding Dragon-type moves, Terence didn't spend too much effort on it. Ding ding ding! The bell rang, and the opening ceremony of the Pokémon Contest entered the countdown. Chapter 162, Sora's Improvement. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. Turf Pokémon Contest is now underway. Taking charge of the hosting duties for the Hone region's Pokémon Contest was Vivian. Though she bore a striking resemblance to the announcer Marion whom Terence had met in Sinnoh, they were actually sisters. It seems like it's not just Jenny, Nurse Joy. The number of look-alike relatives here is simply countless. Terence was speechless. Here we have the chief of the contest committee, Mr. Raul Contesta, who strictly and compassionately judges the contestants. The president of the Pokémon fan club, Mr. Sukaizo. And next is Nurse Joy of Turf Town. The coordinator and Pokémon that wins will be awarded the Turf ribbon. Additionally, contestants who have collected ribbons from 5 various contests can also qualify to participate in the prestigious Pokémon Coordinator event, the Pokémon Grand Festival. Following this, Vivian exchanged some pleasantries with the 3 judges, and the judging began. In the lounge, Terence continued to observe. Due to his late registration, his number will be called quite late in the lineup. But this also gave him the opportunity to observe the other contestants. For Terence, however, this opportunity proved to be quite boring as, among every 10 contestants, only one seemed to take the competition seriously. The rest appeared no different from trainers who set out on their journey without even understanding Pokémon types. It wasn't until a contestant in a white dress appeared that Terence's interest was piqued slightly. It's that girl. I wonder how much improvement she's made in just one night. On the field, Sora's nerves were still on edge. Despite taking several deep breaths in succession, her heart continued to beat rapidly. Calm down, I must stay calm. Senpai should also be watching. Due to the large number of participants, there was more than one lounge. By the time she finished registering her props yesterday, Sora had lost track of Terence. Fortunately, Terence was also a contestant, so she could see him again. Otherwise, Sora would have felt guilty for not thanking Terence for his guidance. Well then, here we go, beautifully. Amidst the warm applause of the audience, Sora's beautifully fluttered around, showing the beauty of its wings, eliciting another round of applause. First up, Gust. Sora shouted, followed immediately by her tossing a frisbee. Amidst the gust, the frisbee spun unstably in the air, but thankfully, it remained airborne. Next. Subsequently, Sora tossed another frisbee. Though it seemed quite strenuous, the frisbee also fell within Beautifully's grasp, joining the previous one. Very good, it worked. Sora felt a sense of joy. Following Terence's advice, she and Beautifully manipulated the frisbees as much as possible, but their limit seemed to be handling only 2 frisbees. Then would come Silverwind that would disrupt the frisbee's flight. But, she is unable to overcome this difficulty for now, so she opted to have Beautifully use Gust first, and then. Beautifully, release powdery scales. Sora issued a command that even surprised Terence in the lounge. This Sora, though a rookie, seemed to be quite smart. However, Terence continued to watch. Although it was just powdery scales, it still interfered with the flight of the frisbees. So, how would Sora solve it? The white powdery scales slowly mixed with the gust, causing the frisbees to appear wobbly, on the verge of falling. Dance, beautifully. When the final step arrived, Sora became even more nervous. After issuing the command, she also ran out. Meanwhile, Beautifully plunged into the storm filled with powdery scales, spinning along with the wind. However, with Beautifully's addition, the airflow within the storm became even more chaotic, almost collapsing. The 2 frisbees could no longer hold up. PFFF. PFFF. But the next moment, as Beautifully spun in the storm, it seized the opportunity and spat out silk, hitting the frisbees. The direction in which the frisbees were struck was where Sora was standing. Watching the frisbees flying towards her, Sora focused, her heart pounding, and her delicate body jumped, catching the 2 frisbees using her hands one after the other. Then, with a pale face adorned with sweat, she slowly smiled while holding the frisbees and bowed to the audience in a concluding gesture. Meanwhile, without the disturbance of the frisbees, Beautifully seemed to be like a fish in water amidst the silver wind, while Sora stood on the side, her pure white dress, silver wind and the dancing Beautifully creating a beautiful scene. Clap clap. Listening to the gradually rising applause, Sora had never felt so excited. Success. The performance was complete. Although she wasn't sure of the outcome, she had done her best to improve and coordinate with Beautifully to the best of her ability. Oh, how beautiful! Contestant Sora and Beautifully are like spirits dancing in the silver wind, Vivian exclaimed. So, how was contestant Sora and Beautifully's performance? But ultimately, it was up to the 3 judges to score. Reaching this level the first time is already impressive, Nurse Joy remarked. There's potential for the future, Mr. Raul Contesta added. Remarkable, Mr. Sukaizo chimed in. Each contestant's resume was with the 3 judges. As a pure rookie, Sora could reach this level in her first time, surprising the judges. To perform so well on her first attempt, exhibiting more of a coordinator's flair than most contestants, this promising rookie deserved encouragement. 8.2 points, 8.4 points, 8.2 points, totaling 24.8 points. 24.8, just shy of 25. Sora glanced at the score, feeling a slight disappointment, but she quickly cheered up. The judges had given her ample encouragement. I wonder how many points Terence Senpai received for his first performance. Thinking of Terence, who had offered her advice, Sora glanced in the direction of the cameras, wondering if he had seen her performance. As for Terrence's score, at that time, it was his first time participating in a Pokémon contest, and it was also the only time he could participate in a Pokémon contest. Back then, Terrence had directly used his ace Golden Wind with beautifully, stunning all the judges and earning 3 perfect scores, a perfect total. Not bad. Terrence in the lounge, watching Sora's performance, also changed his opinion of the girl. She was quite smart. If she were to completely focus on coordinator in the future, perhaps in a few years, she could earn the title of top coordinator. As the performances of the following contestants unfolded, there were many who outshone Sora, but most of them were seasoned veterans who had participated in several Pokémon contests. So, such a level of skill was not surprising. With the rookie bonus, Sora's score might have a chance to advance her into the top 8 contestants for the second round. Time passed slowly. As Terrence watched the performances of the other contestants, it was soon his turn to take the stage. Chapter 163, Silver Meteor Shower. Although it was only his second time stepping onto the stage, Terrence no longer felt that sense of novelty. Feeling the intense atmosphere at the venue, Terrence noticed that not only were there more participants compared to the Hearthome conference in Sinnoh a year ago, but there were also more spectators. "It's Terrence Senpai!" In the lobby, Sora exclaimed as she saw the figure appear on the big screen. She slowly stood up and eagerly watched the performance venue. Having watched many contestants' performances by now, Sora had a vague idea about Terrence's skills. So far, no contestant had been able to control their moves as skillfully as Terrence's beautifully. If only I could be as amazing as Terrence Senpai. Sora stared fixedly at the broadcast on the screen. "Hugh beautifully, it's your turn again." Throwing out the Pokeball, Terrence's beautifully began to dance joyfully. As soon as beautifully appeared, it caught the attention of 3 judges. "This beautifully has been raised to be the best in this Pokémon contest," Nurse Joy remarked. Indeed, quite impressive." Raoul Contestas' eyes also lit up. Having watched a lot of performances, he was really starting to get bored. "Remarkable." Mr. Sukaizo's eyes had widened a bit. Apart from Nurse Joy, Mr. Raoul Contesta, the chief of the contest committee, and Mr. Sukaizo, the president of the Pokémon fan club, were responsible for judging dozens of contests held in a year. Kanto, Hone, Sinnoh, as more and more cities began to hold Pokémon contests, these two became increasingly busy. One of them was responsible for the senior management of Pokémon Contest, while the other is the head of an association closely related to Pokémon Contest. It can be said that they have been in charge of Pokémon Contests for nearly a decade. Whether Pokémon Contests could continue to develop harmoniously and effectively was their primary concern. Comparing coordinators with trainers might seem unfair, but it was inevitable that people would bring it up. This was also the most headache-inducing issue for the senior management responsible for the contests. As a secondary profession that developed later than trainers, coordinators had always held a lower status. Therefore, the senior management responsible for Pokémon Contest were always eagerly seeking out outstanding coordinators to nurture. This was also why Raoul Contesta and Mr. Sukaizo frequently attended various contests. Even if they were in pain and weary, as loyal supporters of Pokémon Contest, they devoted all their energy to its development. Contestants and spectators often criticize that these two uncles seem rather dull, with minimal commentary. Some comments even seem quite perfunctory. But it couldn't be helped, they have too many Pokémon contests to judge but not enough energy, and unless they came across a potential, exceptionally talented coordinator, it was hard to get them excited. And the beautifully released by Terrence has achieved that to some extent now. Following Terrence's command, beautifully casually released a large mass of silk into the sky. Though it seemed casual, to those with discerning eyes like the 3 judges who had long been involved in Pokémon contests, it was not merely a simple move. Small details, seemingly casual actions, could demonstrate a Pokémon's mastery of a certain move. Natural and smooth. When beautifully unleashed its move, they thought of this phrase. As the large mass of silk was spat into the sky, a gentle breeze lifted it up, then beautifully flapped its wings. Air cutter. Like flashing blades, the wind blades swiftly surged towards the sky. Snap! 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 The wind blades struck the silk, not with the muffled sound the audience imagined, but swiftly and sharply. After a burst of light, the silk, densely gathered together, were quickly sliced into thin strips the length of fingernails. "It's the final step," Terrence thought as he observed the changes in the sky. Whoosh! Beneath the scattered fragments of silk, a silver storm swept upward like a gaping maw, swallowing the fragments whole. Woohoo! In the vast expanse of the sky, the whirlwind gathered the silk fragments, creating an empty space between Beautifully and Silver Wind. The fragments of silk were gathered together by the silver wind, resembling a constantly rolling wave of shimmering silver, incredibly dazzling. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As everyone was entranced by the seamless sequence of moves, the wind dispersed. Amidst the swarm of silver powdery scales, the white fragments of silk appeared like sparkling treasures falling into the human world, fluttering and falling like scattered flowers. Morning sun. With Terrence's final command, Beautifully danced amidst the falling silver meteor shower, emitting a radiant glow from its entire body under the morning sun's light. At that moment, the entire venue erupted. Cheers, shouts, applause, various words of admiration burst forth in different ways. This was the most extraordinary performance in this Pokémon contest. This performance gave every spectator a unique feeling. In the silver meteor shower, Beautifully's graceful dance, combined with the thin veil of morning sun, created an irresistible beauty, as if stepping into a painting. So this is a real Pokémon contest. This is a real coordinator. This is simply heavenly. Oh my, it's so beautiful. Vivian almost forgot to do her commentary, immersed in Beautifully's performance, but the thunderous applause from the audience instantly brought her back to reality. Vivian was excited. As the announcer for the Pokémon contest, this was the kind of thrill she had been looking for. Simply amazing. This. Even the three judges momentarily forgot to score. Raul Contesta almost stood up, Mr. Sukaizo's eyes widened. Now they both had forgotten the fatigue from constantly traveling to Pokémon contests in various regions. Terrence's performance ignited the magnificent spirit within everyone's hearts. This is the seed of a top coordinator. Both of them, after watching Terrence and Beautifully's performance, came to this conclusion. In Terrence, they saw the shadow of a top coordinator, an aura that none of the other coordinators possessed. Why did Raul Contesta and Mr. Sukaizo often attend, or rather, almost go to judge every Pokémon contest? It was to discover seedlings like Terrence, who have the potential to become top coordinators. And then guide these individuals, prevent them from going astray, and hope they can continue to develop and grow in Pokémon contests as coordinators. That was their entire purpose. 10 points, 10 points, 10 points. Total score, 30 points. Chapter 164, A New Superstar. With a perfect score, Terrence immediately became the center of attention. This was the first perfect score in this Pokémon contest. Whether it's Pokémon's breeding, move selection, coordination or proficiency of the moves, the silver meteor shower ignited the audience's enthusiasm as soon as it appeared. It's a perfect score, contestant Terrence has obtained a perfect score. Vivian exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotions. It seemed like she had achieved the perfect score herself. This doesn't make sense. A contestant like this shouldn't be participating in a Pokémon contest for the first time, Raul Contesta thought to himself. He glanced over Terrence's resume and found a blank slate of experience in Hone, nothing like what he had imagined. A seasoned coordinator with ample experience competing for the top coordinator position. Could he be from another region? But that didn't add up either. If he were a coordinator of any renown, someone like Raul Contesta, who had almost single-handedly judged most Pokémon contests, would surely recognize him. However, as they pondered, both Raul Contesta and Mr. Sukaizo began to feel a sense of familiarity with Terrence. It wasn't the kind of familiarity accumulated from numerous encounters with other outstanding coordinators, it was more of a fleeting impression. Where had they seen Terrence's performance before? In fact, at the Hearthome conference a year ago, Terrence participated in his first Pokémon contest, and these two were among the judges. Back then, Terrence's electric whirlpool was also performed by Beautifully. At that time, the electric whirlpool had also amazed the entire audience. As the primary judging and being a city-based Pokémon contest, such outstanding performances were rarely seen. Usually, only those popular contestants vying for the title of top coordinator in regional grand festivals could deliver such exceptional performances. For Terrence at the Hearthome conference, he was younger and more naive, a pure rookie in every sense of the word. So, Terrence's performance that time, along with his overwhelming victory in securing the Hearthome ribbon in the contest battle, left a deep impression on the judges, audience, and coordinators alike. Unfortunately, before this impression could deepen, Terrence, the seeded player identified by the judges as a contender for the top coordinator title, disappeared abruptly. He hadn't appeared in any Sinnoh Pokémon contests in the short term. Some fans who were won over by Terrence's performance were also trying to find his whereabouts. However, with Crown Academy as a strong backing, finding Terrence wasn't easy. Moreover, Terrence had secluded himself in the academy for over a year, causing most people to forget about this dark horse from the Hearthome conference. Until the Grand Festival, Terrence hadn't graced the stage of any Pokémon contest, leaving many disappointed but helpless. As Terrence stepped down from the stage, the Pokémon contest organizers began investigating his background. Any contestant with the potential to challenge the title of top coordinator was a subject of interest for the Pokémon contest organizers. In the end, elevating a top coordinator to regional stardom, turning them into a major celebrity, yields remarkable publicity for Pokémon contests. The most successful case is Wallace, who, starting from the Hone Grand Festival, went on to dominate Kanto, Johto, and Sinnoh. With the concerted publicity of Pokémon contest organizers and his overwhelming superiority, Wallace has now become the idol of nearly every coordinator. Some coordinators even chose their path solely to follow in Wallace Samus' footsteps. Never underestimate the influence of idols and the fervor of their fans. For such idol-level figures, as coordinators, who are now the third largest professional group alongside traditional trainers and breeders, they play an indelible role not only within their community but also in the development of many industries. If a phenomenon-level top coordinator can be cultivated, it's crucial and necessary for the vibrant development of Pokémon contests. Advancing from primary judging to the second round, Terrence faced no pressure given his performance in the first round. Beep beep. After a while, the large screens in various lobbies and corridors simultaneously announced the list of contestants advancing to the second round. Undoubtedly, Terrence's advancement was within everyone's expectations. But although it is rare, among the 8 contestants who made it through, one was a pure rookie. Sora, with a total score of 24.8 points, surprisingly also advanced to the second round. Many were surprised, including Terrence. This is a mechanism of Pokémon contests. For first-time rookie contestants, to avoid denting the confidence of those with potential, the judges provide some leniency. Although Sora's performance had some flaws, as a rookie making their debut, the flaws were overshadowed by the overall quality. The judges wanted to see how Sora would perform in subsequent rounds, so they gave a certain upward adjustment in scoring. Meanwhile, Terrence's information was also investigated. In such a short time, it wasn't detailed information, just records of Terrence's experience of participating in Pokémon contest. Videos and award records. Winner of the Hearthome ribbon. When this video segment was played again, the 2 judges finally remembered this individual. After the Hearthome conference, the 2 had specifically kept an eye on Terrence, hoping to see his performances in other Pokémon contests. But Terrence was quite elusive. He made only one appearance, captured everyone's attention, and then disappeared immediately. So it's this kid. Electric Whirlpool, Silver Meteor Shower, the same performance style instantly excited the 2 judges. Mr. Raul Contesta, this young man needs to be paid special attention. It turns out he showed promise a year ago. I wonder what he's been up to all this time, wasting such a good opportunity, said Mr. Sakaizo of the Pokémon fan club, who rarely gives his opinion except for, remarkable. Indeed, a year ago this kid already showed signs of being a top coordinator. I was impressed back then, and now, after more than a year of silence, I wonder what interesting things he'll show us. The 2 were full of expectations for Terrence. Not only does Terrence excel being a coordinator, but as he grows older, he's also shedding his naivety and becoming more handsome. Good looks, talent, and youth. That's the star template in their eyes. Properly managed, it's a signboard of coordinators. The benefits Wallace brought to coordinators' development made them pay even more attention to nurturing rookies. A new superstar, we can't let him slip away this time. Barring any surprises, this year's Hone Grand Festival might produce a new superstar. Chapter 165, True Essence of Pokémon Contest. Next, please look forward to the pairings of the second round. In the lobby, the contestants could still hear announcer Vivian's voice through the big screen. So, it's decided. Ding! The 8 slots, after a quick flicker, were immediately filled. Ah, Terrence! How could this be? Another contestant in the lobby, Sora. Finally, the screen showed both candidates, Terrence versus Sora. This matchup the contestants stared blankly at the pairing. Why is it a battle between the highest and lowest score? This is too much of a coincidence. What should I do? Sora looked at Terrence's picture on the big screen and became nervous again. If the opponent was anyone else, she would still be nervous. But at least, it wouldn't be as nerve-wracking as facing Terrence. Just now, Terrence's performance, for her, was unimaginably skilled. She couldn't fathom how to fight Terrence-senpai. "I'll probably lose miserably," Sora muttered, lowering her head. Time passed bit by bit, while other contestants were engaged in the second round of the contest battle. Sora was constantly thinking about how to face Terrence. Victory seems utterly impossible. Meanwhile, Terrence sat quietly in the lobby, conserving his energy and waiting for the battle. The secondary judging was the battle. Within the limited 5 minutes, whoever could reduce their opponent's score with appealing moves, when the opponent's score bar reached 0, they would win. "Please pay attention, contestants, and try not to make the same blunder as before." Vivian made a goofy gesture to describe the previous battle. One side's Pokémon was too weak, while the other side's Pokémon was decently strong. So, the moment the battle began, with just one attack, one side lost the ability to fight. While rendering the opponent incapable of fighting is crucial for scoring, at the beginning when both sides had full appeal points, a regular one-hit KO wouldn't clear the opponent's appeal points. This led to the mishap of one Pokémon losing its ability to battle while the appeal points weren't yet cleared, and according to the rules of Pokémon Contest, this situation warranted a rematch. So, pursuing intense battles directly in contest battle was not the correct choice. The right approach was to find ways to deplete the opponent's appeal points and then deal with them. So, let the fourth match begin. As the countdown bell rang, both Terrence and Sora in the arena released their Pokémon. Beautifully versus Beautifully. Walking onto the arena opposite him, Terrence never expected his first opponent to be the girl he had coached. Moreover, seeing Sora's nervous yet determined expression, Terrence couldn't help but smile. He could tell she was a strong-minded girl, but lacked confidence in herself. It was contradictory, but also human nature. However, the battle between Beautifully and Beautifully immediately attracted a lot of attention, perhaps because of Terrence's previous performance. The audience watching this battle unexpectedly became enthusiastic, the battle between the two Beautifully greatly enhancing the entertainment value of this match. "Senpai, please guide me," Sora took a deep breath. She was facing her life's first contest battle, and encountering such a strong opponent, the pressure on her was extraordinary. "All right," Terrence nodded. "If we disregard Beautifully's seemingly gentle appearance, it is actually quite aggressive. With its adorable appearance featuring a body of grey and black hues, aquamarine compound eyes, and wings adorned with vibrant patterns of black, yellow, blue, and red, Beautifully's attractiveness ranks the best among the bug-type Pokémon, loved by many girls. Although adhering to the principle of only scoring based on how the Pokémon has been trained, humans are emotional beings, and beautiful things will always be loved. Therefore, the two beautifully fluttering their wings were extremely popular Pokémon among the amateur spectators who were mostly just here to watch the excitement. The audience was going wild. Sora's Beautifully was the first one to move. Compared to Terrence's calm Beautifully, the opponent, due to growing up in the wild, seems somewhat impatient and full of wildness. "Silver Wind." Sora gave the command, and her Beautifully immediately executed its signature move. Silver Wind is the move which best demonstrates Beautifully's charm. "Ignore it." Surprisingly, Terrence's command was confusing. As the silver whirlwind swept over, Terrence's Beautifully stayed there obediently, as if waiting for the arrival of the storm. Contestant Terrence's Beautifly has been blown away by Silver Wind. Vivian was stunned. Noid has not been blown away. That's... Entering the opponent's Silver Wind, Beautifully was indeed carried away by the force of the wind, but due to its perfect sensitivity to air currents, it was not harmed at all. Easily finding a gap in the opponent's Silver Wind, it used the opening and the power of the wind to complete a graceful dance. Ding! In just the moment of clash between moves, Sora's appeal points instantly decreased. Her own move served as a foil to the opponent's performance, and in this encounter, Sora was completely defeated. Beautifully Sora clenched her white dress, her little face panicked as she looked at the decreased appeal points, at a loss. "Well, use Silver Wind too." The moment Sora's appeal points decreased, Terrence's command followed. "Silver Wind." In the eyes of the audience and judges, Terrence chose to counterattack. If Terrence's Beautifully's Silver Wind could inflict damage on the opponent, then, due to the previous clash, Sora's appeal points would decrease again. The same Pokémon, the same move, but the opponent displayed it more excellently. Undoubtedly, the opponent has the advantage, firmly holding onto their appeal points. Although seemingly the same silver wind, in terms of fluency, one would notice that Terence's beautifully executed it more skillfully. In addition, if Sora's beautifully's powdery scales mixed in the wind resembled fine snow, then Terence's side was like a blizzard, powdery scales filling the entire trajectory of the wind. Very cohesive. Well arranged. Judge Joy nodded. The difference between the moves of Terence and Sora's beautifully lay in the powdery scales. On Terence's side, the powdery scales were planned, utilizing the wind to magnify the cutting attribute of its own. From a single powdery scale to a combination of many, constantly expanding, thereby causing damage. But on Sora's side, the silver wind wasn't orderly, the trajectory of the powdery scales chaotic, and beautifully couldn't control the wind speed and airflow well enough to let the powdery scales play their true role. Dodge it. This time, Terence's beautifully didn't execute its move particularly fast. Under Sora's anxious command, the opponents beautifully narrowly avoided this move. However, ding! Due to the previous comparison of silver wind between both sides, Sora's appeal points decreased once again. This is the true essence of the Pokémon Contest. Chapter 166, Guiding Battle. The battle raged on for 2 rounds, stirring the audience into a frenzy. Terence's overwhelming dominance left everyone in awe. What should I do? Sora stared at her appeal points, which had been reduced to half, at a loss on how to fight back. Beautifully, use string shot this time. Unable to match Terence's beautifully in controlling the wind, Sora shifted her strategy, aiming to use string shot to look for an opportunity. If there was one thing giving Sora some confidence in her beautifully, it was string shot. Her beautifully had its own unique interpretation of using string shot. See. Speed, power, resilience, coordination. Sure enough, in the eyes of the judges, this thread of silk was excellent. Undoubtedly, Sora's beautifully had a unique advantage either in its growth process or rather, the environment in which it lives. Resources. Berries, vegetation, and the external environment that are beneficial to the growth of the Pokémon itself will all promote the development of a Pokémon. Just as a Magikarp in the ocean is more powerful than a Magikarp in a stream. In terms of toughness, color, stickiness, and length, this thread of silk was exceptionally outstanding among its peers. During the primary judging, beautifully silk was able to break through the storm, accurately sending the frisbee flying, showcasing the mastery of this move. Under normal circumstances, this would be a move that earned extra points. However, Terence's beautifully's actions completely shattered Sora's confidence. Seeing this, Terence's beautifully also used string shot, but this thread of silk wasn't for attack, nor did it possess the same length as Sora's beautifully's silk. It was just a short segment, precisely enough to wrap around beautifully itself. 1, 2, 3, more and more threads began to wrap around beautifully. Then, beautifully started to spin, using quiver dance. Beautifully's thin mouth parts became its hands, and the silk threads became hard whips. With a graceful, mysterious, and beautiful dance, beautifully at this moment was like a giant spinning top, swiftly turning into an impenetrable wall. Snap! Sora's beautifully's string shot hit this white spinning top, but it didn't even get a chance to entangle it before it was bent by the high-frequency rotation, losing its strength. How can it be? Sora looked at the white spinning top in disbelief. She never knew silk could be used like this. Wow! A very clever defense. Contestant Terence, using the same move, has countered contestant Sora's tactics. Vivian looked at Terence in marvel, finding it hard to imagine that this young man had such skill, comparable to those experienced veteran coordinators. The combo of silk threads and quiver dance. Under the high-frequency white spinning top, there was absolutely no possibility of Sora's beautifully silk breaking through. Not to mention that the strength of Terence's beautifully silk might not necessarily lose to the opponents. Coupled with the amplification from quiver dance, it significantly increased beautifully's speed. Speed is power. The initially soft silk, after trainer's training, reaching this level, was already stunning. However, it also has a weakness. The judges noticed. While this white spinning top looked magnificent, it seemed it could only withstand moves like string shot. If it were flamethrower, thunderbolt, ice beam, or mega jump kick, there would be absolutely no chance for this white spinning top to endure. But even so, the judges looked at Terence with renewed admiration. Because this indicated that Terence devised this method in just a few seconds to counter the other beautifully's move. Outstanding awareness, calm judgment. Ding! Sora's score decreased once again, leaving only a little bit. At this point, even a fool could see the glaring disparity. The battle between Sora and Terence had no suspense at all. From start to finish, it was Terence who controlled the entire battle. If Sora's Pokémon wasn't Beautifully, Terence wouldn't have found it so easy, but with Beautifully as the opponent, Terence has no reason to lose. He didn't dare claim his understanding of Beautifully as the best, but he had dedicated considerable effort and passion to it. The disparity in strength between the two Beautifully was too great, resulting in one side dominating the situation from the very beginning. It's over. After Quiver Dance, Beautifully's state underwent a profound change, elevating its strength to another level. Originally, its strength was already greater than that of Sora's Beautifully, but after the amplification, victory became effortless. Sora's appeal points were almost depleted. In this situation, Terence only needed to overwhelmingly defeat the opponent, rendering it unable to fight. Faced with Terence's truly unleashed Beautifully, Sora had almost no strength left to fight back. With the final ding, her appeal points were reduced to 0. Terence wins. Although in the eyes of the audience, this was undoubtedly a crushing battle, the judges didn't see it that way. When Sora's Beautifully used Silver Wind, Terence's Beautifully countered with an even better Silver Wind. When Sora's Beautifully attacked with String Shot, Terence's Beautifully demonstrated superior skill with String Shot, countering while enhancing itself, thereby creating a favorable situation for the following suppression. At the same time, constantly using the rules of the Pokémon Contest to reduce the opponent's score. This was a guiding battle. A guiding battle focuses on guidance rather than aiming for quick victory. As the guiding side, Terence consistently left openings, allowing Beautifully to slow down the execution of its moves, giving Sora ample room to perform. The premise of a guiding battle is that one side must have a high level of skill, while the other must have sufficient perception, or else the guiding battle loses its meaning. In the eyes of the judges, this contest battle contained the essence of a guiding battle. In terms of breeding level, Terence's Beautifully undoubtedly held an overwhelming advantage. In terms of strength, it was absolutely incomparable to Sora's Beautifully. But in this situation, Terence patiently responded to the opponent's moves with the same moves, reminding them of their shortcomings. This required a dedicated investment in the battle and a high level of skill. Whether it was the Silver Wind at the beginning or the impromptu white spinning top, they were all pointers for Sora's Beautifully. Does Terence know the opponent? The judges were puzzled. Guiding battle, Terence had no need to invest so much effort into this. With Terence's skill level, there should have been many easier ways to win. However, the judges also welcomed this situation. From the primary judging, Sora was originally a rookie with considerable potential. A seasoned coordinator willing to guide such a rookie was something they were happy to see. All of this provided nourishment for the growth of coordinators and Pokémon contests. Indeed, Terence was willing to engage in guiding battle partly due to having met Sora before, coupled with her good perception and the fact that she also has a Beautifully, which reminded him of his early travels. Both had Beautifully as rookies, both begin their journeys as Pokémon trainers with Beautifully as their starter Pokémon. So, meeting on the coordinator stage, Terence couldn't help but feel the inclination to guide this fellow rookie. Chapter 167, Electric Terrain. Verdant Turf Conference continued. However, Terence's next opponent, having known Terence's strength, was even more nervous and timid than Sora. This resulted in Terence defeating the opponent even more easily than in the first contest battle, smoothly advancing to the finals. Terence's opponent in the final was also quite strong, but that guy's mood wasn't great because the primary judging gave Terence a large number of supporters. So, those supporting Terence in the final will outnumber those supporting him. This subtly created enormous pressure on Terence's opponent. Winning the second match, Terence descended from the arena, heading towards the lobby. Suddenly, he noticed a figure standing in the corridor. With long straight cream-colored hair and a white dress, she stood out in the dim corridor. Terence-senpai. Seeing Terence coming down, Sora excitedly approached him. After hesitating for a while, she finally made up her mind. This time, Sora didn't bring along her ever-present black rabbit plushie. Instead, she stood in front of Terence, abandoning her previously meek demeanor. "Please, accept me as your disciple." On her fair and delicate face, her eyes were clearly somewhat evasive, but ultimately, her gaze fixed on Terence's face. Witnessing Terence's battle, the inexperienced Sora hoped to shine like Terence someday. Take her as a disciple? What's gotten into her? Did she take the wrong medicine or something? Looking at her with a helpless expression, Terence didn't believe he is skilled enough to take on a disciple. Apart from the skills, he also didn't have the time for it. Terence rejected her with no room for negotiation and headed straight to the lobby. Guiding her during the contest battle was already his limit. In the somewhat dark corridor, only Sora remained there, dumbfounded. Faced with rejection, although she was prepared, but during the competition, everywhere was noisy, so Terence blocked his ears, quietly staying alone. Rejecting Sora was normal. At their age, the master-disciple relationship was no different from a joke. With both of them still in their adolescent phase, even if Terence was willing, he wouldn't have the energy. He simply lacks the time, resources, and experience to impart the so-called knowledge to another person. He simply learned some things earlier than others, but these things, as long as Sora was willing to put effort on beautifully, understanding them was just a matter of time. Every year, there were many rookies like Sora, and there were even rookies worse than her. These people, some gradually matured through continuous travel or gained experience through setbacks. There was also a part of people who, due to various factors, were incredibly lucky and got significant opportunities, making their growth smoother. If a person travels with an excellent breeder, an outstanding trainer, even if they are ignorant about Pokémon knowledge, being influenced by them and aided by companions, they could gradually mature, right? Terence! 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 The crowd's cheers were like a tidal wave, deafening. Vivian stood in the center of the arena, delivering the final commentary. The two contestants have already entered the arena. In the final of the Verdanturf conference, the winner will receive the Verdanturf ribbon. I'm sure everyone is eagerly anticipating the outcome of the match, right? Terence and his opponent, a young man around 20, stared at each other from a distance. After a moment, Terence withdrew his gaze, and both of them simultaneously took out their Pokeballs. Since both contestants seem rather quiet, let's start the match immediately. 5-minute countdown, start. Awoo! Awoo! The opponent's Pokémon was a red-eyed, four-legged, and blue-furred, canine Pokémon with yellow on its head and part of the body. Manectric. The evolved form of Electrike. Considering the type matchup, this won't be an easy battle for Beautifully. But type doesn't represent everything. The young man's Manectric indeed has some skills. It opened the battle by creating electric terrain and thunderclouds, sandwiching beautifully in between the ground and the sky. With the sparks emitted from Manectric's mane and the interaction between electric terrain and the thunderclouds, it created an illusion of the entire sky being filled with electric currents. It seemed like any slight movement from Beautifully would trigger paralysis caused by the electric currents. The opponent played this move very skillfully. Manectric, like a king controlling thunder, arrogantly showed off its strength to Beautifully. At the beginning, Terence's side lost momentum. This combination of moves reduced Terence's appeal points before he could counterattack. Manectric is indeed tough to deal with, Terence admitted, but the opponent overlooked one thing. This is a Pokémon contest, not a traditional battle. Compared to a coordinator, in Terence's eyes, the opponent looked more like a traditional trainer, just relentlessly attacking. Between the thunderclouds and electric terrain, electric currents pervaded like electric serpents, hissing with sparks. As Manectric unleashed its power, a series of lightning spread across the battlefield, all rushing towards Beautifully. This was originally a cool set of moves, but it couldn't hit Beautifully at all, driving the young man mad. Hey! Are you only good at dodging? The annoyed young man stared at Terence indignantly. This was completely different from Terence's previous battle style. Do you think I'm stupid? Terence said unhappily. The opponent created a double advantage with electric terrain and the thundercloud from the beginning. So, trying to fight head-on would only be futile. Using airflow perception, Beautifully safely dodged as the opponent's lightning struck. However, the electric currents were too much concentrated together. Even though Beautifully dodged well, it couldn't avoid being hit once. With Terence's appeal points dropping again, the young man was delighted. But just a minute later, electric terrain gradually disappeared, leaving a bewildered Manectric on the ground. Without the amplification from electric terrain, electric-type moves would find it even harder to hit Beautifully. Moreover, the opponent found that despite using these powerful moves multiple times, they only hit Beautifully once. You possess power, but accuracy is lacking, and speed needs improvement, Terence smiled. Beautifully, Gust. Struck by the thunderbolt, Beautifully was indeed not feeling well, but one lightning strike couldn't dampen Beautifully's fighting spirit. Gust? This command puzzled everyone, the audience, judges, announcer, and the young man. What effect could Gust, this move, have on Manectric? The answer is none. Gust had no effect on Manectric. Beautifully gently flew up, flapping its wings, creating weak-looking gusts of wind. Manectric felt the wind, and didn't even consider dodging them. It was too weak, not even as powerful as the winds in stormy weather. Chapter 168, Verdant Turf Ribbon. Whoosh! Whoosh! However, to everyone's astonishment, this weak and feeble wind, though it did not harm Manectric, when it blew across the ground, it swept up layers of golden, covering the entire arena with a yellow mist. Aoh! As if accidentally inhaling something unpleasant, Manectric's eyes widened, groaning in pain. What's wrong, Manectric? The young man exclaimed in shock. The yellow mist was stun spore. While evading the opponent's attacks, beautifully agilely flew around, sprinkling a large amount of stun spore gradually in various places. Due to the magnetic field created by electric terrain, these granular pollen particles of stun spore went unnoticed as they were absorbed into the ground, gradually accumulating from just a few specks to forming a thin layer. As electric terrain disappeared, these stun spores broke free from the ground, becoming active again. As the gust move was used, instantly, the entire arena was filled with stun spores mist. And Manectric, inhaling the stun spore, inevitably fell into paralysis state. Facing the incoming thread of silk, the young man loudly ordered it to dodge, but Manectric couldn't overcome the nerve and body paralysis by relying on just its willpower, its movements slowing down. From the beginning, Terence never intended to engage in a direct confrontation when his opponent thought he was suppressing him using electric terrain. Instead, he used electric terrain to lay a trap with stun spore. Now, Manectric had fallen into the trap, entangled by layers of Giga Drain silk threads. As energy was continuously drained away, Manectric's expression became more and more numb. Ding! All these changes happened in an instant, and most of the audience didn't even realize what had happened. Only the three judges could clearly understand why there was such a drastic change in such a short time. Giga Drain, and the manipulation of stun spores dust by airflow. Bound by the threads, Manectric lay weakly on the ground, not only facing the absorption of energy but also the invasion of stun spore into its nose and mouth with the blowing air. The young man was sweating profusely with anxiety. He tried his best to free Manectric from the trap, but he found this set of moves too despicable. Being bound and continuously infused with stun spore, coupled with Giga Drain draining its stamina, watching Manectric's eyes dimming, the young man couldn't bear to see his appeal points gradually diminish as he recalled Manectric. This the judges murmured. The audience. In this battle Terence unexpectedly changed from his previous style, winning with an extremely scummy tactic. I lost. The young man's head hung low, his face flushed red. The loss was too ugly, with no chance of counterattack. The heroic attack at the beginning now seemed like hitting his own face. Terence senpai in the lobby, Sora observed with an odd mix of emotions at how Terence achieved victory, and her mood after being rejected by the other party suddenly improved a little, and even felt a little relieved. And Terence, the source of all this, obviously didn't think much about it. Winning was enough for him. Silently laying down a layer of stun spore, isn't this also a test of Pokémon coordination? As for mastering the timing of Giga Drain, controlling the binding of string shot, and using air currents to blow in stun spore. All of these are beautifully showcasing its mastery of the moves, undoubtedly a clear display of its skills. Surely, the judges must also be able to see through the intricacies of it all. Indeed, Terence's battle in this round had reshaped the perspectives of two judges regarding Terence. They had initially thought extravagant battle styles like Electric Whirlpool, Silver Meteor Shower, and White Spinning Top was his forte. However, they found themselves mistaken. Terence excels in precise control of the battle situation, a profound understanding of opponent Pokémon and their moves, as well as his own Pokémon. His remarkable ability lies in adjusting his moves skillfully to any situation. Just as teacher Julian said. Whether it's breeding, coordination, or command, they are all fundamental skills of a trainer. One should not be confined by the labels breeder, coordinator, or trainer, and choose another aspect because you hate one aspect. When you know all the three, breeding, coordination and command, that's when one can be considered an excellent trainer. Terence, appearing on this stage as a coordinator, has clearly achieved this. Understanding electric terrain, using its ability as a weapon, he showcased his accumulation as a breeder. Beautifully's meticulous control of continuously blowing stun spore into Manectric's body demonstrated coordination skills. And command was integrated into every aspect of this battle, with each command and every action of Beautifully reflecting the trainer's decisions. Not abandoning any quality a trainer should possess, even though Terence is currently identified as a trainer, in the eyes of others, in the eyes of the judges, he is also an extremely outstanding coordinator, flawless in every aspect. No one would ridicule a trainer for having high-level breeding skills, and no one would criticize a coordinator having exceptionally strong Pokémon. For a trainer or coordinator, it is important to highlight one's focus while not neglecting any of the basic qualities of a trainer. Only then can others truly see the shining aspects of this profession. Clearly, Terence did just that, which is why he quickly garnered the attention of the judges in the shortest time possible. The winner has appeared. As Vivian shouted, the audience who had supported Terence from the beginning cheered with enthusiasm. Terence's performance in the battle gave them a satisfactory response. If nothing unexpected happens, the sense of anticipation and satisfaction brought by Terence's victory will likely increase their favorability towards him, leading to continuous support for Terence. Verdanturf Town's Pokémon Contest, Verdanturf Conference ends here. And the winner of the Verdanturf ribbon is contestant Terence. Let's congratulate him with warm applause. Although it's only a town-level Pokémon contest, winning the first ribbon in Hone made Terence very excited. Next, as long as he continues with the same momentum and secures the remaining 4 ribbons in one go, the ticket to the Grand Festival will be in his hands. Just like that time in Sinnoh's Pokémon contest, Terence, a stranger who came out of nowhere, a new face in the Pokémon contest scene, unsurprisingly, received a lot of attention from the audience who support the Pokémon contests and coordinators. Whether as an admirer, a competitor, or a challenger in short, this Verdanturf conference has thoroughly announced Terence's journey to dominate the Hone Pokémon contest. Chapter 169, Full Team. After the Verdanturf conference ended, Terence slipped away immediately. Even Sora, who wanted to look for Terence, couldn't find his whereabouts. Terence, having left Verdanturf Town, set his next destination as Rustboro City. In the short term, Rustboro City will continue to hold Pokémon contests. North of Rustboro City lay Meteor Falls, Petalburg Woods to the south, and Rusturf Tunnel to the east. With the establishment of the Rusturf Tunnel in Verdanturf Town, the journey to Rustboro City became quite convenient. Although Rusturf Tunnel is man-made, it still retains traces of nature, with some shattered rocks being casually strewn along the roadside. Moreover, mist permeated the cave, creating a slightly gloomy atmosphere. However, the mist doesn't significantly affect navigation, it's still possible to see the road clearly. Rusturf Tunnel was a lone tunnel situated within a massive mountain. For convenience, there are quite a few people who traverse this route between Rustboro City and Verdanturf Town. As Terence entered Rusturf Tunnel, he coincidentally encountered 2 other trainers. These 2 trainers seemed unfamiliar. The 3 exchanged greetings and decided to travel through Rusturf Tunnel together. There's a lone Guaidud. While progressing through Rusturf Tunnel, Terence noticed a Pokémon behind several piles of rocks. Guaidud resembled a grey, round stone with well-developed muscular arms, almost indistinguishable from an ordinary rock when appropriately concealed. Before entering Rusturf Tunnel, Terence held an internal meeting with his Pokémon while feeding them, primarily focusing on Mismagius. Though troublesome, we need a new team member. Mismagius expressed understanding, and it now had an additional task to keep an eye out for wild Pokémon appearing nearby. In the haunted house, Mismagius had observed many student Pokémon. Additionally, since Terence is a breeder, it has developed its own methods for observing Pokémon. At the very least, it could use illusion skills for some probing. If he could attain the title of top coordinator, Terence planned to apply for the graduation exam at Crown Academy. After successfully graduating, he still had one more thing to do. This task might not be easier than achieving the title of top coordinator, but its significance was on a different level. Unlike Pokémon contests, which only required 1 Pokémon, the Grand Festival demanded a trainer's standard team of 6 members. So, Terence's upcoming task involved ensuring his team was full, at least reaching the maximum number of Pokémon, so that there were no vacant spots in his team. Currently, Terence had Beautifully, Altaria, Mismagius, and Growlithe, totaling 4 Pokémon. In other words, within a year, before the Grand Festival concludes, he had to collect 6 Pokémon. Moreover, these 6 Pokémon couldn't be too weak, they needed to complement and enhance Terence's lineup rather than hold it back. Mismagius expressed its confidence, as it usually roamed outside, and observing Pokémon was just a piece of cake for it. However, what worried Mismagius more was whether Terrance's finances could handle the new Pokémon's food after capturing them. This issue wasn't just Mismagius' concern, even Altaria and others had opinions on it. Haha, don't worry, Terrance chuckled, avoiding a direct response to the Pokémon's questions. Capturing Pokémon is also an art. If an ordinary trainer captured a Snorlax, no matter how rare or powerful that Snorlax may be, it's likely that the burden of feeding such a Pokémon will drag down that trainer. However, if the trainer had a Tangrowth, as long as they solved Tangrowth's energy supply needs, around 80% of Snorlax's food problem would be resolved. Tangrowth, being a grass-type Pokémon, had the significant advantage of absorbing sunlight to supplement energy. So, while it didn't guarantee complete nutrition, at least it wouldn't be worse than growing up in the wild. Plus, it could solve the Pokémon's hunger problem, making this approach commendable. In theory, Pokémon with inherently stronger species tend to be more difficult to raise, but it's not an absolute rule. Pokémon like Heracross, which belong to the bug type, have a gentle nature and are suitable for trainers to raise. Additionally, their food requirements are simple, and they aren't picky eaters. Despite being powerful Pokémon with robust waist strength, leg strength, and sharp claws, they can live quite happily by simply feeding on tree sap and nectar. The wild environment in this world was excellent. In almost any random place, lush trees and clusters of flowers could be found. However, Pokémon like Heracross were destined to be rare, and since they lived in groups, they weren't easy for trainers to capture. Is there no one with better strength than Geodude? Receiving information from Mismagius, Terrance nodded. This was within his expectations. Without exaggerated luck, finding and capturing a potentially outstanding Pokémon in the wild was indeed challenging. Generally, Pokémon with good potential aside from some genetic mutations and unexpected changes caused by the environment, most of it was due to genetics. Considering the low proportion of powerful Pokémon in the wild, the chances of encountering a wild Pokémon with tremendous potential, inherited from its parents, were even lower. The reason why families with better financial conditions usually apply for starter Pokémon provided by the League is because of this. Regardless of the trainer's later nurturing, even if these starter Pokémon grew normally, they wouldn't turn out to be too incompetent. As for wealthier families, some were even willing to spend resources to contact trainers like gym leaders or Elite Four members, seeking to obtain descendants of their main Pokémon. In this case, Terrance was lucky. He obtained Altaria, a Pokémon with good potential, without spending much, which greatly assisted him on the path ahead. In that case, there's no need to focus on growing Pokémon anymore, Terrance said. The most significant difference between mature Pokémon and growing Pokémon lies in their evolutionary forms. Except for very few Pokémon that don't follow the theory of getting stronger by evolving, evolution is the simplest, most direct path for Pokémon's growth, a fact acknowledged by everyone. Mature Pokémon and growing Pokémon have a notable difference. The probability of encountering such Pokémon in remote places is low, and even if a trainer encounters them, they need to consider whether they have the strength to capture these Pokémon. Pokémon like Altaria on MT Chimney and the Exploud leader in the Rusturf Tunnels mountain range were examples of such Pokémon. Growing up in the wild was not easy, but at the same time, it molded their strength. Chapter 170, Trainer's School. While Pokémon are still growing, most of the Pokémon that trainers capture, such as the Pidgey and Geodude found along the roadside, require excellent nurturing to develop. The strength of most trainers can only support them in capturing these types of Pokémon. However, the drawback is that these Pokémon generally have low talent. Despite being common and widespread, nurturing them well poses a significant challenge for trainers. On the other hand, Pokémon with high potential which haven't grown up yet, like the Swablu back then, clearly had a powerful Altaria guarding them, making them not easily capturable by just anyone. The number of weak and ordinary Pokémon is extremely large, and it can be said that they form the basic framework for the lowest level of the wilderness. On the other hand, powerful Pokémon capable of dominating a territory stand above these ordinary Pokémon. We're about to enter the Rusturf Tunnel. This tunnel is inhabited by at least dozens of Geodude, but not a single Graveler. You can imagine how attractive fully developed Pokémon are to trainers. If conditions permit, Terrance prefers to capture young Pokémon, even starting from nurturing Pokémon eggs. He enjoys the nurturing process while also aiming to form a strong bond with Pokémon during this journey. This is something that trainers solely pursuing powerful Pokémon do not possess. However, it doesn't mean that this is the best choice. There are also trainers who seek powerful Pokémon, and their charisma and strength can make these Pokémon submit and follow their commands, which can accelerate their growth tremendously. But capturing Pokémon at the level of MT Chimney's Altaria is quite challenging. The more mature the Pokémon, the more mature their thoughts become. Submitting to humans is generally done by these common Pokémon that would have a hard time surviving in the wild. Once they become powerful enough for the wild, there's no reason for them to become humans' Pokémon. And even if they can't win a battle, they can always flee. Rust Earth Tunnel's area is vast, and the fact that Pokémon can still wander into a man-made tunnel is evidence that there are quite a few Pokémon living in this area. But currently, it's not the time to venture into the mountain range to find the desired Pokémon. Although there was a hurry, he still has 1 year. This kind of thingit depends on fate. Would either of you like to have a battle? After exiting Rust Earth Tunnel, one of them suggested having a battle since there wasn't enough space inside the tunnel. But as soon as they stepped out, the open grassland and ground became a perfect outdoor battlefield. It would be a regret not to have a battle in this place. So, the two began their battle, and Terence, using an excuse, bid farewell to them. Hey? There are quite a few trainers here. Perhaps because this area is on the edge of the mountain range and has many Pokémon roaming about, the number of trainers here has increased significantly. There were trainers in mountain climbing gear and there were some in cool shorts. In short, Terence encountered quite a few people on his way. Similar to the reason before, the open grassland and ground make it a perfect outdoor battleground. Perhaps another reason is that there are too few places to battle in the city, so these trainers gather here to enhance their combat skills. Terence, who was preparing to go resupply at the Pokémon Center, was suddenly called out. Turning around, Terence found a young man he didn't recognize. Although not entirely clear, Terence found the young man somewhat familiar. The young man's words that followed completely confirmed Terence's suspicion. Clearly, the reason the young man called out to Terence was because he also found Terence familiar. One person being familiar might be a coincidence, but if both recognize each other, it's not likely accidental. After careful consideration, the two finally realized each other's identities. Close to 2 years ago, during the Rust Earth Tunnel incident, they had a brief encounter. The young man's name is AU, an apprentice from Rustboro Gym. At that time, along with 3 others, he, Terence, and the rest encountered the trouble caused by Whizmore. Long time no see. They greeted each other with smiles. Although Terence and AU didn't have a deep connection, they were trainers who had a chance encounter. Upon learning that Terence was here to challenge a Pokémon contest, AU was surprised initially but ultimately decided to act as a guide and show Terence around Rustboro City. After a brief chat, Terence realized that AU had a very warm personality. Considering that the Pokémon contest was still some time away, Terence didn't refuse the offer and expressed his gratitude. However, the most pressing matter at the moment was to register for accommodation at the Pokémon Center. So, Terence, where would you like to visit first? How about Rustboro Gym? When Rustboro Gym was mentioned, AU smiled. I'll be honest with you. Rustboro Gym recently got a new gym trainer, and she happens to be my junior. As someone from Rustboro Gym, AU has a special attachment to it. His tone noticeably changed when talking about Rustboro Gym. In fact, he even encouraged Terence to engage in the gym battle. Junior? However, Terence quickly changed the topic, picking up on other keywords from AU's words. Yeah, Trainer's School. Before entering Rustboro Gym, I studied at Rustboro City's Trainer's School. And this school is also funded by Rustboro Gym. Terence carefully recollected and found that a similar situation had occurred in Snowpoint City in Sinnoh. Snowpoint City also had a trainer's school, and similarly, it had intricate connections with the local gym. This immediately piqued Terence's interest. Rather than visiting the gym, he was more eager to visit the school. Being from Crown Academy, Terence was eager to explore these city-based trainers' schools and understand the differences compared to the well-established regional academies. Upon inquiring with AU, the latter was surprised but gladly approved of Terence's choice. After listening to AU's explanation, Terence understood that this trainer's school often invited traveling trainers to share their experiences with the children. It was a way for the students to absorb some practical knowledge. For a trainer willing to visit voluntarily, it was something the trainer's school would never decline. Trainer's school was located above a huge fountain in Rustboro City, making its location very conspicuous. Many outsiders were gathered near the massive fountain to watch, resulting in a considerable crowd in the area. Guided by AU, the two maneuvered through the crowd, heading towards the trainer's school. Chapter 171, The Visitor is a Coordinator. The trainer's school was built in a clearly demarcated area, occupying a considerable portion of land. After AU's introduction, Terence discovered that the school facilities here were much more comprehensive than those in Snowpoint City. Snowpoint City's Pokémon Trainers School primarily enrolled young children who had not yet reached the age to become trainers. On the other hand, Rustboro City's Trainers School had 4 different classes, even more than the classes at Crown Academy. These classes corresponded to Trainer, Coordinator, Breeder, and Beginner class for young children. I attended Beginner class here back in the day. However, I didn't continue in the Trainer class. Instead, I chose to become an apprentice at the Rustboro Gym, AU explained. Terence, which one are you interested in? Do they have a class for coordinators here? Terence asked, surprised. He wasn't surprised that there is a breeder class. Both trainer and breeder were professions that existed since the inception of the Pokémon League, closely intertwined with the historical development of Pokémon trainers. It can be said that their origins are deeply rooted and intertwined. However, professions like coordinator had only emerged in the last few decades, gradually gaining popularity. In the past, it was something pioneers explored on their own. Haha, this is rather embarrassing to admit. AU scratched his head. It turned out that the class for teaching coordinators was currently just an empty shell, unable to gather enough students to form a complete class. Terence had a look of as expected on his face. In that case, I'm quite interested in the beginner class. It was normal for the coordinator class not to be fully formed. Even the class at Crown Academy wouldn't have formed so early if it weren't for the sponsorship from Pokémon Contest authorities. This beginner class differed from Crown Academy's beginner class. Crown Academy taught young people who already have trainer qualifications some direct essentials about battling. This included actual combat drills, participating in real gym battles, battles with type disadvantages, endgame battles, and some complex strategy tutorials. On the other hand, this beginner class is more like early education, responsible for nurturing children's concepts of trainers, breeders, coordinators, and providing in-depth instruction or reinforcement of the Pokémon knowledge taught in primary schools. There aren't many people who can afford to come here for schooling. Not every family is willing to spend money to send their children here, AU pointed out the dilemma of the trainer's school. Although the education provided here was more enjoyable for children compared to the language and math taught in primary schools, but no matter how you look at it, it seems more like an extracurricular class. Only during leisure time do the children come here for classes. You are in luck today, most of them should be here. Walking towards the direction of the beginner class, they encountered a bearded middle-aged man. Oh my, isn't this AU? How come you have time to come back to school? The middle-aged man in red clothes exclaimed. Teacher Tara, it's your turn to be on duty today. AU greeted. This is Terence, I want to show him around the beginner class. Is it convenient now? Let me think. For the beginner class, they should be watching Pokémon anime right now, right? The middle-aged man pondered. Wait until it is over, and then you'll have time. Ah, I see. Thank you very much, AU said. Teacher Tara smiled and nodded at Terence, who reciprocated with a smile. Standing outside the beginner class classroom, AU and Terence patiently waited. After approximately 20 minutes, with cheers echoing, a group of children ran out. Wait, all of you. Following the children who ran out like crazy, a scolding voice could be heard. Terence and AU stood dumbfounded on the side, watching an annoyed girl with ash-brown hair run out, yelling at the kids. It was evident that this girl was genuinely angry. Her black skirt and ponytails swayed vigorously with each shout. Hee Roxanne, let them play for a while. But Teacher Izumi, they haven't finished their homework. Isn't it time to rest after finishing homework? Roxanne couldn't comprehend. The person called Teacher Izumi was quite old, with only a few strands of hair remaining on the head. From a distance, it looked like a bald head. Let them rest when it's time to rest. As for homework, let them do it during rest time. It's the same, isn't it? Roxanne, you won't pass your internship like this. Teaching the beginner class is all about making the children like you, to feel close to you. I understand, Teacher Izumi, Roxanne replied, sounding somewhat defeated. Also, we have guests here. Both Teacher Izumi and Roxanne turned towards Terence and AU. Miss Roxanne, what are you doing here? AU's eyes widened as he looked at Roxanne in surprise. The so-called Roxanne was none other than Rustboro Gym's gym trainer, a genius student who loves rocks. AU deeply respected this junior of his, who had become a gym trainer. In other words, Roxanne was a typical top student, no matter how you look at it. Oh, isn't this AU? Roxanne looked at AU, unsure. I got tired of gym battles, so I wanted to intern as a teacher. And you, why did you come back to school? AU had known Roxanne since their time as apprentice at Rustboro Gym, so they spoke casually. We have a trainer visiting. Teacher Izumi exclaimed, haha, that's even better. The kids now have a reason to rest first. Terence, standing beside AU, quickly introduced himself. I'm Terence from Fallarbor Town, currently on a journey collecting ribbons. I hope I'm not disturbing. At first, Teacher Izumi and Roxanne didn't think much of it. They had seen enough trainers. However, after Terence finished introducing himself, their expressions changed, looking at him with joy. Terence, are you a coordinator? Teacher Izumi asked with slight surprise. Compared to trainers, there were fewer coordinators. From the fact that the current coordinator class is still a shell, one could see how few coordinators there were. So, a coordinator visiting trainer's school was exceptionally rare. Teacher Izumi had been worrying about how to let the children understand the coordinator profession. If they didn't see a real coordinator, the descriptions would seem too bland for children. The coordinator class hadn't fully formed yet, and there were no proper coordinator teachers at the moment. The appearance of Terence was indeed unexpected for Teacher Izumi. He just didn't know how good Terence was. So, he asked in a roundabout way, Coordinator, hey? Good, good. Terence, are you just starting your journey as a coordinator? It's been a while, I've already collected 2 ribbons. Terence replied. 2 ribbons. With this information, Teacher Izumi knew that Terence was a legitimate coordinator. A coordinator who hadn't even collected a ribbon, if not a beginner, would be considered mediocre. If someone had obtained ribbons, it indicated some proficiency in the field of coordinator. In Teacher Izumi's eyes, Terence, with 2 ribbons, was already an impressive coordinator. So, he became even more pleased. Chapter 172, Stephen's Message. After a brief introduction, Teacher Izumi informed Terence about the current situation of the many trainers' schools and made a request for Terence to give a lesson to the children. Teaching, Terence felt a bit hesitant upon hearing this word. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but rather whether in his past life or present, he was fundamentally a student. Teaching knowledge in front of a group of people was something he was genuinely worried about not doing well. Even if he were to engage in a battle or a Pokémon contest, he wouldn't be worried because he has undergone specialized training. However, this impromptu teaching was difficult for him. Hey, they're just a bunch of kids. Just talk about your stories casually, there's no need for any profound knowledge, Teacher Izumi said. It made sense, and Terence found himself speechless. Alright then, I'll just say a few words casually, Terence said. Receiving Terence's agreement, Teacher Izumi immediately smugly instructed Roxanne to call back the students, and AU went to help as well. At this point, Terence began organizing the thoughts in his mind. He wasn't the kind of person who could speak off the cuff for half an hour. Wow, a coordinator. I'm looking forward to it. What's a coordinator? Are they as strong as gym trainers? A group of kids looked up, and one little girl with a runny nose tugged at Roxanne's skirt and asked. In her eyes, Teacher Roxanne was quite strong. Coordinators, they are all amazing people, Roxanne smiled. In her view, unlike trainers, coordinators were individuals who delved into the intricacies of Pokémon moves, and were masters at creating miracles. However, most coordinators might not live up to Roxanne's evaluation. Looking at the rows of children sitting below, Terence raised an eyebrow. He finally understood the challenges teachers faced. Each of the kids below were sitting in all sorts of positions, some even picking their noses. It considerably dampened Terence's enthusiasm. However, considering the young age of these children, Terence decided not to dwell on it too much. At least no one was causing trouble, indicating that this group of kids was still quite adorable. Hello, everyone. I assume you all know by now that I am a coordinator. Let me introduce myself first. I'm Terence. I'm quite happy to meet you all here today, Terence said. There should be applause here, right? Following Terence's impression of how things usually went, there should have been applause at this moment. Fortunately, reality responded to Terence, providing a rare moment of satisfaction. Fortunately, right after he finished speaking, there wasn't a wave of voices echoing below. How happy! How happy! I don't think many of you know about the coordinator profession, do you? Let me briefly explain it to you in simple terms. Different from trainers, coordinators aim for the title of top coordinator in the Grand Festival. They are a type of trainer who collects ribbons by participating in Pokémon Contests. If we were to talk about the difference between coordinators and traditional trainers, it's probably how they use Pokémon moves. On the trainer's stage, we often see passionate and intense battles. In contrast, on the coordinator's stage, it's more about the clever use of moves, countering each other's moves, and defeating the opponent with a series of closely linked moves. As Terence was speaking, he saw a young boy below revealing a toothy grin, causing him to momentarily forget his words. However, in the face of such a situation, Terence was well prepared. He had a definite backup plan, ready to handle any situation that arose. So, everyone, would you like to see how a coordinator performs? Terence asked warmly. Yes, scattered responses rang out. Upon hearing that Terence was preparing to give the children a live performance, AU, Roxanne, and teacher Izumi were momentarily stunned. Then, with excitement, they organized the children. Everyone, quiet down. Big brother Terence is going to perform for you. Be good and listen, no mischief, okay? Stepping out of the classroom door, they were met with the vast training ground outside. Terence hesitated for a moment. He initially wanted to use Altaria, but eventually, he abandoned that plan. Since it wasn't a Pokémon contest anyway, there was no need to constantly come up with new performances. In this case, it was better to leave it to Beautifully. Beautifully. Upon Beautifully's graceful entrance, the children looked on in amazement. Beautifully, a Pokémon familiar to the people of Hone, was well known to the children. However, familiarity bred curiosity, and the children wondered what kind of performance Beautifully would put on. Terence's answer was electric whirlpool. As silk threads resembling silver chains shot up like a fountain, then, following the air currents, they spiraled in a rhythmic pattern. The threads slowly formed the shape of a whirlpool, and then crackle, crackle, the crowd, focused on Beautifully's move, heard a sound. It was the sound of electricity. A current of electricity flowed into the threads, causing the white whirlpool to instantly change, shining with a golden light. Compared to a year ago, Beautifully's performance was smoother and faster. In just a dozen seconds, a golden whirlpool, covering over half of the training ground, towered above the children's heads, akin to a shimmering sea of thunder, similar to dark clouds devouring the lightning, creating a breathtaking sight. Crackle! Especially the process of the white whirlpool turning into the golden whirlpool further excited the children. The stark contrast between the before and after scenes heightened the aesthetic beauty and impact of the golden electric whirlpool, elevating it to a whole new level. On the continuously swirling whirlpool, golden electric currents flowed, emitting a dazzling, scorching glow, as if adorned with a layer of gold. It resembled the sparkling waves on a golden sea, a spectacle that could only be described as miraculous. The same combination of moves performed in different settings still evoked the same level of shock. Teacher Izumi stared blankly at Terence's performance. He hadn't expected that a coordinator who was just here for a tour would possess such skills. As for AU, despite having met Terence once, he was completely unaware of his coordinator skills. Roxanne, on the other hand, nibbled on her finger, gazing at the electric whirlpool in slight astonishment, a thought forming in her mind she wanted to have a gym battle with Terence. As a gym trainer, she suddenly realized she had never battled an outstanding coordinator. Terence ended it quite successfully, but what made it awkward for him was that, immediately after finishing, the group of children suddenly surrounded him, shouting, "I want to learn it! I want to learn it!" Unbeknownst to those present, Terence had inadvertently created a group of potential students for the trainer's school's coordinator class. Then seeing that Terence was in an awkward situation, the others quickly rescued him from the kids' encirclement. However, at that moment, Terence received a message. The sender of the message was Steven. After quickly glancing through the contents of the message, Terence's expression changed. Steven had confirmed the origin of the meteorite, and the true nature of this meteorite left Terence dumbfounded. He had never expected that the meteorite Altaria gave them had such a significant legend. However, based on the information provided by Steven, it seemed that the other party had truly put in a lot of effort. Most of the information about the meteorite was detailed and thorough. Chapter 173, Creation Myth of Hone. Based on Stephen's message, Terence gained new knowledge about the mysterious meteorite. However, when it comes to the true origin of the meteorite, one must trace it back to the creation myth of Hone. In the super ancient era, the Hone region is said to have been created after the appearance of Groudon and Kyogre. Groudon raised the continents, while Kyogre filled the seas, resulting in the formation of the Hone region. After these two Pokémon met, a monumental battle ensued in their quest to expand their territories. As a result, the current Hone region is scattered with islands because of that battle. In the end, to prevent the endless battle between the two Pokémon, Rayquaza descended and suppressed them. The two super ancient Pokémon were then banished to unknown lands, gradually becoming a legend over time. Of course, the complete formation of Hone was not solely caused by these three Pokémon. Regigiga's movement between the continents also played a crucial role in forming Hone region. Connecting Terence's information about the history of the meteorite, Stephen confirmed and unearthed the history of Sootopolis City. Thousands of years ago, a massive meteorite fell into the ocean, and the meteorite crater later became the present-day Sootopolis City. Several years later, Kyogre and Groudon again clashed over natural energy. Ancestors discovered a mysterious rainbow-colored meteorite brought by the gigantic meteorite and prayed to it. This prompted Rayquaza to descend once again, driving away the two battling Pokémon. The gigantic meteorite that fell into the ocean could be considered the source which created Sootopolis City. Subsequently, to prevent this place from facing calamities again, the Sky Pillar was erected to enshrine the rainbow-colored meteorite. However, after summoning the Rayquaza, the meteorite seemed to have depleted all its energy, slowly turning from a rainbow-colored meteorite to an ordinary meteorite. Upon learning the origin of the mysterious meteorite from Terence and connecting it to the meteor falls and Sootopolis City's history, Stephen discovered astonishing similarities between the two meteorites. Through some investigation, Stephen also learned about the manifestations of the energy-depleted rainbow-colored meteorite. Where it undergoes a continuous process of degradation, there is a stage that resembles the current meteorite in Terence's possession. Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? Terence muttered inwardly in shock. This meteorite had a connection to Rayquaza? The message he received indeed shook Terence to the core, causing him to be somewhat distracted as he toured the trainer's school. Moreover, in the text message, Stephen was waiting for Terence's reply via a video call. Mr. Terence, I wonder if you're interested in having a gym battle at Rustboro Gym? Before parting ways, Roxanne extended an invitation to Terence. However, Terence had no intention of challenging the League Conference at the moment. With the matter of the meteorite awaiting further investigation, he had no inclination to challenge the gym either. So, Terence tactfully refused Roxanne. Well then, if you ever have the time, feel free to come to Rustboro Gym for a challenge. I'll continue to improve my strength, Roxanne said. Thanking AU and the others, the young students reluctantly bid farewell to Terence. By the way, Terence, aren't you planning to participate in the upcoming Pokémon contest in Rustboro City? AU suddenly remembered something. The children couldn't forget Terence's performance, and if they attended the Pokémon contest, they could witness Terence's performance again. While tickets need to be purchased and there are limits on their availability, there is still a chance to obtain them if one is determined enough. After gaining a preliminary understanding of coordinators, the children immediately developed a desire to watch the Pokémon contest. Unfortunately, I can't. I just learned of an unexpected development, and there's a high chance I'll be leaving Rustboro City soon, possibly missing this Pokémon contest, Terence smiled bitterly. Among the things Stephen told him was an invitation to a place where they could better understand the meteorite. In other words, Terence, who had arrived in Rustboro City not long ago, was about to leave for another place. Since leaving Crown Academy, Terence had been constantly on the move, never getting a moment of rest. Fortunately, Pokémon contests are held frequently. During the interval between grand festivals, there are almost dozens of contests held, so there is no need to worry. Pokémon Center. Terence and Stephen made contact again, and as the screen flashed, Stephen's figure appeared on the other side. Terence, I've been waiting for your call. Seeing Terence, Stephen instantly showed a surprised expression. Do you already know the origin of that meteorite? There's a good chance it has a significant connection to the rainbow-colored meteorite that created Sootopolis City and summoned Rayquaza. This is the biggest surprise I've encountered since I started searching for precious stones. Terence didn't quite understand Stephen's enthusiasm for stones, but if the meteorite was related to Rayquaza, even Terence himself started feeling excited. Legendary Pokémon. He hadn't seen a single one yet, and for a breeder or trainer, encountering legendary Pokémon is simply a profound experience. If he could observe them up close, Terence might be able to glean some insights from the legendary Pokémon, obtaining invaluable knowledge that is unknown to others. This was also why many researchers, scholars, and professors were obsessed with searching for the traces of legendary Pokémon. Take Celebi for example. Its ability to traverse through time and space, even if just slightly understood by people, would immediately spark a series of academic debates and lead to a new round of research and understanding of the world by the academic community. I already have a rough idea. I should have some free time coming up, but it won't be too much, Terence said. That's good, it's enough, I won't take up too much of your time, Stephen hastily added. Are you currently in Rustboro City? Yes. All right, although I can't arrange a private helicopter, if it's a ship, I believe it can be arranged. You take a ship to Lilycove City, I'm waiting for you here. From Rustboro City to Lilycove City the distance wasn't short, but out of curiosity about the meteorite, Terence readily agreed. Following that, the two exchanged some information, and then Terence began waiting for Stephen's so-called friend to contact him. If he could use a private yacht to get there, he should be able to save some unnecessary expenses. Although these expenses weren't much for Stephen, Terence still preferred to save where he could. Lilycove City. Recalling Lilycove City, Terence suddenly paused. He remembered that next to Lilycove City, there seemed to be a safari zone. Commonly known as a hunting zone, it was a vast natural area where trainers could capture Pokémon. Then if I go there along the way, there might be a chance to capture a new Pokémon? Chapter 174, Pokeblock. Rich people's friends are also rich. Terence was sitting in Stephen's friend's private yacht as he arrived in Lilycove City without much effort. After thanking the other party, Terence stepped into Lilycove City. Terence had never been to Lilycove City before, but he had learned about it from other sources. His first impression was that it was too crowded. It was to be expected. Lilycove City was known as the largest city in Hoenn and even had a reputation as one of the world's top 6 cities. Speaking of which, there's also a Pokémon contest hall here. I wonder when the contest will be held. I should find out when I have some free time. Upon arriving in Lilycove City, Terence immediately contacted Stephen, but much to his ire, Stephen had stood him up. Initially, Stephen had said he would wait for Terence in Lilycove City. However, while Terence was on his way from Rustboro City to Lilycove City, Stephen had already left. Haha, sorry about that. I heard news about precious stones in Fortree City, so I couldn't resist going to check it out first. How about this, I'll wait for you at the Weather Institute west of Fortree City. They have collected a lot of information about super ancient Pokémon, and my corporation also has research facilities. Bringing the meteorite here isn't a bad idea, Stephen left this message. FCK. Terence cursed inwardly. He had a meteorite that might be related to Rayquaza, yet Stephen was actually lured away by information about some unknown stones. He was too easily swayed. Actually, what frustrated Terence was that he would have to make his way to the Weather Institute by himself. He had thought Stephen would be waiting for him and then have a special car to pick them up. Even if the journey wouldn't be physically demanding, Terence still didn't want to walk there himself. Oh well, I can take the opportunity to visit the Safari Zone on the way. As for Stephen, he can spend some more time searching for stones. Terence made a decision, he would first visit the Safari Zone. As for Stephen, he could wait a little longer. Lilycove City was a city in the eastern part of the Hoenn region that connected land and sea. Being a coastal city, it naturally had a variety of water-type Pokémon nearby. Terence considered his team and felt that he was lacking a water-type Pokémon. He was planning to catch one, but after observing the surroundings, he had to abandon that plan. Places near the sea were either occupied by various shipyards or they were desolate areas. Apart from one or two splashing Magikarp, there were hardly any other water-type Pokémon in sight. Moreover, Terence wasn't willing to catch any random Pokémon. He also had to consider how well that Pokémon had developed in its natural environment. Those with good development would naturally have decent innate abilities or they may have an advantage in terms of personality. Otherwise, they wouldn't thrive so well in the wild. As for Gyarados, it's not bad either. Terence contemplated inwardly. Among water-type Pokémon, Gyarados was a relatively good choice. If he could tame a Gyarados, it would undoubtedly be a powerful asset. However, with the vast numbers of Magikarp, finding one with talent that could satisfy him would be extremely challenging. Terence didn't linger in Lilycove City for long. After a brief rest at the Pokémon Center, he headed towards Fallarbor City. The task of capturing Pokémon was also set to begin once he entered the Safari Zone. However, just as Terence was about to leave Lilycove City, his steps were drawn to a halt. He heard a piece of news, and for a breeder like him, this news was undoubtedly a big cake, the kind he really wanted to get a taste of. The latest Pokeblock maker is now available for public trial. Don't miss out on this opportunity. It's a brand new machine launched by the Pokémon Contest in collaboration with the Breeder Association. Upon hearing this unfamiliar advertisement, Terence stopped someone to inquire about it. Pokeblock Maker. It's said to be a machine that can easily make Pokémon food. Even some breeders skilled in making Pokémon food have praised the nutritional value of Pokeblocks. But this machine hasn't been around for long, it only recently appeared in Lilycove City. A machine that makes Pokémon food? Terence slowed his pace and retraced his steps back into Lilycove City, wanting to see what kind of magical machine it was. The fact that even skilled breeders admired if technology really advanced to such a degree? The public testing hadn't started yet. The location was set in the Pokémon Contest Hall, which could accommodate many people. Listening to the advertisement, Terence understood what was going on. Apparently, this machine had only recently been developed, and although its quality was assured, it lacked reputation. Doing something like this in the city with the largest population in the Hoenn region would generate a lot of free publicity if even a fraction of the people accepted this Pokeblock. Then, through word of mouth, Pokebloks would enter everyone's sight. Such grassroots promotion was much more convincing than advertising in various institutions. Seeing is believing, even if it's not true. Moreover, both grassroots and media publicity can work hand in hand without interfering with each other. Pokémon Contest and Breeder Association's joint creation. Terence pondered. If successful, this would be a huge publicity boost for Pokémon Contests as well. But what Terence was most curious about was how the machine could make food that was suitable for Pokémon's taste. Each type of food was a test of the maker's skill and knowledge. In theory, different Pokémon have different tastes. Could a machine that mass-produces food guarantee the efficient use of ingredients? By the time of the public testing, a considerable crowd had gathered, mostly people who had arrived early and were waiting here. The fourth round of public demonstration is starting. Finally managed to squeeze to the front this time, I have to see it for myself. Tisk, it's because you're lazy, always oversleeping. How can you blame me for that? It's not my fault if I sleep a lot. A crowd of people squeezed to the front, where the security team was maintaining the order in front of the Pokémon Contest venue, allowing people to enter in batches. There were just too many people in Lilycove City, not only residents but also outsiders like Terence, which led to this crowded situation. Even at the Pokémon Contest Hall, it was impossible to accommodate so many people at once. But that's exactly what the organizers wanted. Due to limited space, people were let in batch by batch, creating an invisible form of publicity. Once the word got out and combined with extensive advertising, Pokeblocks would surely become well known and accepted by most trainers. Our goal is to penetrate the market in Hoenn within 3 years, making Pokeblocks a must-have for travelers in Hoenn, then, starting from Hoenn, gradually expand into other regions' markets. This was the initial goal set for Pokeblocks. Within 3 years, they aimed to make Pokeblocks popular throughout Hoenn and turn them into an essential item. And the people like Terence, who entered the Pokémon Contest Hall and received the official recommendations, were the first batch of witnesses. Now, Terence, after being let in, followed a staff member to a huge machine. Chapter 175, It has face paralysis. While conversing with the staff, Terence had already heard a detailed introduction about Pokeblocks and the machine that produces them. However, Terence still remained skeptical. He couldn't believe that the food produced by a machine capable of mass production could have any good effect on Pokémon's growth. Even more unbelievable was the idea that Pokeblocks could surpass the carefully crafted food tailored by breeders for Pokémon. Terence leaned in to observe the Pokeblock machine, unconcerned about how he must have looked poking and prodding. Even though the people around him gave him strange looks, he didn't give up on the chance to get a clear look at the machine. Quite interesting. From the outside, it wasn't apparent how it worked, but in terms of usability, the machine was quite easy to use. I heard this was developed by a breeder team led by Mr. Lin, who has earned the title of senior breeder for his expertise in making Pokémon food, in collaboration with the Pokémon Contest officials. A senior breeder who got promoted using Pokémon food as his field? Terence mused to himself. To get promoted to senior breeder through food undoubtedly belonged to the more challenging category. Because making food was essentially a breeder's basic skill, and in this field where everyone was proficient, innovating further was even more difficult. Yet, Mr. Lin is amazing. I heard this collaboration with the Pokémon Contest officials was to honor the top breeders. Top breeder. To earn such a title, one must make contributions to the Pokémon or trainer community that were everlasting and groundbreaking. Just like Master Victor, whose achievements in genetics are unmatched, it's said that the League's program for breeding starter Pokémon has had the assistance of Master Victor. Many aspects of it reportedly incorporate research findings from Master Victor. Wanting to achieve the title of top breeder through the Pokeblock machine. Receiving this information, Terence scrutinized it even more carefully. Please step back a bit. The audience crowding around, eager to observe the working of the Pokeblock machine up close, prompted the security guard nearby to start shooing them away. Step back, stay outside the circle. Ah! The crowd reluctantly stepped back. Swish! 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 Immediately after, to the amazement of the audience, the staff began operating the Pokeblock machine. Is there anyone from the audience willing to cooperate? To ensure authenticity and verify that the Pokeblocks produced by the machine were indeed edible and suitable for Pokémon, the staff member looked at the crowd. Me. In the next moment, Terence was the first to raise his hand eagerly. Alright, let's go with him. The staff member smiled. Everyone, please make some space. Also, release Pokémon which is preferably of smaller size. Smaller size? Terence nodded, thinking of releasing Growlithe, but as his hand touched the Pokeball, he immediately withdrew it, sweat breaking out. What if Growlithe suddenly got excited and damaged the machine? Even though the chances were slim, Terence's finger twitched, moving to Beautifully's Pokeball instead. It's going to be this one. Terence said. Alright, Beautifully it is. The staff member checked, then took out a booklet and carefully flipped through it. For Beautifully these berries should do. They murmured to themselves. Terence watched curiously. However, the next actions of the staff, along with the operation of the Pokeblock machine, completely stunned Terence. The staff brought several berries and directly poured them into the machine. With the sound of the machine operating, several small square blocks, the size of fingernails, were squeezed out. So, this is Pokeblock? Terence scrutinized skeptically. Yes, Pokeblock. Let's have Beautifully try it. The staff smiled. After tests, this combination would definitely work. Beautifully would instantly fall in love with Pokeblock. However, amidst the anticipation of the crowd eager to see the effects of Pokeblock, after hearing so many rumors, now they could finally see it with their own eyes. Terence held a small piece of Pokeblock and placed it near Beautifully's mouth. And then, Beautifully swallowed it. All eyes were on Beautifully, including the staff members, but unlike the previous experiment, Beautifully should have shown a joyful, satisfied expression, but none of that appeared on Beautifully's face. The audience was bewildered. The staff member was dumbfounded. This was different from the initial tests. Terence was also taken aback. As Beautifully's breeder, he knew Beautifully best. For Beautifully, this Pokeblock, although not bad, was almost ordinary, lacking any distinctiveness. One could even say that it had grown tired of this level of food long ago. Wow! Terence spoke up at this moment. Beautifully, it really likes the Pokeblock. Terence said. The staff member, the crowd. But I don't see any change in your Beautifully's expression, a middle-aged man beside Terence remarked. It's not the Pokeblock's fault, my Beautifully, it has face paralysis. Terence explained. Haha, looks like it's a success then. Who else wants to try? Let's invite the next audience member. The staff member wiped his sweat, unsure of what went wrong. Fortunately, after the next audience member released their Pokémon, everything went as planned, and the Pokémon that ate the Pokeblock immediately expressed satisfaction. But due to Terence, the staff member felt it wasn't enough and continued to invite several more audience members. Only after these Pokémon all showed satisfied expressions did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that there was just a small mishap with Terence. After numerous tests by the audience, everyone finally believed in the effectiveness of Pokeblock, astonished and curious as they looked at the machine. You see, even the Pokémon food they bought didn't satisfy their Pokémon as much as this Pokeblock did. A trainer swallowed nervously, eagerly asking, excuse me, Are there smaller models of this machine? How much does it cost? The staff hesitated, for now we only have this model. The trainer immediately felt disappointed. Although making Pockblock was convenient and his Pockman liked it, this large machine was several sizes too big for him to carry. And currently, it's not available for sale. The staff member added. With this, everyone interested in Pockblock could only come to places with the Pockblock machine to make Pockblock. However, Pockblock was small and convenient, and reportedly had remarkable nutritional value and special effects, which caught the attention of most people. Only Terence couldn't help but purse his lips inadvertently. Chapter 176, Not a Prophet. After watching for so long, if he couldn't understand it, he wouldn't deserve the title of breeder. In the end, although this Pockblock was good and convenient, it was prepared for trainers or people who needed to buy Pockman food, or for those who made low-quality food themselves. For Terence, this Pockblock was completely worthless. Terence also almost understood its working principle, which was probably to combine and blend berries suitable for a certain Pockman, and then crush and condense them into a block in the machine. During this time, under some unknown process, the nutritions of the berries were cleverly sealed into the block, which was also the highlight of this machine. The combination of berries for different Pockman should have been researched by that senior breeder. Indeed, the taste of Pockblocks made from these berries suited the majority of Pockman, which was already beyond the usual Pockman food. It seems the achievements of this senior breeder Lin in food production were really not just talk. However, there were also drawbacks, which Terence noticed. Pockblocks still couldn't surpass handmade Pockman food, at least not for now. For beautifully, this Pockblock was just extremely ordinary food, without any distinguishing features, and its nutritional value and taste couldn't even be compared with what it currently eats. Currently, the food Terence's Pockman eat was the most suitable one he makes based on their tastes, growth conditions, training intensity, after consulting a lot of information, and asking several skilled breeders within the academy who were good at making Pockman food. Although it couldn't be said to be the best, it was extremely suitable, cleverly matching their growth progress. And the biggest credit for this was the guidance given by teacher Teresa. After her guidance, the food Terence made for the Pockman surpassed ordinary nutrition products, both in nutritional value and taste. Terence had asked Teresa's breeder level but she just smiled and brushed it off, and he had asked other teachers, but they didn't know either. This puzzled Terence a lot. Could it be that teacher Teresa hadn't been certified as a breeder? But her skill in making Pockman food was indeed very impressive and unique, at least different from any concept on the market, showing a personal style. Terence suspected whether her skill in making Pockman food was a legacy of an ancient trade passed down in her family, some kind of special secret recipe? Anyway, although the food Terence's Pockman ate was not perfect, it was the most suitable. With continuous improvement in food, the food Terence gave them had reached a level which was extremely compatible with them. So, accustomed to delicacies, why would they care about Pockblocks? Even if Pockblocks were superior to the food on the market, they were not enough to satisfy Pockman belonging to an excellent breeder. Terence understood this point, so he quickly defused the situation. Overall, this demonstration was successful. Many people were attracted to the Pockblock machine and became interested in this new thing, Pockblocks. After this batch was over, people dispersed, and Terence left too. But someone immediately called out to him. Terence looked over and saw a youngster next to him. Phew, you could really walk fast. I almost couldn't catch up, the person gasped. May I ask, is there something you need? Terence asked, surprised. I just want to confirm your beautifully really doesn't like that Pockblock, right? The person said. Why do you say that? Terence was curious. The youngster said, I'm a Pockman professor, an apprentice kind, but I can confirm that your beautifully is fine, so the so-called face paralysis you mentioned doesn't exist. You chased me for such a long time just for this? Terence was speechless. Oh, yes, I'd feel uneasy if I didn't clarify it, the other person said. I'm Bianca, could you satisfy my curiosity, please? The youngster said, lowering their tone, why is it that even though your beautifully doesn't like it, you still said the Pockblock is good? This person was quick to act, grabbing Terence's hand, almost calling him big brother. I didn't lie. Although beautifully doesn't like it, that Pockblock is still decent, Terence said helplessly. Why? The other person was puzzled. Because I tried it too, Terence said seriously, while feeding beautifully, I also tasted it. For most or 99% of Beautifully, that Pock Block can be considered a delicious nutritional product. Then, why Bianca was still puzzled. In short, my Beautifully is a bit special, that's all, Terence said. Special? Well, big brother, what's your opinion on this Pock Block machine? Bianca asked again. Opinion? Terence chuckled. This Bianca was quite a weirdo, and when did he become big brother? Why is this Bianca asking about everything? However, laymen watch the excitement, while experts discern the intricacies. Terence believed that this Pock Block machine wouldn't spread widely in a short time. Firstly, the other party said that currently there was only that model of the machine, which was too restrictive. If it could become like a Pokédex, no, even if it could fit into a backpack, it wouldn't face such an awkward situation. So, this Pock Block machine was destined not to become a standard for trainers like the Pokédex, which, in a sense, already limited its usefulness. Secondly, based on current observations, the raw ingredients for making the food were fixed, which meant that the taste of Pock Blocks for each Pokémon was fixed. Pokémon also have senses. Even if something is delicious and nutritious, if they get used to one taste, they'll get tired of it over time. This was something that couldn't be changed no matter what. So, this Pock Block machine was also doomed not to last like the healing machine at the Pokémon Center. Fixed recipes and fixed production locations would severely limit the usefulness of the Pock Block machine. If you wanted the Pock Block machine to last long, there needed to be more combinations suitable for different Pokémon. Even for Pokémon with different personalities, there should be choices available, and then, they have to continuously improve the machine, striving for convenience. If the creator could concoct food for different types and personalities of Pokémon, not using a fixed template but understanding the tastes of Pokémon and blending them, then the Pock Block machine would truly have a place. Like this, it would be no less than having a breeder skilled in making food accompanying you. Whether for trainers or ordinary people raising Pokémon, this machine would be an excellent assistant. However, based on current observations, it hasn't reached such an envisioned level yet. It's no wonder they haven't started promoting it widely. Perhaps the developers also understand the shortcomings of the current Pock Block machine. Improvements and wider acceptance, through continuous experimentation and combinations based on the principle of Pock Blocks, require a process. Perhaps the other party wants to let a group of pioneers come up with more berry combinations themselves to optimize the Pock Blocks. After all, this is a huge project, and individual efforts are ultimately limited. After thinking carefully, Terence somewhat understood, but explaining it would be too troublesome. He didn't want to slowly explain it to Bianca, and doing so would be too ostentatious. Anyway, for a few years, it would be difficult to promote this Pock Block machine. If this event is successful, there is also a high possibility that it's heading in the direction Terence envisioned. But even if Terence's guess is correct, he doesn't want to be a prophet. So he directly found an excuse, shook off Bianca, and dashed towards the safari zone. When he left Lilycove City, Terence suddenly realized that he didn't need to walk so much after all, he had Altaria to ride. Tien, Bianca's gender hasn't been mentioned in the chapter, so I'm not sure if it's an original character or the character Bianca from Pokémon World. I will change the name if it's mentioned that Bianca is male in later chapters. Chapter 177, Safari Zone. Safari Zone is located on Hone Route 121, occupying a vast area, almost like a closed natural reserve. Terence couldn't find the entrance, but near the boundary, he was stopped by a Tropius. As it turned out, there were several Tropius and Guardians near the Safari Zone, specifically to prevent outsiders from illegally entering the Safari Zone from the air. Terence, under the instructions of the other party, found the direction of the entrance, and then, after flying with Altaria for a while, saw a building. Safari Zone. Currently, the rule is that as long as you have a Pokédex and pay an entrance fee of 500 Poké$, you can enter and capture Pokémon with the 30 Safari Balls provided. Tien, I've changed the currency from yuan to Poké$. The entrance fee is very cheap. It is within the range that anyone can afford, or a price that they can easily pay. However, a place where Pokémon can be freely captured naturally wouldn't have such simple conditions. 500 Poké$ entrance fee is just the surface. Trainers entering the Safari Zone need to record their entry time with the Pokédex, and the longer they stay, the more money they have to spend. The first way the Safari Zone profits is through a time-based fee. As time goes on, beyond the restricted time limit, the amount of money required to pay for the exceeded portion will increase gradually, almost following a trajectory similar to an arithmetic progression. Another thing to consider is that the Safari Zone does not actually allow unlimited use of 30 Safari balls. Otherwise, even though the Safari Zone is vast and there are many Pokémon, it definitely couldn't handle trainers capturing them recklessly, as in no time, all the Pokémon inside would surely be captured by the trainers. So, this leads to another rule of the Safari Zone. For every Safari ball used, even if unsuccessful, the Safari ball is considered used and requires payment equivalent to the price of one Safari ball. Additionally, if a Safari ball successfully captures a Pokémon, depending on the species of Pokémon, a certain Pokémon tax must be paid to the Safari Zone owners. Within the Safari Zone, the Pokémon tax for capturing a Magikarp and Goldeen is definitely not the same as capturing a Scyther or Gyarados. And this Pokémon tax, much like donations, is said to contribute to the sustainable development of the Safari Zone. So if you really think that the Safari Zone is a place where you can just catch Pokémon as you please, then you are too naive. Otherwise, in a few years, Safari Zone would definitely become a wasteland, with not a single Pokémon in sight. This has happened before in the Safari Zone, where trainers have captured Pokémon recklessly, leading to environmental devastation. So the rules have been changed and improved over time. Moreover, even if you do manage to capture 30 Pokémon, there probably aren't many trainers who have the energy to take care of them all, so it's simply not worth it. However, the Safari Zone is still one of the benefits for the trainer community. Even if they rack their brains and restrict catching, including charging a fee, these days, anyone who can become a trainer. How many of them have poor families, and how many of them lack this little amount of money? So, even if they charge, it couldn't be too outrageous. This has led to some eccentric trainers using up all their Safari balls, capturing as many as they can. As for me, just finding 1 or 2 Pokémon that I like is enough, thought Terence. If they can't be found, even if it means wasting money, he absolutely wouldn't capture them indiscriminately. After paying the $500 entrance fee according to the procedure, Terence obtained the qualification to enter. Moreover, he was warned not to engage in Pokémon battles. Regarding this point, a faint smile crossed Terence's lips. The other party's firm attitude was like a direct reminder. Generally, violent means of capturing Pokémon, i.e., battles, are not allowed within the Safari Zone. But in the vast zone, no one could meticulously supervise every trainer. So, in some cases, most people ignore this rule, which made the uncle who owned the zone very helpless. Except for emphasizing verbally again and again, there is nothing he could do. What a cute uncle, Terence chuckled, but if he really encountered a Pokémon he liked and was forced into a battle situation, he would definitely ignore this rule under permissible conditions. However, if such a situation didn't arise, Terence had no need to render Pokémon defenseless through battles and then capture them recklessly. Not allowing Pokémon battle this point was still aimed at those trainers who captured Pokémon recklessly after fighting them. For trainers like Terence who originally intended to capture only 1 Pokémon, this rule was actually unnecessary. Safari Zone is vast, and if you enter it without a clear itinerary, it's easy to get lost. Before entering, it's best to decide on a destination and route. Based on the experiences of some predecessors, the habitats of the Pokémon inside were roughly divided. For example, Terence set his sight on a lake, his most desired next Pokémon being a water type. A rugged dirt road winds its way up, with green trees standing tall on both sides, their branches lush and foliage dense, obscuring the sky and forming a natural green passage. The path followed the valley, meandering through the forest, twisting and turning. Along this route, Terence saw many Pokémon. The longer he walked, the more disappointed Terence became. The most common Pokémon were Tauros, which is thanks to other Pokémon's weaker breeding ability compared to Bug-type Pokémon and due to their mating nature kicking in spring. This means that, if left unchecked, a few Tauros can form a new herd in just a few years. Terence observed that the development of these Tauros was not very good. The climate in Hoenn wasn't very suitable for Tauros to grow. If they were in Kanto, these Tauros might grow better. As Terence walked, he encountered a Rhyhorn, but this Rhyhorn was too calm. It didn't even stir as Terence walked past it. Too lazy or? Terence shook his head. Whatever the case, he gave up on this Rhyhorn. Next, he saw a Slowpoke that had wandered onto land. Although it was a water-type Pokémon, it looked dumb and silly. Although Slowpoke couldn't be blamed as it was its nature, but Terence felt it would be troublesome to raise and thus didn't choose it. Average. The growth of these Pokémon could only be considered average, they hadn't reached the point of surprising Terence. Helplessly, Terence could only continue walking forward, and finally, a dark blue lake appeared in his sight. The verdant grass by the water gently swayed in the wind, and a few rattata scurried into the depths of the bushes at the sound. It wasn't until this point that Terence stopped walking. Chapter 178, Going into the Water. The lake was surrounded by splashes of water. Terence stopped in his tracks, sensing that something was amiss. Water gun? No, it shouldn't be. Terence looked around. The splashes were too scattered. It seemed like some powerful move had struck the surface of the lake, causing the water droplets to scatter. It hadn't been long. Having made his assessment, Terence immediately began to observe. Sure enough, there were still traces of battle around. Staryu, Goldeen, Magikarp, Barboach, Marillaw. Standing behind a tree, Terence watched for a while and could only spot these Pokémon. Terence couldn't help but smile bitterly. These Pokémon mostly had a weak foundation and inferior strength. To grow well, he would need to spend a lot of effort and money to nurture them. If he had enough time, he wouldn't mind capturing a Pokémon whose personality was to his liking. Even if it had a weak foundation and a low starting point, he would be willing to nurture it diligently. But within a year, even he wasn't confident he could raise these Pokémon into a force capable of engaging in high-intensity battles. Patience. What he needed was patience. It hadn't been long since he entered the Safari Zone. He still had time to find a Pokémon with better potential. After a brief observation, Terence made a decision. He would dive into the lake to see if there were any Pokémon worth capturing. Simply searching on the shore would only reveal a handful of water-type Pokémon. Mismagius, don't just idle around. Go to another place for now. But don't go too far, just 20 minutes at most, then come back here. Terence instructed Mismagius and took a deep breath before releasing beautifully to keep watch above the water surface. Then, Terence took off his clothes. Anticipating such a situation, Terence had come prepared with a backpack full of gear. Splash! He plunged into the water, the icy sensation instantly making Terence shiver. He had already learned to swim before, and after undergoing short-term training of international police, while not perfect, he was at least proficient enough to use them without error. Terence didn't dare to go deep. He just dipped into the lake to see if there were any Pokémon he hadn't noticed. However, after staying in the water for just a minute, Terence gave up. It was too blurry. While underwater, he couldn't accurately assess the growth of a Pokémon. Even though he spotted a Gyarados, after struggling for a moment, he didn't immediately alert it. Gulp! Emerging from the lake, Terence took a deep breath, contemplating whether to throw a bomb into the water to flush out the Pokémon. Blowing them all out with a bomb would give him a good opportunity to observe the Pokémon up close. Especially that Gyarados, though not very clear, seemed to have developed well just from its physique. So, he wanted to bring out the other party outside the water surface to see its growth. Buzz! But before Terence could decide, two green figures flew over from far away, doing exactly what he wanted to do. These were two bipedal insect-like creatures with three separate horns on their heads, large scythe-like arms, spiky fur on their thighs, and three clawed toes on each foot. Scyther! Seeing these two Pokémon, Terence immediately got excited. Scyther was considered a relatively rare Pokémon. And it also suited Terence's taste. As the two Scyther approached, Terence finally saw what they were up to. One of them swung its blade-like wings, unleashing a whirlwind-like wind blade that viciously struck the water. It wasn't done yet. One after another, as if venting frustration, it relentlessly attacked the lake's surface. Terence raised his head in astonishment. One of the Scyther was larger in size, while the other was smaller, bearing scars with an expression of grievance and anger evident on its face. Meanwhile, the larger one seemed like a protective parent, vigorously unleashing its moves, continuously attacking. Terence paused. So, the splashes from earlier were caused by this smaller Scyther's fight? It seemed that this smaller Scyther had been bullied, lost in the battle, and then went to seek help. Who was it? Terence's mind suddenly became active. Obtaining them wouldn't require much effort. Both of these Scyther seemed to have developed well. Even the smaller one, which appeared to be a child and had a few scars, seemed to possess some battle experience. And the water-type Pokémon that defeated it probably wasn't too shabby either. If they continued to battle, Terence, as a bystander, would have to fulfill his duty and provide a thorough commentary. Was it that Gyarados? Due to the larger physique of the Gyarados from earlier, Terence's first impression led him to think so, but it wasn't as he had assumed. After each razor wind struck the water's surface, a faint purple figure swiftly soared upwards in a spiral. Terence was stunned. Such a high jump! It was Starmie, not Gyarados. Hey! Seeing the Starmie, Terence was even more surprised than when he saw the Gyarados. Typically, it was rare to encounter Starmie in the wild because they needed a water stone to evolve from Staryu, and their nocturnal habits also reduced their chances of being seen. In the wild, they were mostly found in the deepest parts of the ocean. Encountering a Staryu in this ordinary lake wouldn't surprise Terence, but a Starmie, where did it get the water stone? The leaping Starmie briefly hovered in the sky. Its next move was to deliver a harsh retaliation to the two Scyther. Terence understood. It seemed that the culprit who bullied the smaller Scyther was this Starmie. Starmie. Water and psychic type. Initially, Terence didn't pay much attention to Starmie. Firstly, Starmie in the wild were too rare, and secondly, evolving Staryu required a water stone. The last point, and the most important one, was Starmie's nocturnal habit, which meant they appeared less energetic during the day and were more powerful at night. This made Terence uncomfortable. However, the battle prowess displayed by the Starmie piqued Terence's interest slightly. Dealing with two Scyther simultaneously, the Starmie showed no signs of backing down. Sice Hawk. Thunderbolt. Hydro Pump. Ice Beam. The variety of moves displayed by Starmie left Terence momentarily stunned. Some of these moves, if not taught by other Pokémon, would be incredibly difficult for Starmie to learn on its own. In other words, to master these moves, a stroke of luck was necessary. Moreover, it must have decent comprehension to learn these moves. Considering that Starmie obtained a water stone in the wild, Terence concluded that this fellow was essentially following the template of a protagonist, showing remarkably good luck. Chapter 179, Thunder. As the battle dragged on, Terence noticed Starmie's weakness, or rather, its lack of a crucial ability in battle. Stamina. Starmie displayed confidence in facing the attacks of the two Scyther, employing various moves to fend their attacks, appearing extremely relaxed. Moreover, its constantly changing moves posed a significant challenge for the Scythers. However, after just a few minutes of combat, Starmie revealed its weakness. As an attack landed on Starmie, the ruby at the center of its body began to flash rapidly. Seeing this scene, Terence furrowed his brow slightly. Starmie's core is generally red, and according to the explanation of the Starmie communication system, this may be a signal that it is relaxed or dormant. But when Starmie is knocked unconscious from a blow, its core will darken and sometimes flicker, like a light bulb. And when it flickers, that is, when Starmie's stamina is low and its abilities have begun to decline. How long has it been? Terence shook his head. Despite it being daytime and only a few rounds of battle with not particularly high frequency, Starmie's stamina had depleted to such an extent. Observing the frequency of Starmie's core flickering, Terence deduced that its stamina would decline rapidly in the upcoming battle. And if the battle continued, the likelihood of Starmie being defeated would infinitely increase. It'll be troublesome to recover. Terence considered the possibility of capturing Starmie. If he were to capture it, he would have to plan intensive training focused on Starmie's stamina. But the difficulty was immense. Firstly, Starmie was already near maturity. To strengthen it, mere training would have limited effectiveness, necessitating the use of various supplements. Training Pokémon during their growth period yields optimal results, which is widely acknowledged. If a Pokémon is too young or nearly fully developed, the effectiveness of training diminishes significantly. Due to its good talent and decent opportunities, it had a smooth sailing in its growth, and it also easily dealt with various challenges via different moves. Due to the specialties of water-type and psychic-type Pokémon, escaping is also quite effortless. This also leads to the absence of the brutality most wild Pokémon need to adapt to the natural environment, so whether it's stamina or awareness, it's difficult to keep up with the pace of these two Scyther. Now, it's only relying on various powerful and diverse types of moves to trouble the two Pokémon. However, once these two Scyther fully grasp Starmie's battle patterns and style, the outcome will be clear. Watching the battle unfold, Terence found it increasingly boring. Because if Starmie didn't have any trump cards, the battle would undoubtedly unfold as Terence anticipated. What about these two Scyther then? Although Terence preferred the next Pokémon to be a water type, if there weren't suitable options, other types were also worth considering. The prerequisite being they had to satisfy Terence. These two Scyther, one of them was already matured and was the main force in this attack, reasonably good in all aspects, with rich combat experience. However, its attack patterns were too rigid. Years of battles had led it to develop a fixed attack pattern, which was why Starmie hadn't been defeated yet. Whether it was the trajectory of attacks or the use of moves, they were imbued with a primitive essence, which undoubtedly made Terence, with his coordinator eye, feel uncomfortable. His judgment was that this Scyther lacked intelligence, and in terms of intelligence, it was even inferior to this Starmie. The strength of Scyther was merely accumulated experience from continuous battles. Relying on its excellent innate species and utilizing its powerful body, it dominated fights and achieved victory. As for that young Scyther, although its strength was not great and its moves were still immature, it had potential for growth. "I've to make a decision." Terence hesitated. On one hand, this young Scyther didn't evoke any excitement in him. On the other hand, while this Scyther still had room to grow, the effort required for nurturing it was no small task. Moreover, Scyther was very rare, and people seldom encountered it, so there were not many instances of capturing Scyther. Terence's encounter with Scyther was undoubtedly very fortunate, and if he could capture a Scyther, then this trip wouldn't be in vain. But the opportunity to capture Scyther was scarce, not because it was rare. Although scarce, the locations where Scyther appeared could still be determined, like the Safari Zone, where a group of Scyther inhabited, a fact known to most trainers. Many trainers came to the Safari Zone specifically to capture a Scyther. Of course, if one really captured a Scyther, the Pokémon tax to be paid would not be a small amount. Whether one had the resources to bear the cost of nurturing a Scyther and the price of capture required careful consideration by the trainer. Furthermore, because Scyther lived in groups, this was the most difficult aspect of capturing Scyther. Pokémon who live in groups, generally aside from those voluntarily following trainers, if one were forcibly captured, the entire group of Pokémon would become angry and try to stop them. Whether one had the ability to face a group of Scyther also depended on the trainer's strength. But if it were a competent trainer, they wouldn't go to great lengths just to capture a Scyther. So, Terence hesitated. If he wanted to capture this Scyther, it would definitely require a lot of effort. Moreover, there were two Scyther here. If one escaped, it might easily lead to trouble later on. Terence also wasn't confident that he could persuade this guy in a short time so as to make him willingly accompany him. Just as Terence was considering, something unexpected happened. The unexpected event didn't come from the battle between Starmie and Scyther, but from elsewhere. Not far from here, a loud rumble was heard. Terence looked up and saw that a small mountain in the distance was instantly covered with dark clouds, a deep black. Rumble. Rumble. Within the dark clouds, thick electric currents permeated the air, the sound deafening. Starmie, Scyther, Terence all stopped what they were doing and turned to look. "What's that?" Terence gaped, as if wanting to speak but hesitated. This effect resembled the move rain dance. But compared to the usual rain dance, this dark cloud accompanied by thunder added a touch of majesty to it, giving people a feeling of closeness to nature. Chapter 180, Pokémon relying on the power of nature. As Terence was watching in surprise, Miss Magius returned, bringing good news to Terence. It had found a special Pokémon. This Pokémon was the only one able to quickly snap out of its illusion along the way. "This disturbance was caused by it?" Terence asked. Miss Magius nodded in confirmation. To be honest, Miss Magius had created a rather unpleasant illusion to test the Pokémon's reactions. Many Pokémon became engrossed in these illusions, unable to break free within a short time. So, Miss Magius, upon observation, would redirect the dreams towards a good one. First, it is an unpleasant illusion. If Pokémon cannot escape from the unpleasant illusion, it will be transformed into a good illusion, so that it will not cause too much of an impact. But that Pokémon it broke free immediately upon entering the unpleasant illusion and became angry. Seeing a Pokémon effortlessly break free from its illusions, Miss Magius observed and immediately felt that this was the type of Pokémon that Terence was looking for, and it was worth notifying Terence. Because in various aspects, this Pokémon exuded a unique aura. Apart from Beautifully, which had been with Terence from the start, Terence's Pokémon all had their own distinctive traits. Altaria, with the dominant dragon-type bloodline. Miss Magius, gifted with superior illusion talent. Growlithe, with its self-harming attacks that seemed impervious to pain. Even Beautifully had developed its own distinct traits under Terence's training. So upon seeing such a Pokémon, Miss Magius immediately felt that it was the same type as them. "Well done," Terence said. Surprisingly, merely allowing Miss Magius to act independently for reconnaissance brought good news. "In that case, let's give up on this Scyther for now," Terence decided. Compared to this, the situation over there intrigued and attracted Terence more. Terence felt that he would regret it if he didn't go see it with his own eyes. At least he already knew everything about this scyther, so even if he missed it, he wouldn't regret it too much. But the news brought by Miss Magius undoubtedly delighted Terence. "Lead the way," Terence said. In a certain part of the safari zone, a secluded valley exuded an eerie calm and chill, with a lone hill standing tall. Inside the inconspicuous cave on this hill, the sound of water dripping can be heard. Though not towering, the hill had steep cliffs and protruding rocks, and especially with lush green trees and flowing streams commonly found in dense shade, it added a mysterious atmosphere to the area. Within the safari zone, there were various regions including lakes, grasslands, and valleys. Apart from a few regions unsuitable for this climate, many different species of Pokémon can be found here. Even some Pokémon primarily found in other regions have left behind traces of their activity here. However, most non-native Pokémon were introduced by the Safari Zone's owner, with only a few accidentally wandering into this place. "It's quite difficult to travel." Terence grumbled inwardly, knowing that his physique from 2 years ago wouldn't have allowed him to climb this place. No wonder Miss Magius could find a special Pokémon, this was the so-called taking an unconventional path. As Terence approached, the earlier weather changes gradually disappeared. It seemed that the Pokémon couldn't find the culprit, the source of its anger, so it stopped its actions. However, what happened just now really surprised Terence. Rain Dance combined with an electric-type move truly simulated a bit of the feel of nature. This was the most remarkable aspect of it. Normally, Rain Dance could only create small-scale weather changes. The kind of widespread impact that could be felt in other places it's very rare, so much so that even Terence hasn't witnessed it before. Compared to human strength, the power of most Pokémon, the power of nature was undoubtedly greater. Terence firmly believed this because the histories of both worlds deeply affirmed it. In this world, there were many Pokémon capable of harnessing the power of nature, such as the super-ancient Pokémon of Hone region, Groudon, and Kyogre. One could trigger volcanic eruptions while walking on the land, causing severe drought over a large area. Another could casually slap the ocean, causing tsunamis and even torrential rain, submerging entire islands. Although the Rain Dance just now couldn't be compared to what these two Pokémon can do, it at least gave Terence a feeling of closeness to nature. It's no longer just about creating simple energy, it's more like harnessing a specific aspect of the power of nature. Originally, Terence had wondered what Pokémon could have caused this change. He had many guesses and imaginations. But when he saw the Pokémon, he couldn't help but be surprised. It was too small. He found it hard to imagine that a Pokémon capable of swiftly breaking free from Miss Magius' illusion would be such a small creature. It was a Pokémon primarily grey in color, resembling a small droplet of water. Cast Form. Another very special Pokémon. Cast Form was known as the Weather Pokémon, its appearance and type changes with the weather. In order to protect its small body, it had gained the ability to utilize the immense power of nature. During abundant sunlight, if you touch its skin, it will be surprisingly hot. This is the sunny form. During rainfall, if you touch its body, it will ooze water like a sponge. This is the rainy form. During snowfall, its entire body is like ice, with a temperature around -5 degrees Celsius. This is the snowy form. In short, scientifically speaking, Cast Form was a very unique Pokémon. Its body closely resembled a water molecule, and its transformations were more mysterious than the unstable genetic variations seen in Eevee, which changed depending on external factors. Because Cast Form's changes were somewhat akin to incomplete evolution. But in reality, after such changes, it could revert back. So it's you, but could Cast Form really create weather changes of this magnitude? As Terence examined Cast Form's gaze also fell on Miss Magius. Sensing Miss Magius' aura, Cast Form instantly realized that the troublemaker who had disrupted its pleasant dreams was right before its eyes. "How about having a battle with me?" Terence looked at Cast Form and smiled. "What do you say? Your opponent will be the Miss Magius right in front of you. Interested?" Terence extended the invitation. He wanted to continue observing Cast Form's abilities. He couldn't judge it from just that small moment. If this Cast Form truly possesses remarkable talent in some aspect, then capturing this Cast Form is also a good choice. Chapter 181, Rainy Form. In the eyes of many, Cast Form does not fit the definition of strong. Compared to those Pokémon with fierce appearances and strong physical build, Cast Form can only be described as cute and small. But appearance does not mean anything, and the average standard of a species does not represent anything either. Humans, most ordinary people, cannot resist Pokémon attacks. If a Pidgey were to peck at a human's neck, it could potentially result in death. Yet, some trained humans also have the capability to defeat some Pokémon barehanded. They surpass some Pokémon in terms of strength and speed, enabling them to directly confront Pokémon. There are even some peculiar humans who possess unique powers, such as psychic powers, superhuman abilities that do not fit into human identity. The average standard of individuals cannot represent anything, because the natural world includes concepts like chance and hard work. Without the continuous mutations, evolutions, and struggles of Pokémon over millions of years, there wouldn't be as many newborn Pokémon today. Were those ancient Pokémon that have already become extinct not strong? If they were strong, why were they replaced by current Pokémon and got extinct one after another? The history of both humans and Pokémon development is constantly changing through succession. A powerful Pokémon could very well have evolved from a weak Pokémon. If one were to confine Pokémon, these magical creatures with rigid data, they would never truly understand their magic. However, Terence is also an ordinary person. He couldn't forcibly believe that a Wurmple, even after training, could defeat a Dragonite. If there's a chance, it must be established under unequal conditions. Wurmple evolves continuously, thus advancing its species, while the Dragonite has inherent defects. Under equal conditions, it cannot be denied that there is a disparity between species. But this disparity is by no means insurmountable. Approximately 1,500 years ago, Magikarp were once a strong species, but due to an unknown mutation, became the weakest Pokémon. These unknown external factors are what change Pokémon in this cast form. Terence could see traces of being altered by external factors. That's why he feels this cast form is special, and feels attracted to it. As for what makes it special, further battles are needed to verify. Cast form. Cast form. Before the battle with Mismagius even began, the weather changed again at a surprising speed. Rumble. It was clearly just a simple rain dance, yet thunder and lightning were mixed in the dark clouds, surprising Terence, as this was beyond logic. Above the hill, dark clouds rolled and surged, flowing in from all directions, accumulating in thick layers, growing increasingly dense, as if thousands of troops were pressing down. Terence looked up, the low sky seemingly foretelling an impending storm. This aura. Seeing the tiny body of cast form, Terence found it hard to believe that such a small body could actually contain so much energy, and was capable of communicating with nature and weather. Meanwhile, under the changing weather, cast form's form also changed. From the initial grey-white body, the body gradually changed into a blue droplet shape, with a dark cloud supporting the entire body under the droplet. In that case, Mismagius, I leave it to you. Terence was still confident in Mismagius' strength. Even though this cast form was special, it is still a wild Pokémon. Unlike Altaria and Exploud, it had not grown up through continuous battles, which one could tell from its temperament. Attack first, Mismagius, Psybeam. Mismagius immediately locked onto cast form, shooting a pink and purple ray towards cast form. This was a display of strength. The first round of confrontation was just probing. Cast form. Facing the incoming colorful ray, cast form sensed the eerie energy within it, and without hesitation, it shook its tiny body and poof. A single hydro pump quickly pierced through the Psybeam, not even causing an energy explosion, and directly pressed down on Mismagius. This hydro pump was thin, not as thick as a typical hydro pump, but it was also different from a water gun, not as dispersed. The rapid current was condensed firmly, and under tremendous force, it sliced through Psybeam before continuing to move forward. Following the hydro pump, clouds began to drizzle, and standing on the level ground outside the cave, Terence could clearly feel the sensation of raindrops hitting his body. It seems with the amplification of rain dance, the power of this hydro pump has increased significantly. And in terms of shape, there's also a change. Indeed, compared to the thick hydro pump, this more condensed hydro pump is more suitable for cast form's size. Buzz. Intercepting the hydro pump were a bunch of shadow balls. These shadow balls were also small, with a diameter not much different from hydro pump. The reason for giving this command was because he wanted to see how much the power of hydro pump had been amplified under cast form's mysterious rain dance. And the result greatly surprised Terence. Under Mismagius' precise energy control, the energy was evenly distributed among 10 shadow balls. The shadow balls were continuously launched, colliding with and neutralizing hydro pump one after another. With the low muffled sound of bang, 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 one shadow ball after another dissipated, and the speed of hydro pump weakened. As time passed, until the seventh shadow ball, hydro pump completely dissipated. This power! Terrence's eyes lit up with keen interest. He didn't believe this hydro pump was something caste form had developed through its own training. Even with the guidance and accumulated resources of a trainer, achieving this level is still very difficult. However, to most people, this wild caste form is merely a weak Pokémon pet. Yet, a single hydro pump showcased such power. After breaking through Psybeam, it shattered 7 shadow balls in succession before dissipating completely. While it's possible that caste form has a high level of proficiency with hydro pump, undoubted lithe rainy weather condition has provided caste form with an excellent opportunity to shine. Meanwhile, 3 shadow balls flew towards caste form. Looking at them, caste form revealed a disdainful expression. It could sense that the energy contained within the shadow balls was minimal, and this kind of energy would have little to no effect on it. Just as the 3 shadow balls were about to descend, caste form suddenly transformed, reverting from its raindrop-like form to its grey-white body, and the raindrops in the sky ceased to fall. Author note: in my setting, there is no such thing as absolute immunity. Ground types have strong resistance against electric types, but it's not zero effectiveness. If the disparity between them is too great, a thunderbolt could potentially render a ground-type Pokémon unconscious. This point is similar to how normal-type or fighting-type moves cannot hit ghost-type Pokémon, but under a foresight state, they can hit them, indicating that such immunity isn't absolute, but a combination of factors such as inability to hit and weakened effect. We don't need to be too confined by the game. Most game settings are just for the diversification and rationalization of tactics. In novels, that would be more likely to produce bugs. Chapter 182, Unknown Reason. Changing your type, hey? Seeing this scene, Terrence chuckled. This caste form seemed quite clever, knowing about ghost-type energy. Typically, ghost-type energy would be greatly weakened against the body of a normal type. However, at the critical moment, the trajectories of 3 shadow balls suddenly changed, colliding with each other. Boom! A resounding explosion ensued, releasing a surge of energy that rippled outward. Rolling mist lingered as the energy of ghost-type move, weak against normal type, interacted with the shadow balls, continually decomposing and expanding, forming energy waves. These powerful waves propagated through the air, the ground, and other mediums. But once the smoke cleared, caste form wasn't as battered as Terrence had anticipated. Instead, caste form, glowing all over, emerged unscathed under these waves. The glow surrounding caste form was unexpectedly protect move. However, Terrence could tell that caste form wasn't happy. Clearly, the sudden change in attack pattern of the shadow balls nearly caught it off guard, which left caste form quite unhappy. Rain. It started pouring again. But this time, boom! A deafening thunderclap rang out, and a dense mass of dark clouds instantly covered the area. Within the clouds, lightning serpents roamed freely, and it would be more appropriate to call it a thundercloud instead of dark clouds now. Rumble! Lightning struck, and the deafening sound jolted Terrence back to reality. Immediately afterward, large raindrops pelted down with a crackling noise. This rain, compared to the earlier downpour, was louder and more shocking than before. If the previous rain could be described as a drizzle, then this was a deluge. Oh no! Terrence furrowed his brows. This commotion seemed a bit too big. If it attracted the attention of the personnel patrolling the edge of the safari zone, things would turn ugly. What he was doing now was already breaking the rules. If caught in the act, he'd surely be expelled. No, I can't stay here any longer. I need to hurry up. The rain intensified, and Terrence could sense that the power of caste form's water-type move would increase even more. The oppressive feeling was further intensified by the lightning above. This caste form seems to have learned electric-type moves as well. Is it thunder? Thunder on a rainy day was a formidable move. Even Terrence's expression turned serious. This rain dance was too bizarre. Even for a Pokémon like caste form, capable of controlling the weather with its ability, the move being executed shouldn't be this exaggerated. There must be some reason behind this, but for now, Terrence couldn't figure it out. As the rain poured down, caste form underwent another transformation. Terrence got drenched in the rain. Feeling worse than usual. Miss Magius, let's end this quickly, Phantom Force. Following Terrence's command, Miss Magius vanished into the void, disappearing from cast form's sight. Cast form. Seeing this, cast form's gaze turned fierce, scanning its surroundings. It was an odd feeling, seeing an adorable Pokémon with such a ferocious expression. Boom! Unable to find any trace of Mismagius, cast form began attacking randomly as lightning bolts struck from the sky. The lightning flashed erratically, one bolt after another, illuminating the thunderclouds with a terrifying light. The thunder sounded like explosions, rumbling loudly, flashing with astonishing brightness. Even Terence became cautious, fearing the lightning might strike him. Oh, the commotion on this hill seems too big. Luckily we're in the center of the safari zone. Raindrops fell on the ground, splashing up sprays of water, accompanied by the rumbling thunder, creating a stifling atmosphere. If one didn't know who was causing this commotion, they would never imagine it could be a cast form. Cast form knew moves like rain dance, hydro pump, and thunder, but it was unimaginable that such a small body could manipulate such powerful weather. Why, what could be the reason? Even for cast form it shouldn't have such mastery over weather control. If cast form could achieve this level, it would have become a powerful Pokémon sought after by everyone, like Tyranitar or Metagross. However, while the thunder was terrifying, its attacks were also random. In its stealthy state, Mismagius didn't care at all, effortlessly dodging each lightning strike. Seeing this, cast form seemed even angrier, and the lightning around it became more concentrated. Mismagius. Finally, when it was near cast form, a bolt of lightning struck Mismagius directly, causing it to writhe in pain as its body became visible. One bolt, then another, then a third, followed by arcs of lightning grazing past Mismagius, elicited painful cries from it. However, despite watching Mismagius being struck and its injuries worsening, Terence didn't show any signs of worry. Mismagius understood Terence's command, exposing a vulnerability, deliberately letting itself be hit by thunder. Waiting for an opportunity to share the pain. Ah! Around Mismagius and cast form, a mysterious bridge formed, constructed by enigmatic energy, directly linking the conditions of cast form and Mismagius. This move had significant limitations, primarily in distance and the enemy's vigilance. Escaping it was also relatively easy if one wanted. Overall, it was a difficult move to successfully execute. However, if it's the first time it's being used, taking advantage of cast form's unfamiliarity with it, and the fact that Mismagius was currently under attack, no matter how cast form thinks, it wouldn't expect that, under these circumstances, Mismagius could still focus and execute its move. Under the thunder strikes, Mismagius endured the pain while calculating its stamina, then, under the influence of the mysterious waves, cast form, with nearly intact stamina, and Mismagius, struck by several lightning bolts, their stamina merged and then got evenly distributed. In just an instant, cast form fell into a state of mental fatigue, its stamina declining, consciousness growing faint. It was precisely at this moment that the red beads on Mismagius began to flicker with an eerie light illusion successfully executed. Cast form is very vigilant. When Mismagius first used an illusion on cast form as a test, although it did not use its full strength, among many Pokémon, only this special cast form could subconsciously snap out of it. Now, it was a direct attack. Even if Mismagius used a more sophisticated and powerful illusion, cast form was likely to be on guard. So, without taking some measures, it's unlikely to be effective given cast form's vigilance and awareness. So, weakening cast form, then swiftly winning with Mismagius' illusion, was one way. As for the equal distribution of stamina, Terence didn't believe that a wild Pokémon could compare to a Mismagius trained in relevant aspects. Resistance, endurance. Terence always valued these factors that play a decisive role in battle. Being hit by the same powerful move or being in the same weakened state, Terence was confident that his Pokémon could handle it well. And indeed, while both were in a state of low stamina, cast form had already begun to weaken, appearing listless and mentally dazed, but Mismagius, on the other hand, still remained remarkably lucid, able to deliver a powerful blow with its remaining strength. The commotion caused by cast form was too big, forcing Terence to resort to extreme measures to swiftly end the battle. While Terence was confident that Mismagius could still have won in prolonged combat, but this method undoubtedly was quicker. This time, cast form fell directly into the trap, entering the illusion without realizing it, only seeing the scene of Mismagius being defeated by itself, and Terence fleeing in defeat. Little did it know a shadow ball had silently descended upon its head while it was completely unguarded. It's over. Terence took a deep breath. With this shadow ball, cast form completely exhausted its stamina to circulate energy, but it remained to be seen whether this battle could make it wholeheartedly acknowledge defeat. But compared to that, what Terence wanted to know more was what was the reason behind this cast form's uniqueness. Chapter 183, Small Blue Bead. Meanwhile, cast form was in a daze from the moment it used the thunder move. Cast form was feeling good as it looked like the scales of victory were about to tip in its favor. However, the sudden turn of events caught it off guard. A huge impact directly rendered cast form powerless to resist. Cast form's endurance was poor, so it had diligently learned the protect move, and with its keen awareness, it had successfully employed it time and time again in dangerous situations. But this time, cast form failed. Before it could even react or understand what was happening, it was hit by a move and knocked unconscious. A cool and refreshing feeling spread through its body, and cast form felt a wave of comfort as its injuries slowly began to heal. The energy released by the summoned rain clouds received unknown nourishment, and its strength began to gradually return. Cast form slowly regained consciousness. This peculiar feeling was very comfortable, very reassuring. It was the first time cast form had enjoyed such treatment after a battle. Slowly opening its eyes, cast form saw the repulsive human before it. It was Terence. After the battle, Terence prepared a potion for cast form instead of immediately capturing it. He didn't like capturing Pokémon when they were unconscious. Instead, he preferred them to follow him willingly. He makes a promise with the Pokémon to work together towards a common goal. It was precisely because of this that most of Terence's Pokémon had a strong bond with him. Cast form. Cast form didn't look at Terence for long, instead it scanned the surroundings, searching for Miss Magius. It was unwilling to accept the outcome of this battle. It hadn't even begun to showcase its true strength before inexplicably succumbing to defeat. Regardless, a loss is a loss, Terence remarked upon seeing its actions. Cast form glared, expressing its dissatisfaction. Be my Pokémon, cast form. I've 3 more Pokémon who are strong like Miss Magius. Terence held up 3 fingers. Cast form. Cast form shook its head disdainfully and turned around as if to leave. I must admit, your manipulation of rain and thunder is indeed impressive. I admire it. I reckon among all cast form, you are one of a kind. However, leaving like this, without taking your treasure, is that okay? Terence chuckled, and in his palm lay a small blue bead. Cast form. As soon as cast form saw the blue bead, it bared its teeth and charged towards Terence, forgetting even to use its moves, showing how angry it was. Wait. A string of silk intercepted cast form, and Terence held it down, gesturing for it to calm down. This is yours, I won't take it, rest assured. Your rain dance, thunder is so powerful it must come from it. Terence smiled. After cast form fell unconscious, he instructed Beautifully to search for anything strange nearby. And Beautifully really brought him a surprise. A small blue bead. Moreover, there were faint energy fluctuations on it. Clearly, it was an item containing energy. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a rare treasure. And on cast form, Terence didn't see anything different from other cast forms. In other words, it wasn't cast form that was special, but external factors that had changed it. This external element, barring any surprises, is most likely the blue bead that Beautifully brought from the cave. Cast form's actions also confirmed this speculation. The moment it saw the blue bead, cast form went crazy trying to snatch it. Obviously, this thing was very important to it, important enough not to be abandoned. Cast form still glared at Terence. Okay, I'll give it to you first, Terence smiled, placing the blue bead in front of it. This is a dragon orb. Terence had observed for a long time before reaching this conclusion. Theoretically, it's a very difficult to create forbidden item. It's the orb on Dragonair's neck, also the place where Dragonair stores energy for its special abilities. The orb on Dragonair's neck, like Miss Magius' orb, possesses mystical powers. Within this crystal, stored energy can be transformed into lightning that can interfere with the climate, allowing them to easily change the weather. Additionally, it can serve as a source of light. But this crystal was very peculiar. Even after separating from Dragonair's body, it was still able to store energy, which is almost impossible. These external items imbued with energy and capable of affecting Pokémon are typically high-end items for trainers. Valuable stones like the Fire Stone and Water Stone are among the most common external items that trainers come into contact with. When it comes to external items for Dragon-type Pokémon, Terence thought of Dragon Scale and Dragon Fang. These are the items most likely to contain dragon energy on dragon-type Pokémon, and they are the ones most likely to detach from the Pokémon's body due to lucky coincidence while still being able to remain intact. Dragon Scale, it is said, has a special effect on certain Pokémon. Dragon Fang, it is said, can increase the concentration of dragon-type energy, making dragon-type moves more powerful. However, this likely is relative. Items like Dragon Orb are limited to Dragonair. And Dragonair themselves are not numerous. Even 100 ordinary Dragon-type Pokémon might not yield a single Dragon Fang that is intact. Let alone a simple Dragon Orb. Pokémon poachers come in many forms, including those who specialize in illegally smuggling special parts of Pokémon. Dragonair's Dragon Orb, which can contain energy, has almost never appeared in the world. There is a high possibility that the effect of this Dragon Orb is to allow some Pokémon to accept Dragonair's ability to control the weather. And cast form itself can already control the weather using the power of nature. Now, it has accidentally obtained the Dragon Orb of Dragonair. This is not just adding a feather to the cap, this is more like 1 + 1 being greater than 2. It is a case of absolute synergy. No wonder Terrence's thoughts churned. Dragonair's Dragon Orb's conditions for Dragon Fang, Dragon Scale to form are already stringent, almost dependent on the abundance of Dragon-type Pokémon. But the Dragon Orb's conditions required for it to form are undoubtedly more difficult, and not every Dragon Orb has such an effect. It must leave the Pokémon's body but still contain mystical energy. This kind of coincidence and exception is not something that just happens. Although it's unclear how Cast Form obtained this Dragon Orb, this Cast Form, which has mastered the abilities of the Dragon Orb, is probably the only one in the world. Chapter 184, Do You Want to Really Live? Watching Cast Form's indifferent attitude, Terrence couldn't think of a solution for a moment. But the next moment, Cast Form's uniqueness resurfaced in Terrence's mind. Cast Form has the ability to change forms based on the weather. They were respectively normal, water, fire, and ice-type forms. This floating creature, due to the Dragon Orb, has an exceptional ability to control rain and thunder. But what about sunny weather and hail? What about the other two abilities of this Cast Form? Just as Cast Form was about to leave, Terrence asked this question. Do you want to know the meaning of life? Do you want to really live? For the Cast Form species, even though they may not be at the bottom among Pokémon, they are definitely not at the top either. With frail bodies and no evolution capability, even changing forms is subject to various limitations. A real battle simply does not allow them to spend so much time. Raised by the Weather Institute due to their species characteristics, this seems to be the fate of the Cast Form family. Are you really content with it? Do you not want to prove yourself, considering that your kind ultimately faces such a fate? The energy contained within the Dragon Orb is almost dissipating, and soon it will become a worthless orb. Your special affinity for rainy weather is derived from this energy, isn't it? Nourished by the Dragon Orb for so long, if you were to leave it, not only would your strength be crippled, but also any attempts at further improvement would be extremely challenging. As Terrence spoke, Cast Form slowly stopped. Do you have any special qualities compared to other Cast Form? In fact, the Dragon Orb has shaped your current strength, which is indeed impressive among wild Pokémon. But that's all there is to it. If I'm not mistaken, you're probably not as familiar with Sunny Day and Hail as you are with Rain Dance. Staring directly at Cast Form, Terrence's words were like a sharp sword, laying bare Cast Form's situation. Sunny Day? Hail? It's not that Cast Form can't perform them, it's just that compared to Rain Dance, it's simply abysmal, barely reaching the average standard for Cast Form. So, Terrence's words struck right at Cast Form's here. Its strength is merely based on fortuitous circumstances. But it's undeniable that you have talent, being able to comprehend the ability to control rainy weather from the Dragon Orb. That's your advantage. As long as conditions permit, on Sunny Day and Hail, you can definitely demonstrate the same talent. However, you lack a certain opportunity. Staying here, without the Dragon Orb, you can only maintain the current situation. Do you think you can still have the same coincidence, to obtain a treasure similar to the Dragon Orb? Cast Form shook its head, wanting to see what else Terrence had to say. In other words, your strength will plateau here. Are you content to continue being just an ordinary Pokémon, mostly serving as support for monitoring the weather if caught in the future? Terrence smiled. This is truly the fate of most Cast Form, he wasn't exaggerating to scare it. So, this is an opportunity for you to change. Follow me, and I have ways to make your Hail and Sunny Day as outstanding as Rain Dance. By then, on rainy days, hail, and sunny days, you will be able to fully showcase the characteristics of your species. Unlike other caste form, your control over the weather will become more adept, more skilled, more precise, and more perfected. Caste form looked at Terence with a strange look. No matter how you look at it, the other party was trying to dupe it and kidnap it. Terence's blunt words lacked any convincing power whatsoever. But even so, caste form found it difficult to just turn and leave. In other words, caste form was somewhat tempted. Safari Zone restricts it, and caste form was undoubtedly curious about the outside world. Furthermore, experiencing the magic of power, caste form's pursuit of strength is much stronger than that of other Pokémon. If the dragon orb really became ineffective, it might indeed end up as Terence described. Not only would it not be able to make any progress in rainy weather, it would also be utterly clueless about hail and sunny day without any direction for training. In that case, caste form would also lose the advantage of continued growth and gradually become ordinary. Caste form. Caste form. Next, caste form and Terence communicated, and caste form clearly couldn't bear to lose face. So, during the conversation with Terence, it was unyielding and took a firm stance. Slow down, I can't understand you. Let me process it. Terence smiled wryly. The result of the exchange was roughly that caste form agreed to temporarily accompany Terence, but if Terence didn't have the ability to make it stronger, it would leave Terence. Terence readily agreed, but he found caste form's tsundere attitude quite odd. Then, Terence and caste form entered into a contract. At this moment, no one knew what it represented. Upon Terence's thorough investigation, it became apparent that this caste form isn't inherently special. Its uniqueness stems solely from having come into contact with the dragon orb and being nourished by the energy of the dragon orb, which amplified its ability to control weather. In other aspects, it was no different from other caste form. However, it was precisely this point that attracted Terence. Firstly, the next Pokémon that Terence preferred was a water type, and it was clear that if this caste form was raised as a water type, it would be a fully developed combat force. With proper directions and guidance, its strength would become absolutely formidable. This was also reflected in the battle with Mismagius. Caste form didn't lack strength, it lacked experience and the right timing to control its ability. Perhaps even caste form wouldn't think that Terence's initial intention to capture it was merely due to him seeing it as water-type Pokémon. But if that was the only reason, Terence wouldn't have such a strong desire to capture it. The combination of caste form and the dragon orb might be unprecedented. Caste form and Dragonair themselves were masters of controlling weather when their strengths combined. What kind of scene could they create? This was a scene worth looking forward to. Ordinary hail and sunny weather gives caste form a certain potential, that is, room for improvement, which can also be said to be a challenge for Terence. If he captured a fully formed Pokémon, Terence would lose the fun of nurturing it. Therefore, this caste form met Terence's standards in all aspects. From a water-type Pokémon's perspective, it is a mature Pokémon, but for itself, its overall growth still has twofold room for improvement. A Pokémon skilled at manipulating the weather. Terence was very excited. Special. Unique. Facing an unknown challenge, as a breeder, Terence was beginning to feel his blood boiling. He wanted to Trito challenge and make caste form into a Pokémon proficient in all three types. And he already had a plan for it. Chapter 185, 3 Kinds of Weather. Capturing caste form was both expected and unexpected. Terence's primary goal was to obtain a water-type Pokémon that he liked, and in a sense, caste form's ability to change forms fulfilled that requirement. Caste form. Caste form sluggishly nodded, acknowledging Terence for the time being. Next, Terence took out a green safari ball. After caste form entered it, it temporarily marked the end of the trip to Safari Zone. That makes 5. Beautifully, Altaria, Mismagius, Growlithe, and now caste form formed the nucleus of Terence's team. There was still one spot left before the team reached the full strength, but Terence wasn't in a hurry. With caste form joining, it was already the biggest catch in recent times. Terence then left the Safari Zone. The staff was slightly surprised to see Terence only use one Safari Ball, and to capture a caste form at that. Trainers like him weren't unheard of, but typically, when they only capture one Pokémon, it's almost always a Pokémon who were quite strong, but rare outside. A Pokémon like caste form, even if outside the Safari Zone, could be spotted near Fallarbor City. This capture was puzzling. After completing the necessary procedures, Terence asked a question. Yes, the Safari Zone undergoes regular modifications. I remember there used to be several rivers connected to the ocean. After thanking the staff, Terence left, with some of the mystery surrounding the dragon orb cleared up. If the Safari Zone was not completely closed off since its establishment, then it is not so strange for Castform to obtain Dragonair's dragon orb. The road from Lilycove City to Fallarbor City resembled a tropical rainforest, with many grasses reaching Terence's waist. Fortunately, there were several paths cleared, or else Terence would have to let Altaria fly all the way. Having captured Castform, Terence wasn't in such a hurry to rush to the Weather Institute west of Fallarbor City. Getting to know his new partner became his top priority. Castform, let me get to know you again. This way, I can develop a suitable training plan based on your needs. In an open area, Terence stopped and called out Castform. Besides Castform, there were Beautifully, Altaria, Mismagius, and Growlithe. The purpose of calling them out was twofold: first, to introduce the new companion, and second, to understand Castform's personality. When Castform saw the four Pokémon beside Terence, it glanced over, especially at Mismagius, giving it a disdainful look. Castform ran to the side, waiting for Terence's command. However, there was a spark in Castform's eyes, indicating its desire to give it its all and not embarrass itself in front of Terence's other four Pokémon. Listen up, the first move is Hail. Hail, like Rain Dance, was a move that could change the weather conditions in an area. At Terence's command, Castform began to mobilize its energy. However, Hail was not as swift as Castform's Rain Dance. About 10 seconds later, the unique thin, floating clouds in the sky began to condense and release snowflakes, and then it wasn't until it transformed into hail that Castform's form began to change. All of this lasted about 10 seconds. Terence suppressed his thoughts and continued to command, Blizzard no, use Powder Snow, and then gradually increase the power of Powder Snow. If you can transform it into Blizzard, do so with all your strength. Castform nodded, and the trajectory of the hail in the sky began to change, slowly dispersing. Then, within the clouds, a strange wind arose, sweeping up ice chips and howling past with a whistle. The power is barely adequate, unable to unleash Blizzard. Terence nodded, noting the strength of the snowy Castform under hail. Change the move, use Sunny Day. After hail, Terence issued a new command to transform the weather into the scorching sun with the move Sunny Day. However, the transformation speed of Sunny Day was 2 seconds slower than hail. Whether it was because of the previous hail or due to having good mastery over rainy weather, the speed of Sunny Day was slower. If snowy form Castform resembled an old man with a beard of clouds, then sunny form Castform looked like a big sun wearing an apron, while the big sun was surrounded by a circle of smaller suns. Use the fire-type move you know. Terence said. Sizzle. A flame burst forth, then vanished. Terence frowned. Phew. Taking a deep breath, Terence shook his head after seeing Castform's proficiency with the other two weather. It appeared that due to Castform's average level and due to it being too focused on rainy weather, Castform was relatively unfamiliar with the timing of these two weather. No wonder no trainer likes to capture Castform. In battles, a 10-second transformation time means many things would already be decided by the time the weather appears. This won't do. Terence wasn't very satisfied with Castform's Sunny Day and hail, but he was prepared for this result. As a wild Castform without special experiences, this level was to be expected. But in rainy weather, Castform's performance was different. Rumble. A simple rain dance, and the dark clouds began to coalesce as lightning flashed within the black clouds, moving violently. In just 3 short seconds, a torrential rain poured down. Compared to the previous hail and Sunny Day, its aura was completely different. This is more like it. Dragon Orb seems to have achieved a perfect compatibility with Castform, and the power of this rain dance. Boom. 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 After the feeble attempts with Sunny Day and hail, Castform finally unleashed its full power. Only in rain dance could Castform proudly raise its head and face Terence's other 4 Pokémon. Boom. Boom. Following Terence's command, Castform entered the rain dance phase and began to freely unleash its abilities. First was the thunder move. In the densely packed dark clouds, the swirling thunder and lightning roared towards the ground at every moment. Thick bolts of lightning struck down accompanied by loud booms, causing Terence's heart to pound in his chest. Then came the hydro pump move. It was called hydro pump, but Terence felt that calling it water arrow was more appropriate. It was similar in thickness to water gun, but more condensed and with astonishing speed. As raindrops hit cast form, its hydro pump seemed inexhaustible, sweeping forward continuously. With speed, power, and accuracy all in play, this hydro pump alone was enough to make some Pokémon who fear water-type moves regret their existence. Chapter 186, The Dissipating Energy of the Dragon Orb. After cast form unleashed thunder and hydro pump under the rainy day, it didn't stop. This is Terence's eyes widened as he watched cast form use its new move. As the large raindrops fell, a howling wind seemingly emerged from nowhere, swirling the water droplets. Under a huge thrust, a murky, intense hurricane slowly formed and grew. Under the dark clouds, the trajectories of countless raindrops were disrupted, and the color of the sky changed. Following the huge hurricane, all the raindrops changed direction and converged from all directions, making the hurricane look majestic, as if it were about to punch a hole through the dense clouds. Hurricane move. Seeing the smug expression of cast form, Terence realized that cast form actually hadn't used its full strength back then. Under rainy day, besides hydro pump and thunder, cast form can also use the powerful flying type move, hurricane. Is this also because of Dragon Orb's energy? Terence looked at cast form, taking out the Dragon Orb from his backpack, which still retained a trace of energy. If the energy of this Dragon Orb had been full from the beginning, then the current depleted state suggests that the dissipated energy might have been quietly absorbed by cast form. Dragonair itself was the embodiment of rain, revered since ancient times by agricultural people as someone capable of controlling the weather. And their control over the weather also relied on the magical power contained within the crystal-like orb. With cast form gaining this ability, it indirectly inherited all of this, and coupled with cast form race affinity for weather, it might not necessarily be weaker than Dragonair. This led to cast form being adept at everything related to rainy weather, such as rain dance, thunder, and hurricane. Just when Terence thought cast form was done showing its moves, cast form unexpectedly began using a new move. This time, the energy contained in the rainwater began to gather towards cast form, forming a chaotic blue sphere in front of cast form. The sphere kept rotating, its energy appearing very unstable, containing extremely formidable power. When cast form launched this blue energy ball into the sky like a cannonball, a loud explosion instantly echoed through the sky. Weather ball. The attack inflicts damage on the target, and if there is abnormal weather, the move's type corresponds to the weather's type, and its power is doubled. This was cast form's signature move. Terence slapped his forehead, surprised that he had forgotten about this. However, compared to hydro pump, this move consumes too much energy. It hasn't been long, and the downpour already seems to be dissipating. Alright, I've got a rough idea of your situation. Terence stopped cast form. Terence was pleasantly surprised. If you just looked at cast form under a rainy weather, its starting baseline was practically better than any of Terence's Pokémon when he had obtained them. It's good, but there are drawbacks. It was a given that cast form's defense was poor, but fortunately, cast form could use the protect move, which can deal with ordinary situations. However, the limitations of this move were also very significant. It couldn't be looked at as a long-term plan, and looking at cast form's tired expression, it seemed that cast form's rainy weather's energy consumption was very high, several times more than sunny day and hail. Although using sunny day and hail seemed effortless and didn't consume much energy, the results were there for all to see. The preparation took too much time and their effect wasn't significant. But rain dance, not only was it fast, but its power was also immense. With thunder and hurricane accompanying it, it was almost like a set of moves, but cast form will no longer have the stamina to continue fighting. Sometimes, being too proficient in a particular move can become a burden. Terence called back cast form, closing his eyes. He reevaluated several guesses in his mind, but he knew that he wouldn't be able to verify them in reality in the short term. You did quite well. Terence praised cast form, causing cast form to proudly lift its head. But I hope you can maintain this prideful attitude in the future. Terence smiled. He called Beautifully and others over. In Terence's mind, cast form still wasn't a match for Beautifully, Altaria, or Miss Magius. Currently, only Growlithe could be suppressed by cast form. However, once Growlithe evolves, cast form will once again become the weakest link in Terence's team. Relying solely on rainy weather, cast form's versatility is limited, making it easy for opponents to counter. In battles, it's not just about the power of the moves. Beautifully, Mismagius, and Altaria looked at cast form with the eyes of elders, expressing friendliness and admiration. Only Growlithe, due to the recent downpour, was in a particularly bad mood. The damp air around it made it very uncomfortable, so it looked at cast form with dissatisfaction. Especially the glint in its eyes made Terence almost think there was going to be a clash, and he quickly stood in front of Growlithe. "Alright, you should all get to know cast form, as you will be spending a long time together from now on," Terence said. Under Terence's guidance, the Pokémon quickly became acquainted with each other. Despite cast form's tsundere attitude, it couldn't help but smile under the warmth of Beautifully and the others. After resolving everything, Terence set out on the road again, still opting to travel on foot. Apart from cast form and Mismagius, Terence recalled the rest of his Pokémon. Mismagius remained to scout ahead, while Terence had some things to discuss with cast form. As he took out the dragon orb, cast form immediately began to rub against it. The dragon orb was like a part of its body, and it was also the most cherished possession of cast form. "You've seen it too, there's not much energy left in it. It wasn't like this when you first got it, right?" Terence asked. Cast form nodded, looking somewhat sad at the weak energy fluctuations of the dragon orb. "There's no need to be sad. This is inevitable, and the energy hasn't completely disappeared. It's all been absorbed into your body. So, the dragon orb is still the same dragon orb, it has just fused with your body." Terence comforted it. Hearing Terence's words, cast form relaxed a bit, but it still looked worried. Clearly, the gradual decrease of dragon orb's energy made it anxious. Watching the dragon orb, Terence pondered. The complete disappearance of the energy wasn't a big deal, the dragon orb would just not have any energy and lose its identity as a carrier, but it wouldn't completely disappear. After using an evolutionary stone, the energy would also integrate into the Pokémon's body, but the evolutionary stone itself would gradually become an ordinary stone. Chapter 187, Meeting Steven again. "Here, I'll return the dragon orb to you. From now on, you don't have to return to the Pokeball. Stay in the backpack and try to fully convert the dragon orb into your own possession as quickly as possible. Only by converting the energy into your own can the dragon orb be considered yours forever," added Terence. Cast form nodded solemnly, observing the small amount of energy. It understood the importance of this energy for itself. This was the final opportunity for strengthening itself. If this energy dissipated, progressing again would be difficult. "Also, although absorbing the energy within the dragon orb is your current priority, I will also guide your training in moves like Hydro Pump from now on. While its destructive power is sufficient, there are still some adjustments that can be made to better suit yourself." Terence then proceeded to analyze cast form's situation. Due to the nature of its species, cast form, like Beautifully, finds it challenging to achieve significant improvement solely through self-training. This was a frustrating reality. While Beautifully has put in great effort to hone its mastery of its moves, with the growth of Altaria and Mismagius, Terence had started to worry that Beautifully may not be able to keep pace with their rate of growth. For cast form, there were two paths to further enhancing its strength. One was to continue strengthening its proficiency in Rainy Day, training cast form solely as a water-type Pokémon. However, Terence disliked this approach. The second path involved helping cast form in its control of Hail and Sunny Day, ensuring its proficiency was not inferior to Rainy Day. If successful, cast form would undoubtedly be able to handle most situations and stand out on its own. Terence leaned towards the second path, despite its significant obstacles. Firstly, controlling Rainy Day relied on the dragon orb's energy from Dragonair, which was an extraordinary opportunity in itself. Replicating this in Sunny Day and Hail is quite difficult. Secondly, solely controlling Rainy Day will deplete cast form's stamina entirely. If it wants to become adept at transitioning between three weather conditions, it would undoubtedly further increase the burden on cast form. Although cast form appears to be impressive, it conceals a multitude of troubles behind the scenes. Addressing each issue one by one falls to Terence, the trainer, but the process will definitely not be easy. While resources are essential for nurturing Pokémon like Altaria, Mismagius, and Growlithe, time and accumulated training is even more crucial. However, Beautifully and cast form rely solely on resource accumulation. Fortunately, cast form's proficiency in Rainy Day is nearly complete. Now, I just need to fully develop its Rainy Day abilities and consider other aspects gradually. After a leisurely journey, Terence finally reached Sootopolis City. Just as he entered the Pokémon Center and rested for a brief moment, he received a message from Stephen. The message roughly stated that Terence was too slow. Stephen had already finished his work, but Terence had not reached the Weather Institute yet. Seeing the message, Terence chuckled. It's good to know he didn't arrive before Stephen. Is that you, Stephen? I've arrived at Fortree City. Faced a bit of trouble on the way, but everything went smoothly, Terence replied. After stretching, Terence rested for a while before setting off towards the Weather Institute with his Pokémon. Terence remembered the Weather Institute well. It seemed to be the headquarters for all weather stations and climate monitoring facilities in the Hone region, responsible for major research on the weather of the Hone region. Additionally, with this as the foundation, it conducts research on machines capable of controlling weather. In the Hone region, with its many islands, frequent rainfall, and occasional droughts, residents often faced weather-related challenges. The Weather Institute was established as a research base to address these natural disasters. Even before reaching the laboratory, Terence spotted Stephen from a distance. It seemed Stephen couldn't wait and had come to meet Terence in advance. It's been a while, greeted Terence. It indeed has been a while, replied Stephen with a wry smile. Did you bring the meteorite? Let's hurry over. Terence's mouth twitched as the first thing Stephen mentioned was the meteorite. All right, let's go, Terence shrugged helplessly. Based on their previous interactions, if the conversation didn't involve stones, Stephen would maintain a humble gentlemanly demeanor. However, the moment it was related to stones, he would transform into a different person. Though he never lost his manners, there was always a strange feeling about it. Oh, by the way, why did I have to come to the Weather Institute for the research on the meteorite? Is there any connection? Terence inquired. Stephen explained, yes, remember the legend I told you about last time? Hone's formation is related to Groudon and Kyogre, so the region's weather is not stable. To change this situation, the Weather Institute has collected a lot of information about super ancient Pokémon. Although most of it pertains to Groudon and Kyogre, due to the connection between Rayquaza and these two Pokémon, there are also quite a few records. If there's anywhere in Hone that records the most about Rayquaza, I think, besides the museum in Sootopolis City, it should be the Weather Institute. Most importantly, our family's company holds shares here, and one of my elders is also here, and coupled with numerous research facilities, this place should be the best choice, Stephen added with a bitter smile. As Stephen and Terence approached the Weather Institute, the temperature around them suddenly dropped, leaving Terence bewildered as he looked up to see snowflakes drifting down from the sky. What's happening? Terence was puzzled. It wasn't winter in Hone right now, was it? It's artificial snow, Stephen explained. We've arrived. It seems the researchers at the Weather Institute are testing their machine again. Machine? Terence queried. Yes, a machine that can artificially change the climate. They're probably recording data, something they do almost every day. That's why the laboratory is located outside the city. Constant weather changes would upset the residents, Stephen clarified. I see, Terence nodded. Upon Stephen and Terence's arrival, they caught the attention of the researchers in white lab coats at the laboratory. One of them hurried over upon seeing them. Mr. Stephen, you're back. Mr. Bart, sorry to interrupt your experiment. Is Professor Lucci around? Stephen inquired. I barely managed to keep him here. If it weren't for hearing that you had something to discuss, Professor might have left already. Bart smiled wryly. Terence stood aside, observing. This Professor Lucci should be the elder mentioned by Stephen. It seemed he held quite a status among the researchers, which explained why Stephen brought him here. Ah, and who is this? Bart looked at Terence. Terence smiled and exchanged greetings. After introducing themselves to each other, they headed towards the laboratory. As they entered the laboratory, Stephen didn't forget to tell Terence a little about it. This laboratory is managed by 2 Hone professors and a dozen or so main researchers. In addition to them, there are several assistants. While there are not many people, each person possesses a high level of expertise in their respective fields. What are these fields? Terence asked. He had mostly encountered researchers related to Pokémon fields, so encountering those researching technology was a first for him. There's quite a variety, Stephen began to explain. Chapter 188, Hone's Hidden Danger. Meteorology, Atmospheric Science, Atmospheric Environmental Science, Environmental Construction, Oceanography, Physical Geography. There were plenty of professionals solely dedicated to weather-related fields. And apart from that, there are many who are proficient in networks and programming. Realizing the power of the Weather Institute, Terence sighed inwardly. Indeed, a world with only Pokémon and trainers is not enough for everything. If everyone became a trainer, the driving force that could let this world operate more smoothly would be lost. Professor Lucci is currently on the underground level. Receiving information from other researchers, Stephen and Terence first arrived at the underground level of the Weather Institute. They looked at the rooms with signs hanging on them. After a moment, Stephen led Terence into a room which had a Pokémon sign hanging. Cast form? Glancing casually at the sign before entering the room, Terence realized it was the pattern of a cast form. Right, if it's the Weather Institute, then having Pokémon like cast form as assistants is quite normal. In the room, a tall elderly man sat in a chair, holding books in one hand while feeding several grey-white Pokémon. As Terence and Stephen entered the room, the old man looked up at them, then spoke, "Been waiting for you for a while, Stephen." Sorry, Stephen smiled bitterly. Professor Lucci was his elder, but his temper wasn't great. It took quite an effort to persuade him to lend some research equipment and materials. "I'm Professor Lucci, hello, young man." Professor Lucci nodded towards Terence. "Hello, I'm Terence," Terence replied. "All right, Stephen, can you now tell me why you asked me to stay?" "I'm not as spry as you young folks anymore," Professor Lucci sighed. "You nearly broke my back when you dragged me along to dig stones when you were a kid." Stephen stared blankly at the ceiling. He really couldn't remember that at all. But now that Terence was here, they could get to the point. "It's like this," Stephen said calmly. Then, Stephen described the situation with the meteorite and his own speculations, emphasizing the possible connection with Groudon and Kyogre. Initially, Professor Lucci was indifferent, thinking Stephen was wasting his time as usual, and there was probably nothing important. But as Stephen narrated slowly, his facial expression suddenly changed, and he became serious. By the end, he even stood up and asked solemnly, "Is what you're saying true? It shouldn't be wrong, right?" Stephen responded, "Not entirely sure." Professor Lucci turned to look at Terence. "Just call me Terence," Terence said. "Okay Terence, could you show me the meteorite?" Professor Lucci asked. Terence nodded and took out the prepared meteorite, handing it over. Up to now, the meteorite still looked the same, emitting only a faint glow. There was a noticeable difference between its current state and rainbow-colored light described in Stephen's message. This Professor Lucci furrowed his brow as he held the meteorite in his hand. Even with his knowledge, he couldn't recognize what kind of meteorite it was, and he had never even heard of it before. It seemed that the only connection to this meteorite was the legend of its creation in Sootopolis City, as mentioned by Stephen. If this meteorite is truly related to Rayquaza, then it's not just a matter of using Weather Institute's equipment for research. Even the Weather Institute's full support in studying this meteorite shouldn't be a problem. Well, as you know, the purpose of establishing the Weather Institute is to find ways to control the weather on a large scale, to eliminate unstable weather conditions in some areas. These unstable weather factors stem from the climate disturbances caused by the battles between Groudon and Kyogre. Legend has it that only Rayquaza could influence these two Pokémon. Anything related to Rayquaza could be an important clue to suppressing climate disturbances. Professor Lucci said solemnly. Stephen hadn't expected that this meteorite could be so important. "Is this meteorite yours, Terence? Would you be willing to hand it over to the Weather Institute for research?" Professor Lucci looked at Terence. "Hand it over to the Weather Institute?" Terence frowned. He didn't expect things to turn out this way. It seems that this meteorite is really involved in a lot of things. "Wait a minute, Terence is my friend, and this meteorite is his personal property. He has the right to possess this meteorite," Stephen said, "so his wishes must be respected." Terence felt a mix of emotions, but Stephen's words warmed his heart a bit. "This guy. Sorry, I overstepped. Of course, I won't force Terence. This meteorite is his property, and no one can change that." Professor Lucci shook his head, "but I still implore you to lend us the meteorite for research at the Weather Institute for a period of time. If there are any developments, it would be a help for the entire Hoenn region." Professor Lucci looked at Terence solemnly. "You may not know, but nearly 1,000 people die in shipwrecks caused by heavy rain every year in Hoenn. As for droughts, they bring disasters to many agricultural areas. This kind of weather is harmful to the people of Hoenn." Terence was stunned. He didn't know much about this. Fallarbor Town, where he lived, was located on the largest mainland of Hoenn. Although it was remote, the security and environmental climate were relatively stable. But the scenes described by Professor Lucci should be for the residents on the islands belonging to the Hone region surrounding the mainland. Although the residents of the worst affected areas have been relocated to the mainland, there isn't much inhabitable space on the mainland. Some islands still can't be taken care of, and some people refuse to leave their homes no matter what. We established the Weather Institute because of this situation. And the patterns of heavy rain and droughts are still unclear, without any clue for prevention. Professor Lucci's old face wrinkled. I'm worried that these natural disasters will sooner or later appear on the mainland, and their impact will be significant. Upon hearing this, Terence nodded. No problem, if it can really help. Professor Lucci had no reason to deceive him. Terence could find out the truth if he intended to. If it really could help many people or even solve the potential disaster in Hone, what harm would it be to lend the meteorite for research? Apart from shipwrecks caused by heavy rain, just droughts alone would lead to many crops failing. Fallarbor Town was also an agricultural town. When the harvest was poor, Terence had seen the residents' despondent expressions. For ordinary people who relied on agriculture for a living, if the crops failed, it would truly be a devastating blow. Just for this reason, Terence had to assist in the research. Really? On behalf of everyone at the laboratory, thank you. Don't worry, you're Stephen's friend. In just 3 months, we'll return the meteorite to you. Besides, whether there's progress or not, you'll receive our gratitude, Professor Lucci said with relief. This was a big matter concerning the Hone mainland, and he couldn't force a junior to hand over his personal belongings. Terence's actions not only gave him considerable respect but also indirectly reflected his character. Chapter 189, Weather Institute's Cast Forms. In order to find the cause of the strange weather in Hone, the meteorite was temporarily handed over to the researchers at the Weather Institute for further study. To this end, Professor Lucci and several researchers quickly formed a temporary research team, mainly responsible for a series of matters related to the meteorite. Terence, why not stay at the Weather Institute for a while? Stephen will also assist in the research on the meteorite, Professor Lucci and Terence discussed after quickly contacting some researchers to explain the situation with the meteorite. Well, Terence hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. I plan to collect ribbons this year and participate in the grand festival. Pokémon Contest? Stephen turned his head. Isn't that the competition Wallace often participates in? Pokémon Contest, hey. Professor Lucci pondered. I remember that competition is held quite frequently, right? Terence nodded. Yes, but I want to collect them as early as possible so that I can have peace of mind. When is the nearest Pokémon Contest here? Professor Lucci asked. Pokémon Contest in Sootopolis City just finished. Next should be the Lavaridge Conference in half a month and the Lilycove Conference in a month, Terence replied. Then just stay for a month. Let us also extend our hospitality, and besides, we would also like to thank you for your help with the meteorite, Professor Lucci said, with Stephen chiming in to persuade him to stay. Just as Terence was finding it hard to turn down their offer, Professor Lucci spoke again. I noticed since you came in, your eyes have been on cast form. Are you interested in them? Interested? I might as well say I have a cast form too, Terence said. I wonder what cast form does at the Weather Institute? I see. Stephen said you're also a breeder. Look, it will be worth your while to stay here for a while. I believe observing the cast form here will definitely help you with training your own cast form, Professor Lucci said. Terence paused, pondering for a moment. Indeed, that seemed to be the case. The Weather Institute wasn't at all about studying weather? To train cast form well, he would have to work on hail, sunny day, rain dance, and even sandstorm. This place should be able to help him to some extent. Then it'll trouble you for a while. After some thinking, Terence decided to stay for a while, hoping for some gains. All right, let me prepare rooms for you and Stephen, Professor Lucci said. One of Terence's purposes for staying was to observe the cast forms at the Weather Institute. He found that the cast forms here were not particularly different. Only one caught Terence's interest slightly. While watching the researchers conduct weather experiments, only this cast form's speed in changing the weather exceeded the average. Sunny day, rain dance, hail, all took about 7 seconds to stabilize the abnormal weather. In contrast, the others took about 10 seconds. This cast form has been here the longest. The previous ones were all sent to other weather stations as assistant Pokémon, a researcher explained to Terence. Terence's cast form, except for rain dance, took around 10 seconds for both hail and sunny day, with hail less than 10 and sunny day more than 10. Mr. Bart, may I ask, I noticed that although cast forms change the weather at similar speed, the transformation of their forms is very fast. Why is that? Terence inquired. After observing for a while, Terence unexpectedly discovered that each cast form here transformed into its forms frighteningly quickly, almost without any interval. Although the speed of completely changing the weather was not fast, the speed of form transformation amazed Terence. Some cast forms could even change their forms before the weather completely changed. Well, Bart said, do you know what cast form's body nature is closest to? Water molecules, Terence replied. That's right, it's water molecules, and the external factors that affect their body shape are not any special energy but temperature and humidity. Now do you understand? You mean because they often come into contact with constantly changing weather, it has trained their ability to sense temperature and humidity quickly? Terence said. Smart. But not only that, we at the Weather Institute also have a laboratory that can simulate climates. Every cast form that comes here will undergo some training there. Bart introduced, interested? Why not let your cast form experience it too? Looking down at the cast form peeking out of Terence's backpack, the researcher Bart said. Is that possible? Terence asked. If cast form could really achieve the speed of form transformation of these cast forms at the Weather Institute, then it could save 1 to 2 seconds or even more time in battles. Of course, you're willing to provide the meteorite for our research. If we hide even a small laboratory, wouldn't that be too stingy of us? Bart chuckled. This laboratory is a facility that simulates local climate changes. Bart took Terence and cast form here. After cast form went in alone, Bart and Terence resumed their conversation. The energy source for this laboratory is electricity, but in such a small-scale enclosed space, changing the climate is still possible. By calculation, if we want to change the climate of an entire island with electricity, we simply cannot provide the energy needed. Bart sighed. So this failed laboratory is now left for cast forms to train in. Currently we are researching cast forms' ability to change the weather. I hope to get some inspiration and make progress here. Terence was silent as he sighed inwardly, realizing that he couldn't help much with this matter. Every researcher here had more expertise in weather than he did. Here, this is the main control switch for the laboratory. If you're interested, you can bring cast form here to experience the weather, Bart said. This laboratory, which can change the weather through electricity, is really convenient. The constantly changing climate inside made cast form enjoy playing inside. Pay close attention to the experience when changing forms, Terence advised. This was a rare opportunity. After leaving the Weather Institute, there wouldn't be many places for cast form to experience different weather. Although it's different from the real weather created by Pokémon, its advantage is that it is stable and fast, Terence thought to himself. And so, while learning some weather-related knowledge from researcher Bart, Terence's curiosity was piqued by some things at the Weather Institute, which even proved to be quite helpful for cast form in some aspects. Chapter 190 Erase Embryonic Form. Half a month later, Terence was training cast form in an open space outside the Weather Institute. Its training partner was Terence's Altaria. In previous spars, Terence was surprised to find that Altaria was hardly affected by the weather created by cast form. Regardless of whether it was Growlithe, Beautifly, or Mismagius, they would be affected to some extent by different weather conditions. But Altaria, even in a downpour, showed no change in flying speed. Even with raindrops soaking its feathers, its movements remained swift and stable. This couldn't simply be explained by strong will. Terence believed it was an ability that had not yet been unearthed. Being able to remain unaffected by the weather left Terence slightly stunned. He inquired about it with Professor Lucci, who expressed regret. There is indeed an ability where Pokémon are not affected by the weather, and it has already been discovered in Seduc and Lickitung. Researchers at the Weather Institute had also conducted some research on Seduc, but unfortunately, its ability to influence the weather fluctuations was too weak. Even when applied to oneself, it was barely effective. Moreover, one had to also consider the severity of the weather, making it impossible to utilize the source for isolating the weather of a region. Seduc is not good enough, Lickitung is not good enough, and Altaria is not good enough either. If there is a Pokémon like them that has the ability to isolate weather, and the source of this ability is strong enough to affect a large area, then it may be possible to make progress in the research on isolating weather. Terence understood. In simpler terms, Altaria's ability to isolate the weather could only affect itself. In other words, it could also be said that the intensity of its influence on the weather was not strong enough to have a large-scale impact. As Pokémon grow stronger, will their abilities' influence also increase? Terence asked. Yes, but it doesn't mean much. While some Pokémon have the same ability, the underlying principles differ depending on the anatomy of different Pokémon species. What we're seeking is precisely this principle. Unfortunately, the principal knowledge found in Pokémon like Psyduck, Lickitung, and Altaria is still unable to alter the weather of a large area, Professor Lucci explained. Cast form, Hydro Pump. Altaria, Dragon Pulse. The daily training proceeded as usual, but due to some special training, Altaria's execution of its moves was always slightly delayed. However, Cast Form was unaware of what special training Altaria was undergoing and simply thought that Altaria's execution of moves was slower than its own. This led to Altaria's actions not only startling Terence but also surprising Cast Form. Instead of breaking through the Hydro Pump as usual with Dragon Pulse, as Hydro Pump got closer, Altaria let out a loud cry and then... bang! The Hydro Pump exploded. Cast Form stared blankly. Terence's eyes widened. Not only his eyes widened, but the emotions in Terence's heart at this moment were simply indescribable. This is erase technique. Tien, this was previously annihilation technique. We'll be changing it because there was no context previously. After a moment of silence, Terence spoke in disbelief, looking in astonishment at Altaria. 2 years has the sound technique that took 2 years to conceptualize finally succeeded now? Was it a coincidence or... Altaria's accidental success once again reminded Terence of the 2 years spent perfecting the erase technique. Principles of the self-created technique erase move. First, the species it is restricted to, Altaria. As a humming Pokémon, its voice can reach a very high frequency, and its touching singing voice can enchant people. The distinctive feature of its voice is its range and flexibility, allowing it to perform different beautiful songs with ease. In other words, it has a special talent for changing its voice. Combined with the move Mirror Move. Effect of Mirror Move, mimics the last move used by the target. In other words, to some extent, Altaria can quickly replicate the opponent's move through Mirror Move. Moves like Solar Beam, Hyper Beam, and other release-type moves, or physical moves like Razor Leaf, have their own natural frequency. According to the principle of resonance, as long as another identical sound wave reaches the same or a similar frequency, that is, the resonant frequency, then the originally small vibration wave can amplify its power by hundreds of times and cause material destruction in essence. Even a light tap can collapse a building, and orderly steps can shatter stone bridges. Using Mirror Move, Altaria can quickly replicate the opponent's release-type moves and then through a series of calculations, it finds the most suitable frequency to use its cry to attack even though the cry may seem insignificant. Under Altaria's exceptional soprano performance, it becomes melodious and resonant, capable of unleashing unimaginable destructive power against certain moves, erasing and disintegrating the source of a move's energy. It succeeded, whether by chance or accident. This is a great beginning. Terence exclaimed excitedly. In fact, the limitations of the erase technique were quite significant. It's not easy to find the natural frequency of some moves' energy. It must be moves that Altaria has been in touch with for years. It may succeed once or twice through continuous defeats and the accumulation of experience against simple moves like Water Gun, Hydro Pump, Flamethrower, and Thunderbolt. But those obscure moves that Altaria encounters maybe once in several years? Finding the natural frequency after witnessing them just once, that's utterly impossible. So, the erase technique can only deal with some simple, common moves. And sure enough, Altaria's first success was against a common move Hydro Pump. In the intense training sessions with Cast Form during these days, Altaria's exposure to Hydro Pump increased again, leading to a behavior where, before using Dragon Pulse, Altaria spent some time to use Mirror Move to find the natural frequency and finally succeeded once. Terence then let Altaria imitate it again and again. With the experience of one successful attempt, Altaria's success rate increased significantly. Out of 5 Hydro Pump by Cast Form, Altaria found the natural frequency once again. Originally, it was only with Altaria's enhanced Dragon Pulse that Hydro Pump could be destroyed, but now, with just a simple cry, Hydro Pump was obliterated before it even arrived. Seeing the success of the erase technique, Terence felt a great sense of achievement. However, this is just the beginning. Erase technique cannot be limited to just one move like Hydro Pump. But with one successful experience, the feasibility of this technique has been proven. Alright, let's continue. Terence addressed Altaria and cast form. While watching the two Pokémon continue to practice, Terence felt it necessary to replan the erase technique once again. The embryonic form of erase has appeared, and the next step is to let this embryonic form grow to perfection. Chapter 191, Winona. Cast form, Hydro Pump. Beautifully, Solar Beam. Mismagius, Shadow Ball. Growlithe, Flamethrower. Altaria, Erase. 4 Pokémon took turns to battle. Since Altaria used its cry to erase the Hydro Pump, Terence had been particularly focused on Altaria's success rate with Erase. After 3 days of practice, unfortunately, besides Hydro Pump, Altaria still couldn't find that spot for other moves. Only against Hydro Pump, it had shown improvement through constant practice, with its success rate significantly increasing. A concentrated pillar of water surged forward, and with a loud bang, the pillar shattered, water droplets scattering everywhere. It succeeded again. Terence felt both joy and worry. He was glad Erase had worked, but worried that this success seemed largely coincidental. He had no idea why it suddenly became effective against Hydro Pump. Altaria was also uncertain. It had suddenly found that spot and then increasingly got more familiar with it, but for other moves, it still couldn't replicate the feeling when dealing with Hydro Pump. Is this a technique you developed yourself? Yeah, but it's not perfect yet, Terence replied, turning his head. Stephen had arrived long before, but Terence didn't immediately divert his attention during training. Very impressive, Stephen remarked. He could tell that the sound wasn't a sonic wave move with powerful frequency like boom burst, but just a simple cry. Yet, such a cry managed to block such a strong Hydro Pump. Stephen couldn't figure out the principle behind it. Since you're here, Stephen, how about a 3v3 battle? Terence suddenly suggested. Stephen was formidable, even stronger than Cynthia at the moment from the opponent's metagross. Terence sensed the aura of a top-tier trainer. After training alone for so long, he suddenly wanted to test his skills against someone like Stephen, with winning or losing being secondary. Sure, but I came here to tell you that there's been some progress in meteorites research. I believe it won't be long before we have conclusions regarding its effects on weather, Stephen said. Terence nodded. This place was a natural battling ground, with the open ground providing an excellent environment for battles. They didn't need a referee, they each sent out their Pokémon to start the battle. Fortree City, apart from the Fortree Gym, houses in the city were built on the trees. The people here mostly lived long, healthy lives. Wild bug-type Pokémon could often be seen flying around inside houses. Regular heavy rain made the trees here much taller than those elsewhere. Fortree Gym specialized in flying-type Pokémon. At this moment, outside the gym's large doors, an unexpected visitor stood there, taking a deep breath. That person was Terence. After battling Stephen, Terence had been recommended by Stephen to challenge Fortree Gym. It's evident that your erase technique focuses on sound. You might gain something by challenging Fortree Gym, Stephen. Fortree Gym. As Terence had just learned, the gym leader of Fortree Gym's trump card was also Altaria, just like Terence's. And although their fighting style was flying type, they have their own unique battle methods. The outcome of Terence's battle with Stephen, Terence indeed did not win, and even in the 3v3 battle, he couldn't force Stephen's ace metagross to come out. What on earth did his Agron eat to grow like that? Agron feeds on iron, and most trainers provide iron as food for their Agron. But Stephen's Agron, its food couldn't possibly be ordinary iron. Considering Stephen's background, Terence strongly suspected it might be some rare and precious metal. Regardless, Terence lost, and he experienced the gap between himself and a top trainer. For someone who had only been training for 2 years, he was still far away from that level. I am a challenger. In front of Fortree Gym, Terence knocked on the door and shouted. Shortly after, a girl with a blue Pokémon perched on her head ran out. Are you here to challenge Fortree Gym? Swablu. Seeing the Pokémon on the girl's head, Terence felt a wave of nostalgia. Back then, Swablu used to perch on his head like that too. Yes, I'm Terence, a challenger from Fallarbor Town. Oh, then follow me, the girl said. Terence followed the girl into the gym. Unlike outside, Fortree Gym had various stone statues of different flying-type Pokémon, representing most of Hoen's flying-type Pokémon. During this time, Terence registered for the gym challenge using his Pokédex. Alright, Terence, if you defeat me, this feather badge will be yours. Terence was taken aback. Wait, the gym leader shouldn't be a girl barely older than him. Wait a minute, are you the gym trainer of Fortree Gym? Terence asked in surprise. According to Stephen, the gym trainer of Fortree Gym was a mature woman skilled in flying-type Pokémon, with Altaria as her ace. But the girl in front of him, aside from being too young, even had Altaria replaced with Swablu on her head, something didn't seem right. Yes, it's me, I'm Winona, the new trainer of Fortree Gym. The girl confirmed. Terence was confused for a moment, but soon realized that most gyms operated under the inheritance system. After a gym trainer retired, they had the right to pass on their gym trainer status to their children. Additionally, based on the challenger's registration information, the gym might selectively send out Pokémon that were more suitable to test the challenger. Terence's gym and conference information were currently blank. From the perspective of the gym trainer, he was a complete rookie. Even if this Winona wasn't the gym trainer yet, it was very normal for her to handle his challenge. Realizing this, Terence felt a surge of helplessness. He didn't know what to do. He wanted to challenge the Altaria from Fortree Gym that Stephen had mentioned, not Winona, who was standing before him with her Swablu. After hesitating for a moment, Terence decided to be honest and expressed his desire to challenge the former gym trainer as Stephen had mentioned. No way. Winona puffed up her cheeks instantly, saying indignantly, I am the gym trainer of Fortree Gym now. If you want to get the feather badge, you'll have to defeat me. Furthermore, Winona had seen Terence's information. He was just a newly registered rookie trainer, daring to challenge a senior. Could it be he looked down on her? Okay, but if I can defeat you, can you help me with a recommendation? Regardless of the outcome, just give me a chance, Terence said. You have to defeat me first, Winona replied. Chapter 192, Crushing Victory. Winona's identity as a gym trainer was indeed legitimate. At least, they have professional referees in the gym. Under the referee's command, Terence and Winona both released their Pokémon. The rules were set for a 2-on-2 battle, following the traditional battle rules. I am Winona, the leader of the Fortree Gym. I have become one with bird Pokémon and have soared the skies. However grueling the battle, we will triumph with grace. Witness the elegant choreography of my bird Pokémon and me. On the battlefield, Winona's side was Swablu, its petite body flying in the air, overlooking Terence's Growlithe on the ground. As the battle commenced, Growlithe eagerly dashed across the field. This Rundil, take it, Winona said. Clearly, Swablu's advantage in aerial combat was undeniable. Growlithe, don't rush. Try flamethrower first, commanded Terence. A pillar of fire shot into the air. Winona shook her head. As expected, Terence was a rookie trainer. A flamethrower of this power was too weak for Growlithe. The move was loose, the flames were not cohesive, and the release speed was too slow. As the flames rose higher, their temperature steadily decreased. Swablu won't be daunted by this move. Evade with the rhythm of the wind, Winona instructed. Swablu circled around the pillar of flamethrower like a cotton ball being gently blown by the wind, effortlessly dodging the flames. Simultaneously, while spinning around the pillar of flames, Swablu approached Growlithe, its beak shimmering with dazzling light. Swablu, use Peck. Peck, or Fury Attack. Swablu's Peck attack was mastered to perfection, a level of skill even Terence hadn't seen his Swablu achieve back then. With white light at its beak, Swablu became a sharp spear, charging straight at Growlithe with Fury Attack. Growlithe, agility. Without panic, Terence swiftly commanded, and at the sound, Growlithe instantly transformed into a blur, easily evading Fury Attack. How could Winona gaped at Growlithe? It could even dodge at that distance? Such a quick reaction, Winona couldn't help but admire. Fly back into the sky. Growlithe's coordination was impressive. As long as it wasn't an extremely tricky angle or an attack impossible to dodge, Growlithe could handle most attacks. What followed was a continuous exchange between Swablu and Growlithe. Both Swablu and Growlithe displayed remarkable coordination. Terence observed that the opponent also placed great emphasis on elegance and magnificence during battle. Additionally, her choice of words was meticulous. However, there were intermittent pauses in her speech, possibly deliberating over which words to use, leading to slower command execution. In the sky, Swablu began to bombard Growlithe with Dragon Pulse. Terence was surprised that Swablu could learn Dragon Pulse. It seemed that although Swablu hadn't evolved, its talent was unexpectedly high. Without an outstanding Dragon-type bloodline, if his Swablu had wanted to learn Dragon Pulse, it wouldn't be a simple task. However, Winona had misjudged one thing. She believed that Growlithe's flamethrower posed no threat to Swablu, so as long as Swablu stayed in the air, it would be safe by continuously blocking Growlithe's moving range with Dragon Pulse and various moves. Winona planned to corner Growlithe and then defeat it in one fell swoop. Feeling the time was right, Terence said, "Flame Wheel." Growlithe had stretched and warmed up. Looking at Growlithe, who under agility was itching to give it a go, Terence looked up at the sky. Swablu was still flying, while Growlithe below began to emit a faint heat as it ran, a red light enveloping its body. Then, with a buzz, accompanied by a burst of flames engulfed Growlithe's entire body. Winona looked at Growlithe, her expression puzzled, not understanding Growlithe's intent. Are they trying to attack Swablu from that position? After making her guess, Winona couldn't believe it herself. One on the ground, one in the air, with nothing around to climb except for Pokémon with exceptionally good jump power, it was impossible for an attack to reach such a height. However, Growlithe's actions completely startled Winona. She had never seen a Pokémon with such strong explosive power. Swablu, who was still focused on the ground, suddenly saw a flash of fire erupt from below. Before Swablu could react, Growlithe was already rushing towards it from the ground like a rocket. With a loud bang, Swablu was hit even higher, letting out a miserable cry as it lost its ability to fly, propelled by the force of impact to even greater heights in the sky. As for Growlithe, it let out a roar as well. Its body was like a spring that had exhausted all its strength in that explosive strike, leaving its legs aching. Having reached such a height, Growlithe naturally couldn't maintain balance and could only let its body plummet back down. Bang! The moment Growlithe landed on the ground, Terence felt the pain after hearing the sound. He couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart. Then, Swablu also fell down. Compared to Growlithe, Swablu was in worse condition, being the primary target of the impact, and its petite body made it more vulnerable to injury. Swablu unable to battle. The referee announced the result, stunned. The change was too sudden, the shift in fighting style too abrupt. Watching Growlithe, twitching as it stood up, the referee's eyes widened in incomprehension. Winona's mouth opened slightly, looking at Growlithe in astonishment. She knew she had been careless. Growlithe's flamethrower was not at all a move aimed at flying-type Pokémon. The explosive power of that flame wheel was too terrifying, catching both her and Swablu completely off guard. If it was her teacher's Alteriani, Pokémon on the ground would have no chance of escaping its control, Winona thought to herself. But in this battle, she lost. Underestimating Growlithe was one factor, but more crucially Swablu wasn't her ace at the moment. My next partner is Swellow. Taking a deep breath, Winona solemnly looked at Terence. He didn't seem as easy to deal with as a rookie trainer. If she had been fully focused on the battle just now, she might have been able to help Swablu evade the flame wheel. In the end, it was her own command error that she missed the opportunity. Come back, Growlithe. Next up, Mismagius, take the field. Looking at Growlithe's equally battered body, Terence shook his head. It looked too injured, so he couldn't leave the next battle to Growlithe. Chapter 193, Illusion Insta-Kill. Even with a body full of injuries from the fall, Growlithe still eagerly stared at the newly appeared Swellow, showing no signs of backing down until Terence recalled Growlithe and sent out Mismagius, signaling the continuation of the battle. Growlithe could still fight. Terence remembered that unless Growlithe was truly exhausted, even multiple injuries couldn't stop it from fighting. However, observing Swellow's agility, Terence knew this Swellow was much faster than Swablu, and with Winona likely being prepared, Growlithe's ambush wouldn't be as effective as before. If Growlithe's attack failed, it would only result in increasing its injuries for no gain. Mismagius. Terence signaled to Mismagius, his gaze fixed on the Swellow in the sky, who was waiting for Winona's command. Not attacking first? Winona cautiously observed Mismagius. Having learned from her experience with Growlithe earlier, she realized Terence wasn't just an ordinary trainer. We can't afford to be careless. Pumping herself up, Winona said, Swellow, air slash. Swellow, with its ink blue feathers, extended its sharp red claws and vigorously swung them towards the ground, sending several sharp blades formed from air racing towards Mismagius. Bang! 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 As air slash hit the ground, Mismagius dispersed with the dust, disappearing from Winona and Swellow's sight, hiding somewhere unknown. That's the most difficult aspect of dealing with ghost-type Pokémon. Their ability to conceal themselves causes headaches for most Pokémon. If they can't locate the ghost-type Pokémon, they will surely be at a disadvantage in battle. Keep your calm, Swellow, observe the surroundings. Winona scanned the area, having Swallow fly higher into the air. She didn't believe Terence wouldn't issue a command to attack. The atmosphere grew tense as Swallow circled in the air, its sharp gaze scanning all around with great focus. Suddenly, shadow balls appeared from all directions one after another, flying towards Swallow. Facing great danger, Swallow received Winona's swift command to use quick attack to evade. ZZZT. Swallow effortlessly flapped its wings, calmly dodging the shadow balls, while simultaneously showcasing the elegance of its beautiful feathers, its movements graceful. However, just when Swallow thought it had perfectly avoided all the shadow balls, it felt numbness creeping through its body. Its wings had been invaded by strong electric currents, the tingling sensation making it unable to flap its wings, only able to let out a miserable cry as it fell from the sky. Swallow! Swallow! What's wrong? During the fall, Swallow heard the trainer's call clearly, feeling momentarily confused. Meanwhile, Winona was even more confused, as she watched Swallow, who was previously focused, suddenly use quick attack to charge into the thunder wave that had been woven together out of thin air. No matter how she called out, it had no effect. Then it happened, Swallow succumbed to the effect of thunder wave's paralysis, losing its ability to fly and crashed onto the ground. It's over. Mismagius, Shadow Ball. This time, it was a genuine shadow ball. As Swallow fell, numerous shadow balls followed closely behind. At the moment they hit Swallow, intense fluctuations spread out, causing waves of smoke. When the smoke cleared, Swallow's condition appeared before everyone's eyes. Incapacitated. The referee took a deep breath. As gym trainer Winona's two Pokémon have both lost their ability to battle, the winner is Terence. Since Winona took over the gym, this person had always served as a referee. A battle where Winona was so powerless, this was the first time he had seen it. Typically, Winona, who had just taken over as gym trainer, wasn't considered weak. In fact, she was even above average among trainers. For someone of her age to be able to take over as gym trainer, it was partly because the old gym leader hoped Winona would develop through experience, but it also showed their recognition of Winona. The sudden burst of power from Growlithe, Swallow's inexplicable behavior, all left Winona staring bewildered at the arena. She had faced challengers stronger than her before, but the reasons for her losses were understandable, allowing her to identify her shortcomings. But such a bizarre, unpredictable battle, she was experiencing for the first time. It was actually an application of Confuse Ray and Psybeam, as well as the foundation of Mismagius illusion skill. It uses the confusion condition to make the opponent see other scenes. In an ordinary confusion condition, the user can't control the opponent's situation at all, and it is already fortunate to be able to confuse the opponent. As for being able to control the opponent's confusion condition and create an illusion to make the opponent follow their rhythm, this is no longer an ordinary confusion move. This ability to create illusions, generally only Psychic-type Pokémon and Ghost-type Pokémon could use it well. The principle of illusion and hallucination is the confusion condition, turning uncontrollable confusion into controllable confusion. With Swallow intensely focused and unable to see Mismagius, its attention was focused keenly on the movements around it. Suddenly, the Shadow Ball's illusion coupled with the trainer's voice, directly broke through Swallow's mental defenses. This prompted Swallow to swiftly react and seriously dodge these Shadow Balls. However, these Shadow Balls were ultimately fake. Following the trajectory of the Shadow Balls, Swallow charged straight into the thunder wave woven by Mismagius, and then it was followed by the real Shadow Ball attack, leaving Swallow, who was paralyzed, unable to resist it. I've lost. Actually, Winona didn't care about winning or losing, she just wanted to know why Swallow didn't obey her commands and acted on its own. This was the most puzzling aspect for her. After Terence explained it in simple terms, Winona suddenly understood, realizing she knew too little about Ghost-type Pokémon as she was focused only on Flying-type Pokémon. Terence smiled. He could guess the other's thoughts, but not every Ghost-type Pokémon had the ability to control confusion. Firstly, it requires a microscopic level of control over energy, which can easily stump a large number of Pokémon. Secondly, the control over the rhythm when using illusions during training and battles is also crucial. Without long-term practice, illusions with many loopholes were even less useful than simply causing the opponent to fall into random confusion. Gym Leader Winona, I came to Fortree Gym specifically to challenge the Altaria of the gym. Could you now please give me this opportunity? Terence asked. Fighting trainers of the same age rarely provides Terence with any gains. He already has a rough framework in mind of common knowledge and experiences. Unless they were trainers like Stephen, Wallace, or Cynthia, even gym leaders like Candace, Winona, don't impress Terence much. They were just thresholds set by the old gym leaders to test the trainers participating in the conferences. Their own strength hadn't grown to the level of seasoned trainers like Stephen and others. Whether or not they could become qualified trainers depends on whether they could grow while continuously facing challengers. Chapter 194, Fighting Fortree Gym Again. Although unwilling, Winona reluctantly agreed to Terence's request. However, the next battle wouldn't happen today. The previous gym leader of Fortree Gym was not in the gym. So, Terence was arranged to have the battle a week later. Receiving the feather badge from Winona, Terence temporarily bid farewell to Fortree Gym and took up residence at the Pokémon Center. At the Weather Institute, everyone, including Stephen, was extremely busy as the research had reached a critical stage. They temporarily don't have time to entertain Terence. But, Terence left Cast Form behind to assist with the research, joining the group of Cast Form at the laboratory. 1 week later, Terence stepped into Fortree Gym once again. This time, the challenger was the former gym leader of Fortree Gym and Winona's mentor, Miss Hannah. Unlike Winona, Miss Hannah looked exceptionally wise. Recalling Stephen's description of her, Terence confirmed that he had found the right person. I must say, I was quite surprised when I heard someone want to challenge me, Miss Hannah remarked as she welcomed Terence. Upon learning from Winona that a challenger wished to duel her Altaria, Hannah's initial thought was that this person must have been recommended. Moreover, there was a good chance that this challenger also possessed a Pokémon like Altaria. Fortree Gym wasn't renowned in Hone, and Miss Hannah wasn't a widely known gym leader. Since handing over the gym to Winona some time ago, Miss Hannah rarely faced challengers. Ordinary trainers, and even Fortree Gym's gym trainers, often didn't know who she was, let alone that her trump card was an Altaria. Miss Hannah's guess was indeed correct. However, during the battle, she was surprised to find that Terence did not send out an Altaria like she had imagined. Growlithe? Miss Hannah inquired. Yes, I hope you'll use Altaria to battle, Terence replied. After a brief pause, gym leader Hannah smiled and said, I see. In that case, I'll indulge your request. Soar through the sky. Altaria. This time, Winona served as the referee. Watching the two Pokémon in the arena, she couldn't help but feel a bit bewildered. Wasn't this a replay of their previous battle? Except this time, Swablu was replaced with Altaria. And even after her Swablu lost its fighting ability, she still harbored the thought if it were her teacher's Altaria, the outcome would surely have been different. And I've already told teacher everything about the previous battle, Winona thought to herself. The beginning of the battle was quite similar to Winona and Terence's battle. Altaria launched attacks from the sky while Growlithe continuously evaded on the ground. Although the power and frequency of Altaria's attack was higher than Swablu's, this time Growlithe was faster and dodged more skillfully. In the continuous high-frequency barrage of countless tennis balls, Growlithe, relying on muscle coordination, was always able to find escape routes in the most efficient way. Right now, Altaria's attack should not be more difficult to dodge than the high-frequency attacks of countless tennis balls. However, Altaria's attacks packed a significant punch, emanating fluctuations unmatched by the tennis balls. But even so, Altaria initially couldn't do anything against Growlithe. The reason behind this was that gym leader Hannah, after hearing Winona's account, deliberately kept Altaria at a distance from Growlithe, creating too much distance between the two Pokémon, giving Growlithe ample time to react. It seems this won't work, gym leader Hannah chuckled, not bothered. Then, Terence saw her lower her arm, and Altaria, noticing this, slowly decreased its flight altitude. This should put Altaria within Growlithe's attack range, right? Hannah watched the sprinting Growlithe, wanting to see what Winona meant by the incredible burst of power. Trying to bait me, hey? Terence didn't mind. Instead of changing the battle strategy from the previous battle with Winona, he repeated the same scenario. Agility. Flame wheel. Boom. In an instant, Growlithe erupted with astonishing power, leaving a trail of flame as it shot straight towards the sky. With the speed of agility combined with the explosive force from its leg muscles, Growlithe was like an arrow shot from a bow, heading directly towards Altaria. Terence wasn't worried that Altaria would use a move to knock down Growlithe at this moment. If Altaria wasn't hiding anything when it attacked just now, then Altaria's speed and reaction time in releasing a move would definitely not be faster than the sudden burst of Growlithe. In fact, this was the case. Hannah didn't let Altaria counterattack, instead the next moment, countless cotton shed from Altaria's body, wrapping layer upon layer around it. Growlithe's flame wheel seemed to collide with a huge ball of cotton. Although it continued to advance, it seemed to be lacking strength. The speed and strength were all offset by Cotton Guard, and Altaria emerged unscathed from this assault. Altaria's use of the Cotton Guard was swift, which was unlike Swablu. Swablu's physical growth didn't support it in creating such a large obstruction like Altaria's Cotton Guard to block the flame wheel. In the air, Growlithe, blocked by Cotton Guard, fell from the sky just like last time. Seeing this scene, Winona looked pleasantly surprised. That's how Swellow lost, and since Growlithe also lacked flying ability, if the teacher attacked at this moment, victory would be assured. Altaria, Dragon Breath. The melodious voice rang in Winona's ears. Following the sound, she saw Altaria, under Gym Leader Hannah's command, exhaling a green dragon breath towards the anticipated landing spot of Growlithe. But as Dragon Breath headed towards Growlithe's landing spot, Growlithe gradually stabilized its descent during the fall, controlling its pace by reversing the rotation of the flame wheel. Then, it suddenly spewed out a flame, deviating from its original trajectory. Winona exclaimed in surprise, looking astonished at Growlithe, who landed smoothly. Hannah was also somewhat surprised. This seemed to differ from Winona's account of the battle. It was quite simple. After the battle with Winona, Terence suddenly realized that Growlithe hadn't undergone any specific training to deal with flying-type Pokémon. If it used its usual fighting style, then being affected by gravity during a fall from high altitude would be unavoidable. Terence didn't want a repeat of the situation from last time, where it couldn't control its balance in the air, thus losing control of its body and ultimately injuring itself. So, during this week, Terence swiftly began training Growlithe for falls, aiming to provide Growlithe with a method to land smoothly. The unique features of Fortree City provided Terence with excellent training grounds. Tall trees were everywhere here, and with Altaria's help, Growlithe spent the entire week practicing falling simulations. The results were very successful. Growlithe completed the training, managing to land almost perfectly each time during the simulations. Chapter 195, Shaking Ground. Returning to the ground, Growlithe was like a fish back in water, though its speed had slowed considerably compared to before. The price of its explosive burst of power was the excessive expenditure of strength in all parts of its body. Growlithe would have to relax for a while to fully recover from the aching pain. However, in battle, the opponent clearly wasn't prepared to give Growlithe any relaxation time. Every minute, every second, was crucial in deciding the outcome. Altaria. Altaria moved gracefully, closely watching every move of Growlithe. The sudden burst just now had startled Altaria. If it hadn't reacted quickly, it might have been hit. Bang! A powerful blow struck the ground, causing ripples that reached Growlithe, who awkwardly rolled to avoid it. Seeing the situation in the arena, Terence sighed inwardly. It seemed that Growlithe didn't have a good way to deal with Altaria. However, if the situation continued like this, Altaria would also be unable to do anything to Growlithe. Despite Growlithe's current awkward dodging, its stamina was recovering. The grueling training has given Growlithe exceptional resilience, which is also a result of the strong physique developed from its unique fighting style. Without this resilience, repeated battles would have long exhausted Growlithe. So, even as Growlithe hastily dodged, it was also conserving its strength, waiting for the next attack. And the timing of that attack depended on Terence, the trainer. Altaria was able to block the flame wheel, and if Terence couldn't come up with another way to create an opportunity for Growlithe to explode out with its skill, the battle would be in danger of being lost. Aowu. Numerous tactical strategies quickly appeared and evolved in Terence's mind. Given the current situation, Growlithe's chances of turning the tide were pitifully small. After a moment of thought, as Growlithe dodged a dragon breath, Terence came up with two attacking methods to try. But just as he was about to give it a command, Growlithe's dragging body began to undergo a peculiar change. Sensing this special change, Growlithe immediately cried out, reminding Terence. At this moment, Growlithe's change mainly manifested in the flames on its body. This is... Terence was surprised. Flame wheel? No, when Growlithe uses flame wheel, it needs to rotate its body to condense the flames that cover its entire body. In other words, it uses its body as power, burning its own energy to maintain the high power of the flames, and attacks its opponent with rapid rotation. But now, as Growlithe ran horizontally, it didn't perform the preparatory action before using the move. Flames appeared out of nowhere on its body, and the concentration of flames was terrifyingly high. Even as Growlithe ran at high speed, not a single spark splattered. Moreover, the flames slowly covered Growlithe's entire body densely, without any gaps. Additionally, propelled by this flame, Growlithe's running speed became faster and faster, even surpassing its speed before the eruption. Flare Blitz. Seeing this scene, Terence understood. Had Growlithe comprehended a new move in battle? Flame Wheel and Flare Blitz were extremely similar, to the point where those unfamiliar with the principles might confuse the two moves. Flame Wheel was more like burning stamina to ram into the opponent with fiery impact. Flare Blitz, on the other hand, builds upon this foundation by generating flames. It uses the flames as propulsion, continuously converting them into stamina, stimulating all aspects of the body to amplify speed, then unleashing a full-powered strike. Compared to Flame Wheel, Flare Blitz's power was even stronger, but the strain and impact of it on the body was much more terrifying than Flame Wheel. If the Flame Wheel was used within the norm, it might not have much impact on oneself, one could even slightly move the body to alleviate the impact. But Flare Blitz was definitely not the same. The high-intensity burst of power, speed, and strength it brought also meant that the Pokémon itself had to bear some of the recoil. That was the cost of high-intensity moves. Very good, with this move, we can catch the opponent off guard. Terence's mouth twitched. He will think about the consequences later, but for now, the attack was the main focus. Growlithe, use Flare Blitz. Aowu. Surrounded by flames, Growlithe's body could only vaguely be seen at this point. Under the ultra-high-speed sprint, it looked as if it was dragging a huge column of fire. Although the flames were extremely condensed all over its body, due to the speed being too fast, it still gave people a visual illusion. Because of Growlithe's running, the flames were trapped outside. Bang! Accelerating continuously, Growlithe suddenly pushed off with all its might, leaping up fiercely toward the airborne Altaria. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. A seasoned trainer can often command in an instant, or even as soon as the trainer opens their mouth. Pokémon with a strong bond to their trainer could understand their intentions. Hannah's expression changed. Growlithe's eruption this time was even more intense than before, showing no signs of fatigue from the previous exertion. Cotton Guard. At this distance, there was time, but Hannah could also see that, with the speed and power of Flare Blitz due to the flames concentrated all around its body, it could easily break through Cotton Guard. The flames had strong penetrating power against Cotton Guard. At this moment, Altaria couldn't dodge it either and was inevitably hit. Sky Attack. Hannah's expression became serious and she said loudly, although there's not enough time to store energy in the sky, as a flying-type gym, we must show our grandeur. Terence frowned. Direct confrontation? Although Altaria's Sky Attack was incomplete, but... Bang! As a red light and a blue light collided, the flames gathered on Growlithe's body directly dispersed, raising a wave of heat and smoke. Terence stared fixedly at the sky, only to see Growlithe falling rapidly. Fortunately, Growlithe still maintained consciousness at the moment and, using rotation technique, began to prepare for a smooth landing. Altaria's Sky Attack was too abrupt, failing to unleash its true power. But even so, due to the double impact of Flare Blitz and Sky Attack, Growlithe, even if not rendered incapable of battle, was not far from exhaustion. Here it comes. Terence almost guessed Hannah's intent: severely injure Growlithe and then, when it lands, it wouldn't be able to resist the opponent's attack. In the sky, Altaria also bore injuries, but they seemed insignificant. It still looked down at the ground, and as Growlithe fell, a high-pitched cry rang out. This cry carried a special rhythm, seemingly triggering some strange change, even making Terence, standing outside the arena, feel the tremors on the ground. Chapter 196, Battle Ends. After Growlithe landed, it intended to keep moving, gradually recovering while running. However, before it could react, a powerful tremor shook the ground. In the air, every high-pitched cry from Altaria caused the arena to tremble. Growlithe had just lifted its foot when its power was seemingly drained away, and before it had taken 2 steps, it almost stumbled to the ground. It should have been used earlier. Terence's gaze didn't linger on Growlithe, letting it figure out how to overcome the trembling ground on its own. Instead, he looked towards the sky, perking up his ears to listen to Altaria's cries. So that's it. The intense trembling only occurred in the rocky and sky terrain of the arena, with the shaking of the arena becoming increasingly pronounced. However, Terence wasn't affected by further disturbances. It seemed that the source of the tremors was within the arena. Terence only felt a slight ripple. Without any command from Terence, Growlithe attempted to evade the earthquake by running in a jumping fashion. However, it was futile. The frequency of earthquake's tremors followed Alteria's cries. Every time Growlithe landed, the rhythm of earthquake's tremors would change, making it agonizingly difficult for Growlithe to control its body coordination. Body coordination was Growlithe's strength. Its control over its legs was not only extremely meticulous, it was also very proficient. However, in this ever-changing earthquake, Growlithe's control became utterly useless. The undulating ground became like a blade hanging over Growlithe's neck, rendering it unable to resist. Without stable and solid ground, Growlithe's coordination once again revealed a weakness, one that even Terence hadn't anticipated. If the terrain was a swamp or some other complex situation, Growlithe still doesn't have a way to handle it. Terence made a mental note. Pokémon weaknesses needed to be exposed through continuous battles so that as a trainer, he could conduct relevant training afterward. However, none of these were Terence's main purpose for being here. What he wanted to see was this earthquake. The technique of creating earthquake using sound. This could be said to be the weakest earthquake Terence had ever seen, lacking any power. It was nothing like the numerous cracks and aftershocks that accompanied the stomping of Tyranitar, Nidoking, or Radon. It was just a simple vibration. Yet, it caused Terence's eyes to widen and look at Altaria with admiration. How difficult is it for a flying-type Pokémon to learn Earthquake? Difficult. 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 Using sound to trigger Earthquake. Terence observed Altaria. Its cry seemed to have a special frequency, one that Terence wanted to figure out. Growlithe made its final struggle. After enduring one earthquake, its stamina was almost depleted. Along with a dragon breath from Altaria, Growlithe lost its agile coordination and couldn't evade the continuous onslaught of moves. With a bang, Growlithe was unfortunately hit and sent flying, losing consciousness. The winner is Hannah of Fortree Gym, Winona awkwardly announced the result. It was her first time serving as a referee, but she had already made her judgment on the battle's outcome long before. Previously, many challengers had lost to the teacher in this manner. If the opponent wasn't a flying-type Pokémon, they would inevitably be disrupted by this ever-changing earthquake, losing their usual rhythm, then step by step fall into a trap. In such a situation, being a flying-type Pokémon already gives an absolute advantage. However, when dealing with previous challengers, Hannah usually had Altaria use Earthquake early on. But this time against Terence, she waited until the very last moment when Growlithe was almost out of stamina to use the blocking tactic. This was very rare. A very good trainer, seeing Terence deep in thought, Hannah recalled her Altaria. It seemed that Terence had come to challenge her with this intention. "Thank you, Gym Leader Hannah," Terence walked over and said. "You're welcome," Hannah replied. She expected Terence to ask some questions or express his doubts, but to her surprise, Terence excused himself from Fortree Gym to take Growlithe to the Pokémon Center. "Teacher, why did you wait until the end to let Altaria use Earthquake? If you had used it from the beginning, wouldn't Growlithe have lost earlier?" Winona asked, puzzled. "It's not that simple," Hannah smiled. "If Growlithe hadn't been so exhausted at the end, it would have been difficult to hit it with ordinary attacks. Its agility, even I have rarely seen. Besides, this isn't a gym battle, there's no need to reveal too much too soon." There had been trainers who challenged Fortree Gym before. Faced with Hannah's Earthquake tactic, a very small number of trainers were able to assist their Pokémon in finding opportunities on the spot and overcome the Earthquake, and they even used Earthquake to counter-attack, successfully earning the Feather Badge. Of course, there was an element of gym leaders going easy, but those who could quickly react in battle and resolve dangerous situations, were all naturally talented trainers. While Winona didn't know much about Terence, Hannah didn't underestimate him. To prevent Terence from assisting Growlithe in breaking through the earthquake during the battle, she chose to first deplete Growlithe's stamina. Then, when Growlithe slowed down, she used Earthquake to deliver the fatal blow, trapping Growlithe and rendering it powerless to resist. "I still have some doubts, though." Through her glasses, Hannah revealed a hint of confusion in her sky-blue pupils. Terence's intention seemed to be Altaria's Earthquake, there was no mistaking his focused and attentive gaze when Altaria unleashed Earthquake. It seemed that victory or defeat at that moment was no longer important to Terence. Watching the teacher pondering, Winona tilted her head, puzzled. Fortree City, Pokémon Center. Terence handed Growlithe over to Nurse Joy. With Growlithe's recovery ability, those injuries would soon heal. Sitting in the Pokémon Center, Terence began to reflect on the battle just now. Using sound to trigger earthquake, the train of thought behind this was similar to Erase but different. Erase was based on the mirror move, swiftly copying the opponent's move and calculating the resonance frequency to trigger vibrations and disrupt the energy structure within the move. But this technique of using sound to trigger earthquake, Terence had seen it on Exploud. Its power was much stronger than the one Altaria unleashed. With the strength of Altaria's voice, the traditional method still couldn't trigger earthquake, and Terence had some understanding of the reasons behind this. In the rocky and sky terrain, the rocks shook violently, but I didn't feel the same tremors, even though I was on the edge of the rocky terrain. In other words, these tremors were just the rocks swaying. Chapter 197, Research Progress. Altaria doesn't trigger earthquake, rather it induces vibrations in rocks. Compared to the traditional earthquake move, its power is much weaker. The ability to cause vibrations in rocks also stems from familiarity with them. As a Pokémon of the Fortree Gym, battling in the rocky and sky terrain daily, it naturally understands the terrain well. This explains its ability to induce vibrations in the rocks with its cry. The material of the arena and the material of those flying-type Pokémon statues I saw on my way here seem to be related. It appears that these rocks are a symbol of Fortree City, and even Fortree Gym. This tactic of vibrating the rock terrain is likely a test prepared by gym leader Hannah to challenge trainers. To achieve this effect, Altaria required practice with rocks for a long time. In this regard, it's quite similar to the Erase technique. Even without the mirror move, it can induce vibrations with its not-so-powerful cry. This certainly isn't something that can be explained in a few words, meaning that even without relying on mirror move, similar results can be achieved through persistent effort. But mirror move is definitely the right direction. Normally, no one would show their moves for Terence to practice with. So, are there other factors that can affect Altaria's calculation of energy frequencies of the moves? After devising the Erase technique, Terence had been diligently following his own plan, believing the technique to be perfected and it would only be a matter of time to validate its effectiveness. However, seeing Hannah's Altaria induce vibrations in inanimate objects using the same cry, gave Terence a new idea. After all, rocks are geological bodies formed by the gathering of rock-forming minerals in a certain structure, and moves are composed of different elemental energies. Though they may appear different, the concept remains unchanged. If I were Hannah, how would I make Altaria quickly understand these rocks and master the vibration technique? Terence pondered. Playing with rocks, sleeping on rocks, flying over rocks, and even having every battle in a rocky terrain. It is only by this can Altaria fully understand the rocks, sense the connection with them, and use sound to cause simple vibrations. It's the environment. The environment is important. I was too focused on exposing Altaria to a wider range of moves, hoping it would learn through trial and error, but I neglected to provide it with an environment conducive to sensing the energy of these moves. Fortree Gym's Altaria can see rocks anytime, anywhere, sense them, and use rocky terrain to practice. The efficiency certainly can't be compared to the Erase skill attempted time and again. Altaria suddenly being able to erase Hydro Pump is probably due to the damp weather near Fortree City, which allowed Altaria to familiarize itself with water energy. With prolonged exposure and training in such an environment rich in water energy, Altaria's training of Erase technique became much more effective. No wonder the calculation speed of the flamethrower move is the slowest. It turns out it is also influenced by the environment, speculated Terence. If it's indeed because of the perennial rainy weather near Fortree City that it can increase Altaria's affinity for certain moves, then if I go to a volcano, maybe Altaria can more easily perceive flamethrower. Or if I go to an icy glacier, perhaps it can perceive ice beam. No, then what about moves like Hyper Beam? Shadow Ball? Terence scratched his head, then sighed. Well, regardless of whether it's correct or not, I have to try. 3 days ago, at the Weather Institute, Professor Lucci and a group of researchers were gathered around a machine with knitted brows. As a green light flashed, their expressions immediately changed. Have you extracted it? Stephen asked. No, the energy structure of the meteorite is very stable. Normal extraction is impossible. If the intensity is increased, the meteorite may get damaged. No matter how you see it, the destruction of the meteorite is not a good outcome, Professor Lucci said. Stephen nodded. If the meteorite were to be destroyed, its energy, lacking a vessel, would directly dissipate into the air. There have been attempts to extract the evolution energy from evolutionary stones, using dozens of them to raise a powerful Pokémon, but it didn't work. If the stable structure of such an energy vessel were to be disrupted, the energy dissipating would be a minor issue. In fact, it could even lead to a massive explosion. Moreover, the meteorite was borrowed from Terence, they couldn't afford to gamble with it. Is there no other way? A researcher asked. No, as a green light created a path on the device, Professor Lucci's tightly furrowed brow relaxed. It seems there's a breakthrough. The structure of the meteorite has been replicated. Quickly bring the energy analyzer. Ah, yes. Having witnessed the flying-type earthquake at Fortree Gym, Terence directly returned to the Weather Institute. He isn't planning on letting Altaria copy the opponent. Earthquake move wasn't suited for Altaria, and even if it learned it, it wouldn't be very useful. It would be better to spend that training time further refining Erase. Back at the Weather Institute, Terence was surprised to find no unusual weather changes outside the laboratory today. Mr. Terence, is it? A laboratory assistant spotted Terence and approached him. There's been a crucial breakthrough in the research on the meteorite. Everyone's incredibly busy at the moment. Here's the gist: 3 days ago, researchers observed an energy path within the meteorite. After simulations, they discovered astonishing results. Then, I'll go visit Cast Form. After a brief conversation, Terence hurried off to find Cast Form. Though it had only been a week since they parted, following the training of the Weather Institute's seniors, Cast Form should have learned some new things. Climate Simulation Laboratory. After searching around, Terence eventually arrived here. He saw a dozen Cast Forms playing in the snow. Upon seeing Terence, Cast Form immediately stopped playing, pretending to be aloof as it stood beside a snowman. Come back, Cast Form. Pretending not to notice, Terence called out to Cast Form and retrieved it with a safari ball. Next, he needed to find out what Cast Form had gained during this time to better plan its future training regimen. Also, when he went to Fortree City, Terence bought an Ultra Ball for Cast Form. Compared to the Safari Ball, which was of similar quality to mass-produced Pokeballs, the Ultra Ball would significantly improve the quality of Cast Form's rest. Apart from that, he had nothing but ordinary Pokeballs with him to deal with various situations. If he wants to catch a Pokemon, regular Pokeballs would suffice. As for better Pokeballs, he'll wait until after capturing the Pokemon and then prepare something more cost-effective based on the species of Pokemon. Chapter 198, An Opportunity to Resolve the Climate and Gift. Terence was in the rest area of the Weather Institute, looking up the geography of the Hone region. Hone region, with its numerous islands, tends to have frequent rainfall in many places due to their proximity to the ocean, resulting in a relatively humid climate. There were also a few areas that were quite hot. The crater of Mt. Chimney and the fiery path, which was opened up for special circumstances, are paradises for fire-type Pokémon. If the external environment affects the training of Erase, it might be worth trying it out when I have time. For water-type moves, practicing near Fortree City is ideal. For fire-type moves, I can consider going to the fiery path. For electric-type moves, here is good, for grass-type moves, here, and for rock-type moves, this is also a good choice. In addition, for Shadow Ball, I can go to Mt. Pyre. While observing the descriptions of the various places in Hone, Terence's gaze shifted to Larue City. However, before he could delve into it further, there was a knock on the door. It was Stephen, holding a box in his hands. The research is complete, and it turns out that the meteorite is indeed related to the climate, Stephen began. The item in the box was the meteorite, and after the research results became clear, the Weather Institute sent the meteorite back to Terence. What's the result? Terence inquired. Stephen organized his thoughts before speaking. On one hand, it's quite different from the research at the Weather Institute. If the Weather Institute wants to develop a machine that can change the weather, the knowledge required is the kind that can influence the weather, similar to the abilities of Pokémon like Psyduck and Altaria. However, these abilities are not strong, the range they can influence is limited, and it can't be simulated on a large scale. From the beginning, these abilities have been limited in their range of influence, and it is difficult to find knowledge and ideas for large-scale climate change from it. But this meteorite is very special, it can suppress the ability to change the weather. Suppress the ability to change the weather? What does that mean? Terence was puzzled. After simulating the energy structure inside the meteorite, we used its principles to create a machine. However, this machine couldn't change the weather. Instead, when we tried to use another device to change the weather, the original device that could alter the local climate suddenly became ineffective. Terence was thoroughly perplexed. Ineffective? Isn't that bad? The research results rendered the device that could alter the local climate ineffective. Stephen shook his head. I don't quite understand it either, but Professor Lucci was very pleased with the results, saying that there is remarkable progress in the research. Is that enough then? Do they no longer need to study the meteorite? Terence asked. Not for now. Extracting the energy structure of the meteorite is already the limit with current technology. Moreover, with the energy structure of the meteorite, the Weather Institute has new research direction for a long time to come. Studying the meteorite is not as important as before, but, Stephen paused. This is just my own speculation, but do you remember the result of the previous investigation? This meteorite is likely related to Rayquaza. According to historical records, Rayquaza has always intervened to stop the battles between Groudon and Kyogre. This also suggests that Rayquaza may have the ability to suppress these two super ancient Pokémon. Combining this information with the stories from legends, I believe that after coming into contact with the rainbow-colored meteorite, Rayquaza underwent an unusual transformation, similar to evolution. Terence understood. So you mean, hypothetically, Rayquaza has an ability similar to Cloud9, and the mysterious change brought about by this meteorite temporarily deprived Rayquaza of this ability, hence this research direction. Some Pokémon abilities do change with evolution, this has already been confirmed. As a legendary Pokémon, Rayquaza's method and ability to change the weather are naturally beyond those of ordinary Pokémon. If we can grasp the principle behind this, then there's a possibility of resolving the abnormal climate of Hoenn. Terence nodded. This was a process of reverse engineering. Researchers wanted to deduce Rayquaza's method of changing the weather from the energy structure within the meteorite. With knowledge of this weather-changing principle, solving Hoenn's abnormal climate was just around the corner. So, does this mean that this meteorite really might be related to Rayquaza? Terence held the meteorite, feeling unsure of what to do if it truly had a connection to Rayquaza. That seems to be the case. Stephen sighed. You must not spread the news of this meteorite. If it reaches the ears of malicious individuals, it could lead to big trouble. In recent years, two organizations have become active in Hoenn. Their main goal seems to be the two super ancient Pokémon, Groudon and Kyogre. However, these organizations have already grown considerably, so eliminating them won't be easy, Stephen explained. If news about Rayquaza were to spread and another organization emerged seeking Rayquaza, that would be a big problem. I understand, Terence nodded. Super ancient Pokémon aren't easy to deal with, seeking them out usually ends badly. If Groudon and Kyogre were summoned and another battle ensued, it would bring devastation to the entire Hoenn region. Terence glanced out the window, thinking about how to handle the meteorite. Are you about to leave? Stephen asked. Yes, Terence nodded. The Pokémon contest in Lilycove City was about to begin, and he needed to hurry over. Before you go, take this too. It's a gift from the Weather Institute, Stephen said, pulling out a few items. The research findings from the meteorite are significant. As the owner of the meteorite, consider these items as a token of appreciation from the researchers. It's also a gift for you, Stephen smiled. Besides, you've satisfied my curiosity, so you must accept these. Terence looked at the items. There were 5 in total. A brown-yellow rock, an ice-blue rock, a red-brown rock, a crystal-like rock, and finally, a solidified droplet of water. As Terence took these items, he noticed the tension on Stephen's face. When Stephen looked at these rocks, his eyes were filled with indescribable emotions. This is mystic water. Terence looked at the blue solidified droplet and subconsciously spoke. Of the 5 items, this was the only one he recognized. Mystic water, a miraculous item that can amplify a Pokémon's mastery of water-type moves. Most of them are naturally formed, and the current progress in artificially synthesizing mystic water was facing several technical hurdles. The cost of making it far outweighs the benefits. These 4 rocks are damp rock, heat rock, icy rock, and smooth rock. They are special samples brought back by the Weather Institute from various climates during field surveys. Through experimentation, it was discovered that these are special minerals that can influence the weather. Chapter 199 4 Rocks. Icy rock was discovered by an exploration team in the shallow sea caves. Despite being located in the ocean, the cave was as cold as harsh winter, with rocks frozen solid and a pervasive chill in the air. Smooth rock came from the largest desert in Hone, excavated from an area where sandstorms never ceased. Damp rock and heat rock were also found in similar climate conditions. Extreme cold, extreme heat, sandstorms, heavy rain. The four rocks were found in these places with abnormal weather. The exploring researchers brought back many local samples, but only a few exhibited strange abilities. These four rocks, showing strange abilities, were each respectively given these four names. Research revealed that these strange rocks had a remarkable effect corresponding to their respective climates. The shallow sea caves, bitterly cold with icy rocks everywhere, immediately collapsed and melted once these icy rocks were removed. Similar aftermath followed in the other places. After experiments, these strange rocks were determined to amplify or strengthen certain weather and climates. The Weather Institute has collected a significant number of these strange rocks from various regions. The findings of their research have also been put into preliminary use in experiments. So, these four rocks and mystic water are a token of appreciation from the Weather Institute, Stephen said. Rocks that can strengthen the climate, Terence mused, then spoke up. Could this effect extend to Pokémon moves? I see you've also thought along those lines. I suppose the reason for these four rocks as gift is your caste form, Stephen remarked. Caste form was quite active at the Weather Institute. After some consideration, researchers felt that giving Terence something meaningful would show more sincerity. While the four rocks weren't extremely valuable, their worth lies in their rarity and lack of market availability. Whether it's excavation or refinement, finding rocks with actual effects is not an easy task. Well, Terence took the four rocks and mystic water, unable to contain his excitement. These will be really useful for caste form. Terence had been worried about caste form's growth, thinking he might have no choice but to return to the academy. But these four rocks were even better than the training methods he had devised. These four rocks were extremely rare items, similar to Dragon Fang, Dragon Orb, evolutionary stones, containing unimaginable energy and research value. The Weather Institute's main research focus was altering Hone's climate, and most of these rocks have been put to use in this research. But using them solely for Pokémon was something no one had attempted yet. There was a chance that Terence would be the first breeder to use the four rocks to assist in caste form's training. It seems you really like these gifts, Stephen noted. Honestly, it's my first time seeing these kinds of rocks. If possible, I must find some to add to my collection. Terence smiled but didn't reply. The researchers at the Weather Institute were astute. They had identified Terence's weakness directly. Novel items that could help with Pokémon training, especially his Pokémon, were probably the most appealing things to him. It's hard to refuse. Such rare rocks, if Terence misses them, he might never be able to obtain them again. Seeing such a unique item that could greatly benefit caste form slip away, Terence would undoubtedly feel extremely upset. Please thank all the researchers and Professor Lucci for me. If there's any further research needed on the meteorite that might be useful in the future, please do not hesitate to contact me, Terence said. Stephen nodded. He remembered what Professor Lucci had said to him. Terence was from Crown Academy, and the 10-year-old breeder also had an inexplicable relationship with the top-level breeder, Victor. It was better to be on good terms with him. If Terence accepted these tokens of gratitude, borrowing the meteorite in the future would be easier. Terence also understood that there's no such thing as a free lunch, and the relationship between the meteorite and the four rocks is more like an exchange. Although Terence was willing to lend the meteorite for research as it was a matter concerning all of Hone, the other party would certainly feel embarrassed in doing so. Terence was a youngster, so the Weather Institute had to show some generosity. With this layer of relationship, they not only thanked Terence for his help but also indirectly enhanced their friendship with him. This approach is more reassuring to researchers than relying on emotions. The research results of the meteorite were valuable as they might be the key to solving the crisis in Hone. Terence had unintentionally done a good deed, but the person involved didn't care as he started his journey towards Lilycove City. At this moment, Lilycove City was also bustling with activity. Although it's one of the basic competitions under the Grand Festival, similar in status to the Verdanturf Conference, various factors such as geographical location have led to a significantly larger number of participants here. This has also increased the difficulty of winning the ribbon. This is it. A girl with creamy hair found the registration location and took a deep breath to calm herself down. This was her third Pokémon contest. The first 2 times, she successfully advanced to the secondary judging, but Sora understood that luck played a big part in it. However, this time, the number of coordinators participating in the Lilycove conference exceeded her expectations, which made Sora even more cautious and increased the pressure on her. "Hey, Sora," a female coordinator greeted Sora. "Ah. Raiko." Seeing the other person, Sora's face lit up with surprise. Raiko was a friend Sora met during her second Pokémon contest. Compared to Sora, Raiko is a more experienced coordinator who is currently collecting ribbons for the Grand Festival. "Sure enough, you're here for the Lilycove conference too." Raiko grinned, hugging Sora. Sora looked at Raiko and said, "Looks like we're going to be competitors again." "I won't go easy on you," Raiko said with a smile, her voice serious. "But with so many participants this time, we have to first make it through the primary judging," Sora said. "Don't worry," Raiko reassured with a wave of her hand, "they're all just trainers joining in for fun. Look, even those two trainer friends I've been traveling with are here just to join the fun. I bet they won't even pass the first round." "Humph, they can only rely on using brute force. But still, we have to be careful," Sora shook her head. "Don't worry, with your skill, there's a great chance you'll pass the first round. Have confidence in yourself." "I hope so," Sora thought to herself. She too wanted to win a ribbon, but the odds were slim. However, everyone hopes for a stroke of luck, which is the expectation for a positive outcome. However, when Sora caught sight of a figure, a complex mix of bitterness and joy instantly crossed her face. Chapter 200, Return. Lilycove City, Pokémon Contest Hall. Terrence finished registering and walked straight out of the venue, heading towards the Pokémon Center. Seeing Terrence, Sora wanted to chase after him, but there were too many people, and Terrence disappeared into the crowd in the blink of an eye. "What are you looking at?" Raiko tapped Sora and followed her gaze with a puzzled expression. But because there were too many people, Raiko couldn't figure out what Sora was looking at. "I saw a coordinator senpai," Sora snapped out of it, saying, "He's the winner of the first Pokémon contest I had participated in." At the same time Terrence registered, the information was logged in, and Raul Contesta, in charge of the Pokémon contest, couldn't help but in tears. Since Terrence participated in the Verdanturf conference, he had disappeared just like he did after the Hearthome conference. This frightened the chief of Pokémon Contest, who had high hopes for Terrence, thinking he might disappear again for a year or more. After that incident, he specifically extracted Terrence's information. As soon as Terrence registered, the Pokémon Contests network backend would show it. Raul Contesta kept an eye out for a month, finally discovering that Terrence had registered again in Lilycove City. "Inform Mr. Sakaizo and Nurse Joy of Lilycove City, change of plans, we're not returning to Sinnoh, we're heading straight to Lilycove City next, to serve as the panel of judges for the Lilycove City Pokémon Contest." Back at the Pokémon Center, Terrence finished his meal and started to think about which Pokémon to use in this contest. Miss Magius and Growlithe didn't seem to care much. Beautifully and Altaria were eager to participate, and Cast Form looked bewildered, clearly not having any idea what a Pokémon contest is. "Altaria will participate in this Pokémon contest. Beautifully has already participated twice, and the Grand Festival, the final stage, is where it will have the perfect opportunity to showcase itself. Miss Magius's specialty, illusion skills, are hard to showcase. Growlithe's interest is low, but even so, they need to participate in a Pokémon contest once," Terrence thought. He has decided, Beautifully, Altaria, Miss Magius, Growlithe, and Cast Form would participate one by one in the 5 Pokémon contests leading up to the Grand Festival. And the last Grand Festival would be left to Beautifully. As long as they don't encounter any troublesome opponent, with their strength, obtaining ribbons won't be difficult for these 4. And the condition for participating in the Grand Festival is 5 ribbons, so each of them is responsible for 1. Even though it will put pressure on them, it's also a motivation to work even harder. When it comes to pressure, Beautifully is under the most pressure. The stage it's about to step onto is much more challenging than others. Every contestant there has earned 5 ribbons, and it's where we're most likely to encounter tough coordinators. After a moment of contemplation, Terrence decided to use the 4 Pokémon contests as a transition period to further prepare Beautifully and focus his main efforts on it. The Grand Festival was the most crucial step, where there could be no room for error. The most outstanding coordinators would all gather there, making it the most fiercely competitive event. If they can't even pass the regional Pokémon contests, how can they dominate the Grand Festival? Terrence thought. So, Without their knowledge, Altaria and the other 4 Pokémon were directly entrusted with a heavy responsibility by Terrence, their target set directly on the ribbons of the regional Pokémon contests. On the day of the competition, many coordinators and spectators flooded into the Pokémon contest hall, creating a lively atmosphere. Terrence Senpai. In the contestant corridor, Sora, who had arrived early, was waiting on the side. Seeing Terrence approach, she couldn't help but walk up to him excitedly. Sora. Terrence recalled the girl in front of him, having some impression, but because he hadn't paid much attention, even though it had only been a little over a month, the impression wasn't very deep. If there was a label, it should be a fairly perceptive rookie coordinator. He had even given her some guidance during a match. That was all Terrence remembered about Sora. It's me, Terrence Senpai, we meet again, Sora said. How coincidental, Terrence replied with a smile. As they chatted and walked towards the contestant room, Sora kept telling Terrence about her experience of participating in her second Pokémon contest. That time, she also made it to the secondary judging. As a second-time participant in a Pokémon contest, Sora had been quite satisfied with her performance. And that time, she hadn't encountered someone like Terrence, nor had she been eliminated in the first round of secondary judging. Overall, as a pure rookie, her growth had been smooth. After finishing her story, Sora looked expectantly at Terrence, wanting to hear his opinion. Terrence had left a deep impression on her, he was almost like her Pokémon contest initiator. But as she thought about her previous attempt to ask Terrence to be her mentor, Sora couldn't help but blush, wondering if Terrence still remembered. Oh, by the way, which Pokémon are you going to use this time, Terrence Senpai? After he encouraged Sora with a few words, something suddenly occurred to her, and she blurted out, is it Beautifully? No, this time I'll be using another Pokémon, Terrence said. Not Beautifully, Sora blinked slightly, somewhat pleased. She has also captured a new Pokémon and was prepared to let it compete. Terrence shouldn't have seen this Pokémon before, which means that this Pokémon contest is going to be very entertaining. Although they hadn't stepped onto the stage yet, Sora was already looking forward to Terrence's performance. Sora, so you were here. Just as Terrence and Sora continued chatting while waiting for the opening ceremony to end, a female voice interrupted. Raiko, you're here. Sora exclaimed. The newcomer was coordinator Raiko. And who's this? Raiko, arriving at their side, noticed Terrence next to Sora and asked curiously. Oh, this is the coordinator senpai I told you about, Sora's voice trailed off as she spoke. It was okay for her to call Terrence senpai, but Raiko obviously looked older than Terrence, introducing him like this seemed a bit awkward. But Raiko directly ignored these details, casually striking up a conversation with Terrence at a speed that left Sora dumbfounded. She's quite the social butterfly, Terrence thought to himself. Raiko, Sora, and Raiko's 2 trainer friends were all participating in this Pokémon contest. Soon after, Terrence also met 2 trainers traveling with Evergrande Conference as the goal. The 5 of them chatted happily, and time flew by unnoticed. Following the announcement over the speakers, they looked up at the big screen. The primary judging was about to begin.